series, a Challenger Series, what does it mean? Well, it's a big event.
The road to the Championship Tour is underway.
That one is so much bigger.
After huge wins for Callum Robson and Caitlin Simmers on the Gold Coast, the Challenger Series travels south to Sydney's northern beaches.
Wow!
For years, Manly has been a staple on the road to qualification. But this year will be crucial as relegated surfers fight to get back on the Championship Tour.
Is it all you could ask for?
For others, it's a chance to prove they are worthy of a coveted spot among the world's best.
Wow.
Challenger Series stop number 2 is on.
It's a huge international event, and we have seen the best of the best.
Welcome to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
It is a beautiful morning on the northern beaches, Manly Beach, as we are celebrating day number 2 of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. This is stop 2 on the Challenger Series, which is the launching pad for the Championship Tour. But today, we are going to see our first appearance of the World Surf League Longboard Tour. I'm Kaipo, along with 78 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here on the Harvey Norman Poset and Bugs. Now we get to see the men longboard.
Yeah, good morning, Kaipo. Good morning, everyone. And, you know, today we're going to see the best male longboarders in the world, and they are something to behold. Today we've got a little bit more swell than was predicted. They thought today might be dead flat before the arrival of a pulse, a small pulse from the south. But it's sort of come in, and, you know, yesterday we saw the ladies just dominating out here and surfing so well, putting on a real show, and really looking forward to the men today.
Yeah, the surf has exceeded our expectations. We were thinking that it was going to be near flat today. Woke up, got little waves going on, so we're straight into competition. Round 4, heat number 1 for the men. And with that, let's throw it down to the beach for Stace and get the official call.
Thanks, Kipes. Will, bit of a surprise this morning.
Yeah, I think everyone I spoke to who's a local and a forecast expert said today was probably going to be flat, and we've actually got some really nice waves out there, so we're on. Pretty excited.
What's the format for the day?
Yeah, so we're going to run men's round of 16 in the longboard, and we've got both men's and women's longboard quarterfinals on standby. We've called the Challenger off for the day, and they get another day to explore this beautiful part of the world, but we've got some exciting longboard action ahead.
We most certainly do. Thanks for your time, Will.
Well, there we go. And we are set to kick off the first heat of the day. You can see beautiful conditions here at Manly. The bank bugs looking pretty good, offering both lefts and rights.
Yeah, that's what we love about it. Yesterday we saw a lot of split peaks. There weren't a lot of waves on offer in the sets, but the surfers could split the peak, and often then we'd see situations where, you know, maybe you had 2 regular footers or 2 goofy footers in the heat. They would share off according to priority.
Well, our first challenge of the day will feature Ben Skinner from UK versus Phil Rajzman, the Brazilian surfer and 2-time world champ with Rajzman. So a great matchup to begin the day. Still awaiting the horn to start their 30-minute heat. And Bugs, you talked about it before, a lot of times the contest director will kind of wait for the first sign of a set before blowing the horn.
Yeah, I'd like to think I might have been one of the first to really initiate that. I used to love doing that. You know, you just know that you're going to get off, and first of all, you're confident the event's going to start. and secondly, it's going to start with some reasonable rides, and they're going to be able to utilize that full 30 minutes.
Yeah, and, you know, really giving the surfers a chance. When we start off these heats, when we do, there is a open priority in the water at the moment. So that's sometimes with these peaky conditions and both lefts and rights on offer, that can, you know, get sticky right from the get-go.
Well, yeah, I mean, it certainly helps to start with a good wave and having that pole position. The one thing about a split peak, though, is that, you know, you don't know whether if it's going to come in as a better left, and obviously the guy who's deeper on the left, he's got the better pole position. If it's a right, the opposite happens. So it's a little bit hit and miss in beach break conditions, Kaipo.
And we've seen tense moments before where someone will go left on the right, someone will go right on the left, and, you know, you start off with a double interference. We'll see if that's the call here. Both surfers are going to paddle for this wave. And Phil Rajzman's going to give it up. Here's Ben Skin Dog Skinner right to the nose. And the beautiful hang 10 to 5, back to 10. Great tip time to begin with. Powerful hack there. Little bit of a backwash. And just going to fade into the white water here, looking for a little bit more open face. I don't know if he's going to find it. But a nice start out the back for Ben Skinner. Phil Rajzman right behind him. The Brazilian finds some tip time as well. Powerful surfer off the tail. And again, just the cross-stepping up and down the board, utilizing the entire board length, a part of the criteria here on the WSL Longboard Tour. So nice opening exchange between Skinner and Rajzman to begin. Now the paddle battle out the back to see who's going to take a hold of that priority. Some replays first. Here's Ben Skinner.
Yeah, well, Ben gets off to nice. A lot of time on the nose. 10, 5, back to 10 again. So that was really well done. Nice hack and cut back there. Now he finishes with on the backwash. He turns around and utilises that shore break. But this time on the nose here, Kaipo, this is a lot of hang time. That 10 there is beautiful. Gee, that's just good technique. Back on the 5 and gets that stability again. Gets high in the wave again. Perfect for the balance and back onto the 10. Really well done. Just really on the plank. It was like an incredible balancing act.
Phil Rajzman here, and a little bit more of a progressive approach, if you would, getting on the tail and doing some turns. Got to the tip a couple times. We'll see the contrast in styles, but also the contrast in scores as they roll through the judges. We'll see who got the advantage on that exchange.
Yeah, I was going to, I mean, when Phil won his world titles, it was a real blend between progressive and traditional, and it was trying to work out what that equilibrium was, and it seemed that the better athlete performers sort of would turn it their way, and now it seems like it's really, the criteria is really back to traditional.
This is true. Phil Rajzman won in 2007, where for sure back in 2007 they were rewarding progressive longboard surfing. 2016 was his last world title, where he kind of did a hybrid between the two. But right now, you know, we're really looking at, as we look at our judging criteria, nose rides that are clearly demonstrating risk and commitment, as well as a high degree of difficulty. I think that's what we saw from Ben Skinner, but also the use of the rail throughout pocket and using the whole rail and not pivoting, and of course style and the footwork coming into play. Opening exchange, the advantage actually goes to Phil Rajzman. Okay, well there you go. So Ben Skinner, he got that really incredible amount of time on the nose, and with the 10, the 5, the 10. Phil's wave, I think probably a bit bigger. He did a beautiful cutback in the middle of that. Yeah, maybe it was the variety that, you know, got the bigger number for Phil Rajzman. I did appreciate the degree of difficulty with Ben Skinner on that nose ride, but then again, you want to make the difficult look easy, and it did look a little bit difficult in that transition from the 10 to the 5. Here we go, Skinner on the backhand. Nice 5 there. He's going to have to grab the rail for stability, seeking some more open face. He's going to find it. Back to the tip for another hang 5. Touches 10 toes. And Skinner kicks out. And you can see, slapping the water, he felt a little bit disjointed at the end of the wave and showing lack of control.
Yeah, it's the body English doesn't give a lot of encouragement to the judges.
But that's actually something, that's a good point, Bugs, is that You should try to avoid that at all. Even though your emotions give you that, you want to avoid that.
Well, it's not a bad ride. I mean, I like the start of it here. That's a high speed. He has to get around this section, just grabs the rail for that stability. And then as he comes through, he just walks to the nose again. A little bit of backwash there, gets a quick 10. And right now, he's just trying to squeeze a little bit more out of this wave. I guess he wanted to finish the ride on that shorey and dismount. I'd imagine we're going to see on the left, we're going to a few dismounts right onto the sand.
Yeah, and as we talk again from criteria, the acronym SFG, style, flow, and grace, should always be in the mind of our judges as well as our competitors when they're wrapping up a ride. You can see that last score for Ben Skinner, a 3.33, so a little bit underperformed on that one, but plenty of time to make up for that. And there's our judging criteria right on the screen, Bugs.
Yeah, it's all there. I mean, it really is variety and nose riding and rail work, footwork, the critical sections, and of course the speed and the power commitment all adds up to having complete control of the ride, of your surfboard, and your presence on the wave.
So we're going to see, I'm going to be interested as the day moves on for the men and look at the equipment and kind of break down the different boards and see if we have, you know, I would imagine most of our competitors are riding single fins, but there is the 2+1 option. So we'll see if any of the surfers utilize that 2+1 option where you have a single fin and 2 stabilizing fins on the board. A little less traditional, but maybe you get more performance out of that.
Yeah, when Phil finished his ride, he flicked his board over the back, and in that big rake fin, I loved it. It's just a beautiful big single fin rake fin.
Yeah, there we can see a fin, and when we talk about rake, we're talking about that curve in the fin and the way the fin is hooked out. The more rake in a fin, generally the longer radius turn that fin will provide. So it is a, you know, it's a give and take there. We've seen really traditional longboards with the keel type of fin, wide keel type of fins, are very stable, but you couldn't get that archy turns on those.
No, that's right. I mean, you know, a lot of people see longboarding as fairly basic, but it's not. It's intrinsic. There are so many subtleties in, and there's, you know, as they say, horses for courses, and different boards for different conditions with concave and the fin placement, the rake in the fin, the amount of fins. It's there's quite a lot in it, and it gets down to those finite degrees.
Yeah, and Ben Skinner actually has no one to blame when it comes to equipment but himself, because he shapes his own boards, Skin Dog surfboards, and a very popular brand. And he has a few models. He had a great finish to the year last year in 2021 on the Longboard Tour. A runner-up finish at the championships in Malibu, where he came through tight heat after tight heat after tight heat, always coming out on top. The big man, Skin Dog, showed some power there, but also a mix of being able to be very light-footed as well.
And you can see Ben there shielding off that morning glare. That's on the East Coast here, that morning glare can be a bit of a killer as far as trying to see the definition from the horizon to approaching waves.
Yeah, and there, the pull back shot, Bugs, you can really see the glare on the water. And maybe a little bit more blinding on the lefts. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit more blinding on the lefts for sure, but it's that morning sun's more when you're sitting out there and you're really trying to, you know, you're basically looking into the sun. The water, the glare reflecting off the water is a double whammy. And yeah, it's a wonder we don't have a few more eye problems as we get older. You know, when those dawn patrols here in Australia on the East Coast are unbelievable. Yeah, on the West Coast, it's late afternoon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can tell you, pterygiums and cataracts actually with surfers, it's a real thing. You know, as you once you're into the surfing for decades, your eyes take a beating.
Yeah, it's like, I always used to look upon it like the more we surfed, and I know this from experience, it was like the pterygiums, they're nearly like trying to protect your eye.
Yeah, your body's growing those, right?
Yeah,
to protect
and so
your eyes.
we're turning into fish. The scales, the pterygiums.
That's true. And the one thing, though, I feel that surfing keeps us young because we know bugs, salt water is a preservative. So maybe it's just preserving us all those hours that we spend out there in the ocean.
Yeah, it's a different form of being pickled.
Yeah. And the positive ions that we have out there, I mean, truly is the fountain of youth, and that's why we continue to celebrate it.
Yeah.
And we're still so keen about it.
Well, I mean, this is all part of the legacy of Duke Hanamago, isn't it? I mean,
right.
You know, turning us on to surfing and surfing all your life.
Here you go, Skinner under priority. Oh, beautiful hang 10 through a long section. Finds a little gem on the inside. Needed that finish to really cap it off. I like the nose work that he got done there, but it would have been handy for him to finish that last maneuver.
Yeah, now there's a reason to be unhappy, because that was good work leading up to the fall. And that sure is tricky, you know, because you've got those little backwash. If they arrive at the wrong time, you've got that extra bounce.
Yeah, a little bit of reverb off the beach. One more time on the replay.
Yeah, he takes off at an angle, so he wants to get the speed up straight away. And this is all high-speed surfing. And he quickly comes back and has to try and squeeze this in. I feel he was just a little rushed and a little off balance, but it's only a short ride. So beautiful nose work. Just got to really appreciate that, and just how he steps forward and back. Really does it quite delicately for the size of the man. And this turn here, you see that backwash, it lifts him a little higher than he wanted to go, and he wasn't able to regain his balance on the downward, on the descent.
Well, that effort rewarded him with a 5.33. He does have the lead, but that's just by virtue that Ben Skinner has 2 waves in his score line. Phil Rajzman is still with the highest single wave score with that 6.5 opener that he had, and he's been patient with priority.
Very patient, just really sitting tight. That's courtesy of having that good start, the 6.5. I feel until he's threatened, you know, Ben can sort of mosh around on the inside, and now Phil looking at that wave, electing to let it go under him. Again, not sure if he even would have caught that. Ben's up and riding again. He's just going to keep going to work. His nose rides are paying off. Again, he's going to get over this section. He decides to go down the line. Let's see if he can get a finish in. This time it will be more controlled. Looking into the beach, maybe there's an equipment change. No, see, this little going along the left here, he can sometimes just get a little reform. They would have been watching this before the heats, going, well, if we're going to milk every section of this wave, stick with it.
I think that was his best ride so far. He went through a section with that hang 10 that was beautiful. Here we're going to enjoy it on the replay.
Yeah, it's really, he gets going really fast, and he goes to the next section instead of doing a cutback, and gets back in time to get up and that board over the lip line.
Just right here, the footwork, the cross-stepping, the 5, and then gets that 10 and just hoverboards just a bit through that one section. That was really, really impressive. And then the power for Big Ben to pump through that section again. And once again, great footwork.
Yeah, I really like that part of the ride. Gosh, that's it's not easy to do this. And then he steps back. There's no shuffling, Kaipo.
Yeah, steps back nicely and gets that roller coaster finish. A 6.9 rewarded to Ben Skinner. So there's the score. And you know what? Now I think I'm going to throw it down to the beach, because Stace has got a conditions update, and I want to hear what it's like from the beach.
Yeah, thanks, Kipes. I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And as Will mentioned earlier, a pleasant surprise this morning. Speaking with Richie Lovett, he seems to think that swell might have come a little earlier from the south. So we've seen definitely a jump up in that swell. It's 2 to 3 feet. The wind's coming out of the west. And the only thing we need to keep an eye on this morning is that tide. We've got a high tide coming up at just before 10 a.m. And look, if I'm honest, I think there might be enough swell in the water this morning to power through that tide.
Well, Stace, it's 7:49 local time, and as you said, we got another couple hours of the glass getting filled, if you would, if the tide coming in. How do you think that's going to affect the break?
It's definitely going to make things a little slower, particularly with a south swell. It's almost the opposite of that east-northeast with the consistency. The swells, there's much longer lulls when it comes from the south, but the wave energy is a lot more today, so I'm hoping that it's okay. The good news with the tides is the lower of the high tides is in the morning. And the sand we're dealing with here at Manly at the moment is about as good as I've ever seen it. There's a perfect peak right in front of the judges, and then a little further to the south, there's almost a carbon copy of the same bank. So we might see the surfers get creative as that tide fills in.
Thank you for the reporting, Stace. And we're back. Stace giving us a great analysis of exactly what's going on there. And like we said in the opener of the show, Bugs, you know, exceeding our expectations as far as swell. So we were happy when we woke up to see breaking waves.
Very happy. You know, today was expected to be a lay day, which is, we can ill afford too many lay days in a, you know, these windows are a lot shorter.
Yeah.
We're combined now with events with shortboard, longboard, men's and women's. So there's really 4 divisions, a lot of surfers, a lot of heats to get through. So it was great that we were able to keep going. But as Stace said, then there's nothing more unsettling than to look over and see your opponent on a completely different bank. I know that from a coaching point of view, it really does your head in.
Well, as we wait for the next set, Bugs, it's a perfect time in the morning to take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to take that, and then we'll be right back.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Here we are back to live action with Ben Skinner leading Phil Rajzman in the first matchup of the day at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Skinner, as we went to break, got a 6.9 to increase his lead over Phil Rajzman. Phil Rajzman, the Brazilian, 2-time world champ out of the water, and has been extremely patient with his priority. He's only ridden 1 wave so far.
Yeah, he was debating whether to go the wave that Phil got that Ben got the 6.9 on, and you can see he's having a watchful eye on his opponent from out the back. This wave here, he just caught the nose there. I think that'll be docked a few decimal points.
Well, waited a long time to get this wave, and you can see the mix of traditional and progressive with Phil Rajzman. Gets to the nose and then a nice off the top. Unfortunate for Phil, the wave did close out, so that's going to limit the scoring potential for his ride number 2. And Bugs, I talk about it too in heats, time management being really important. So if you don't strike on your second wave when you waited that long, here's the replay. We'll see what he did.
Yeah, he does a nice fade there. So he slows the board down so that he can make the quick journey to the nose, and then gets it in twice. As you said, it's a quick ride. It didn't offer a lot of scoring potential. He rode it well. It was a long wait. I nearly wouldn't be surprised to see the roles reversed now. Ben's had a few good rides. He's got the lead. He's got that 6.9 under his belt, looking to improve on the 5, 6, 7. Phil's come in, I guess, with a 5. Not enough. And I would think he's going to get busy now. I'd be very surprised if he sits and waits, but he might, be interesting to see what he does here, because he could just... The one thing about longboarding too is you can manufacture a score see, Ben's going, no, I'm going to take this one off you. So here's a tactic. And he comes from way back in the wave there. Phil very nearly, made that wave, collapse on him. So he went a bit, nearly one stroke too far.
I noted that, and you could see with Ben Skinner, that was a bit of defense for Skinner to keep Phil Rajzman off that wave. But the effort that Phil put into stroking into that wave, he was right on the line. We have a priority judge in all of these events, keeping an eye on this, knowing that Ben in the red has priority, so he has priority there. A little foam, like you said, Bugs, caused by Phil Rajzman's paddle.
Well, Phil was actually on that wave. He'd caught the wave, but it seems like there doesn't seem to be a problem.
Back to live action here. Rajzman chasing a 6.08 to take the lead off of Ben Skinner. Skinner right behind him, beautifully silhouetted down the line. Gets to the nose, skipping that section, tons of time on the tip, and goes complete there through a little bit of backwashy water. Nice effort from the surfer from the UK.
Yeah, and Phil, he doesn't quite surf out of that last maneuver, so that'll bring his score back a bit. I feel that was another pretty rush ride. I like the step over that he does with a little bit of improvisation. He goes to the nose quickly, very light-footed, and this cutback here, and he does the step over. But this wave again, see, he gets caught a little bit too far, took it a bit too high, doesn't ride out of it. Good, again, like light nose work. He was sort of on the ball, on these toes there.
And there's what you were talking about, like a little cross step, almost drop knee cutback for extra style.
Yeah.
Here's Skinner.
Yeah, Skinner's he's been really surfing down the line and keeping his speed, and he's not sure about that wave, whether it'll go into his top 2.
We're still waiting on both scores that we just saw on those replays to set the situation out in the heat. Again, Phil Rajzman needing a 6.08 to take the lead off of Ben Skinner. And I feel that it's going to be very close on his number, and we may see a lead change right now. We got one more judge to clock in a number. And when we talk about our judges, we have 5 judges. We take the high number, we throw that out. We take the low number, we throw that out. And we average out the remaining 3 scores. A 5.73 checks in for Phil Rajzman. Not enough, because Ben Skinner just checked in with a 7-point ride.
There you go. They rewarded that high speed. It wasn't a traditional ride where he was getting some cutbacks, but he did it with a lot of speed. And you got to remember, Phil utilised, he took that wave in before, and Ben got the one behind him. It was a better looking wave. And I do think that that's played a role here, that Ben's had the better peeling waves and the steeper waves. That was probably the steepest wave I've seen.
You can see Ben clapping, patting his board. He's getting the information from the onside announcers, and he's relishing in that, knowing that he's just increased his lead. He is second priority, however, so he's keeping himself pumped, but Phil Rajzman certainly is within striking distance, and with that first priority in a good position as well.
He's in a good position, but he needs the best score of the heat so far. He basically needs a 7.5.
Yeah. So with that being known, he can do nothing, right, Bugs? But then wait, he's going to need a set wave, and he's going to need a set wave with a long running wall.
Yeah, the equation is set for him now. There's no quibbling as to what the requirement is. It will be a set wave, and it will be a special one that allows him, I believe, the 2 sections the outside section and then and how it transitions to the inside with a clean finish.
All right, well, let's take a look at how we got here with the Harvey Norman recap. Started off pretty strong for Phil Rajzman. This was a 6.5.
Yeah, it's a good, really strong start for Phil, and showing his World Championship form. Ben Skinner, meanwhile, just goes to work and just builds on his score all the way through this. Got to love the footwork though, and the hang time, the degree of difficulty, how he finishes that way. That got him into the heat, Popo.
And then this one, I believe this is the 7.07 long running wall for Phil, silhouetted. Tons of nose time there, getting through that section. And just beautiful and powerful surfing from Big Ben Skinner.
Yeah, I do think that was that hang time on the steep section.
And there is all the scores so far. You can see Skinner, the busiest of the two surfers, with 8 rides. Highlighted are the top 2 rides for each of the surfers. Phil Rajzman being much more selective, just riding 3 waves. And with priority right now, Phil Rajzman needs the ocean to provide. This is what happened during that Harvey Norman recap. This will not be one of the top 2 for Ben Skinner.
And I kind of feel that, you know, he's just really trying to unsettle his opponent. He's going for broke, really. And he does the soul arch at the end. I love it. Look at that. That's just style, and that is a high degree of difficulty. One leg up now, and just nosedives. But he was going for it on a smallish wave, going for broke.
Yeah, and to your point, Bugs, probably trying to unsettle his opponent and maybe make Phil a little more anxious to catch a wave if Ben continues to catch waves. Right now, he's going to try to sell him on this one, and he's sold. So utilizing priority, Phil Rajzman.
Yeah, he literally paddled him into that.
Oh, and that was a good sell because that would be a priority error. There wasn't a lot of scoring opportunity in that wave because it really backed off. Now, big heat advantage to Ben Skinner with the lead and priority with under 3 minutes.
Yeah, he somehow, he saw a 7.5 in that. And Ben, if you see him, he trails him. He actually nearly makes sure he paddles into it. It's amazing how Ben was on his tail there.
That was the used car salesman polishing up the lemon and just oiling up the leather seats, pumping up the tires, and saying, this thing's a beauty. Don't you want to buy this?
Just don't look under the hood.
Just don't look under the hood. And
there's nothing there.
Skinner, good looking set. High speed surfing.
Here we go.
Well, nose rides.
Pre-heat sportsmanship between Taylor Jensen and Jefferson Silva. That's going to be the next matchup.
Wow, that is some matchup. Wow, we're in for a treat. There's some just awesome surfers in the lineup this round. 8 heats of high action. We've got an incoming tide. There will be some consideration as we get to that right on that high tide mark whether we can surf right through Kaipo. But this one winding down now. Now Ben, he's circling, looking very predatory.
Ben Skinner, he just reminds me of a surfing Viking.
Yeah.
Just a big, burly, powerful surfer, but really committed to his surfing and the art of board building. He's made some beautiful boards.
Now this wave is interesting. He's going to fade. He'll fade and then go the right. And
again.
What happened there?
Faded left. He's got priority. Oh my goodness, look at this. He's just camped out on the nose. Why not? Soul arching through that. Control. Little curve to get over on the inside, and that takes him down, but I love the outside nose riding displayed by Ben Skinner.
Well, you can see from the onset that wave was split up. It wasn't just one wall, and he utilized that so well. He had that hang time in that first section, then tried to transition across the flat section. You see this wave's got a nice taper at the start, and it allows him to just stay on the nose forever. And then he gets really comfortable, And then he comes back, and right here he goes down the line to that next little section. There's a little loop there, but the backwash cruels it. Here's an all or nothing, Kaipo.
Is all or nothing for Phil Rajzman, and not getting the finish will probably limit that score. Ben Skinner on the beach. And we're going to count this one out. The judges do owe us 2 scores to make this official. Gut feeling is Phil Rajzman did not do enough on that last wave. What are your thoughts, Bugs?
No, it was an incomplete at the end. I mean, you know, to get a 7.5, I don't see any chance whatsoever. Ben Skinner's board looks really interesting. Looks light. Looks like a lightweight board.
Yeah, I think some of his boards are utilizing Firewire's Thunderbolt technology. So really strong boards, and
look at that tail.
And the nose riding tail right there.
Oh, that's awesome. See, there's different innovations make all the difference. Just so subtle. The tail's not so subtle though.
Well, scores are coming in, and it's looking very favorable at the moment for Ben Skinner. Not enough on the last for Phil Rajzman. Skinner may be improving upon his scoreline. Little chat on the beach. Let's listen in.
You're standing by for numbers.
But the fact you got your 7.
All right, we're going to go on to the next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Now it is official. Ben Skinner on his way to the quarterfinals. Phil Rajzman out of competition. And we will take a break right now. Stick around though, because when we return, we got more longboarding and a special guest. Destination New South Wales, white sand beaches, exquisite dining, and a plethora of activities all available for you on the northern beaches of New South Wales. I'm Kaipo Girl on the Harvey Norman host set, along with 78 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and our special guest Matt Schwanacki, the Waxhead's here.
Thanks for having me, guys. What a pleasure to be at Manly with you, Rabbit, and you, Kaipo. Welcome.
Thank you for having us. You know, tell us a little bit about this break. I mean, you're a local here, and just tell us a little bit about, you know, just some of the highlights of this break.
Well, obviously you have the Coke Classic and the Surfabout events that were held here throughout history, and as you guys have referenced, the iconic inaugural World Surfing titles in '64. But it's not just that; it's the club mentality and the surf culture that emanates from the northern beaches, from Palm Beach right down to Manly, and you can feel it on the sand here. There is a really rich surf culture, and it's lovely to have pro surfing back.
You know, and as Bugs talked about, really when we look at these northern beaches, the birthplace of Australian surfing as we look at history, Bugs.
Yeah, oh, well, gosh, I mean, you go to 1915, just around the corner at Freshwater Beach, and Duke Hanamaku introduced and gifted surfing to this nation.
Yeah, and that gift has spread throughout the world, all the way to even South America, to Brazil, where there's a great surf culture. Part of that surf culture, Jefferson Silva, right now we're seeing on the replay. Also in this heat, Taylor Jensen. Matt?
Yeah, we see Taylor just cruising through here. It's a nice split peak down on that northern bank, and I think Taylor just warming up there. It's going to be a hot heat. Jefferson's full of energy and full of his own personal flair, and Taylor tends to cruise into things and really see how the heat progresses, and then start to really put the hammer down as he starts building through his scores.
Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world champ, 2011, 2012, and 2017. Matt, though, as far as Taylor surfing, I would categorize him in the hybrid of traditional and progressive. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. Taylor's done a terrific job to blend the two traditional and modern elements. Earlier on in his career, that was his element of difference, using his body, as we have seen in history as well, surfers surfing accordingly to their body shape. But Taylor, being taller and more powerful, was always relying on that rail work and that progressive mentality. But coming from California, he's no stranger to more relaxed waves, and he can blend and smooth out the two processes really well.
Great point that you made, because Taylor Jensen is a large human being, and so a 9-foot board isn't really that big for him.
Correct, and he's got an ability to make it look like it fits in the wave really well, and I think that's what a lot of people admire about Taylor, is he does make it look really easy.
Now, in contrast, the matchup, Jefferson Silva, what can you tell us about this Brazilian surfer? He seems very energetic to me.
Yep, well, both are fathers, both got a lot of stuff going on at home, so when they surf, they're surfing for their own, personal achievements, but there's a lot more there. Perhaps that prize money can go a lot further for certain people, and Jefferson's definitely surfs a lot of passion. You can see that in his social media, as we see him paddling now, just fading around. He's under priority, so I feel like we've got that higher tide coming in, so Jefferson's going to probably stay busy under priority and see what he can pick up.
Yeah, and you know what, talking about social media, I would encourage people to follow The Waxhead. Is that your handle on Instagram? Because I like not just the surfing, but I like all the kind of nostalgic things that you bring to your page, as far as automobiles, which are pretty incredible, your choice of cars and cars that you highlight, and as well as just some of the big guns you've been riding.
Yeah, it's a product of your surroundings. Sydney's been experiencing back-to-back the best winters that we've ever had, and being stuck with the obvious lockdowns, it's not been a bad place to be stranded with some iconic waves nearby, which Rabbit, you're familiar with for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You know what I wanted to ask you about? I've got a bunch of friends that are older guys, and they're part of the crew. They come down here. You talked about the surf culture and all the different clubs, and these guys come down at dawn, 6 o'clock every morning. They surf, predominantly longboarders. And then they get in on the Rattler and head into the CBD, into George Street, into their cage, and they're professional guys. But surfing's just such a big part of their life.
Yeah, that's right. Surfing, it's more crowded here at 6 a.m. than it is at 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's the before we're crowded. We know that the ocean, in so many ways, and surfing being our sanctuary. Well, last heat was won by Ben Skinner, the big man from UK. And I'd love to hear from Ben Skinner, because that was a brilliant way to start the day.
Ben, how do you navigate it?
Yeah, it was a beautiful day down here in Manly. As you can see, we totally locked out with the surf. Everyone thought it was going to be flat, but it's actually really, really fun. Pretty slow heat, but just got to pick the eyes out of it. And luckily, I got the good ones underneath Phil's priority. And Phil's a beast, 2-time world champ, so it's no easy heat, but there's no easy heat in this event, so stoked.
Yeah, definitely stacked from here on out. Yeah, you're right. It was a massive matchup, first heat of the day. The tale of two strategies, though. You were consistently looking for those waves under priority, and Phil obviously being very patient.
Yeah, I mean, Phil got the best of the first exchange, which is always a bit of a wounder, and I had to kind of reset myself, so I just thought if I sit and wait for the next set, I'm going to be really behind the 8 ball. So I just got going early, got busy, as I tell my son to do every time. So got to listen to my own advice sometimes.
It's always easier to coach someone else.
Yeah, it's always easier said than done, but stoked it worked out in the end. On to the next one.
Absolutely. Thanks for another performance this morning. Looking forward to a fantastic day.
All right, cheers. Love to the family and all the boys in the factory. You.
There you go. Skin Dog Surfboards turning out some great boards, and Ben Skinner looked like, you know, he's just as comfortable with a surfboard in his hand or a giant hammer. He's looking like the Thor of surfing. What do you think, Waxhead?
Ben is iconic. You know, he's got his own flair on the waves, obviously. The boards that he makes and designs are unique, and he's, once again, we've got 2 guys in this heat that have got kids at home, and there's a lot more on the line for people who are fathers and parents, you know, so it's a big trip to come over here, and they want to make it worth it. They're really hungry.
Yeah, it's dad power sometimes in effect, and you know, to your point, sometimes you got to make a lot of sacrifices, you know, on this tour. We have 3 stops this year here in Manly, and then on to Huntington Beach, and then finally to Malibu. But last year at Malibu, Ben Skinner Bugs was actually living in a rental van during the event. And that's a lot of boards to fit in there. And he's not a small human either, but he made it happen.
Yeah, that's amazing, yeah. And, you know, I was talking to Mark Ravage yesterday, and him and Pam Burridge, when they, I guess, I don't know what event they went to. They said they traveled overseas, they went to an event. They had to do really well to pay for the rent for where they were staying, and then he said the results didn't come. So, you know, it's tough, isn't it, you know, when you're traveling and, you know, the budget.
That's right. As you see, Taylor off and riding now. Bigger human, but so light on his feet, and taps that one off the top. That right is really tricky to judge and surf, and you see Jefferson on that more perfect left. Beautiful 10 there, and he's setting up for that shore break. See if he gets the bonus section here. Yep. Linking through. It's going to be interesting to see where this one goes, because, yeah, that right's, it's critical at the beginning, and then it's kind of got its own tempo, and then it hits the shore break really fast. Then the left's got a really nice taper to it, and you can certainly get more critical. But if you do what the Goofy Foot is doing on the backside, on the same wave, matching it, you know, but I think Taylor will stick to these rights.
Talk us through these replays, Bugs. What impressed you here with Taylor Jensen?
Oh, well, it's just his poise. You know, he's just combining the different sort of styles of longboarding, whereas Jensen is much more the goofy footer here. You know, for some reason, he reminds me of the longboarding version of Jadson Andre. He's just so that frenetic energy. He's so energized. Look how quickly he steps back on the board. All steps, no shuffling, but he's a busy surfer, and wow, he's really challenging for this heat.
I love that take, Bugs, in that you're correct that now that you pointed it out, I do feel that just that tactical energy coming from Jefferson Silva, same as we would like Jadson Andre on the championship tour.
Competing against someone like Jefferson, they don't really get nervous, as I'd imagine Jadson doesn't either. They get, the bigger the heat, the more motivated they get and amped up. And that's why Taylor going into this, he is the absolute consummate professional, but just really, with a split peak like this, roll the dice. It's really interesting. And a fresh swell, as we said, there's that underlying ground swell there, and anything can happen.
I guess, and we saw it in the last heat with Ben Skinner, the right offers a steeper ride. I mean, the left is definitely more, you know, you get that outside bank, then a bit of a flat section where you can do a lot of hang time. But that right, you get the right one that connects both sections, there's some steepness in it.
Absolutely, and we saw some of the high waves yesterday from some of the women. It's that poise in between to link the two sections, which identifies that criteria with the footsteps and the rail work. Getting that combination right with the right tempo and finishing with speed on the inside, both the left and the right, was the key yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at judging criteria, I do want to celebrate the movement that we've made towards speed, flow, grace, and traditional longboarding, because to me that really sets this competition and this longboard art apart from our shortboard competition. And so it really is two different disciplines as we look at the judging criteria, but I think it's well served.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw those scores lock in then. Jefferson with the better of that exchange, 7.5, and Taylor with the 7. That footwork, that rail work, and you would say the control that Jefferson had, and with the variety, he maximised that criteria. Probably surfed that wave the best it possibly could have been. Taylor likewise on the right, get bigger wave, more critical. If he was able to hold that 10 a little bit longer, you'd see that commitment boost that score a little more. But it does, as we were talking earlier, Rabbit, about that older generation that do surf in the morning and go to work. If they're riding longboards, there's a reason why they're riding a longboard, not a shortboard, especially right board for the right waves. They're out there to catch waves. They're out there to glide, use their footwork, surf in the pocket. You can't really do that on a high-performance thruster effectively as you can on a longboard. That's the difference. It's the dance, and there is a purpose for it. And there's hundreds of waves around the world where longboards are the dominant surf craft.
This is true, and you know, I say, Matt, like, there's no bad sessions. There's just bad attitudes and bad choice of equipment. If you have the right attitude and you choose the right equipment, every single time you go into the water, you can have a fun session.
Riding a longboard, I've never had a bad summer either. People talk about great winters, which we've had, but I can't remember the bad summers because you pick up a longboard, and these glassy days out here, this could almost be a lay day if it was the Challenger Series, but this is a terrific day to showcase longboarding.
Yeah, and it's a great conversation we're having with the Waxhead Max Chinansky. We're going to be back with more. The second half of this heat, we're going to take a quick break, but stick around. The conclusion of heat number 2, round number 4, the WSL Longboard Tour will come right after this break.
And I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Don't know where to go and I don't mind. I don't mind.
Visions from a beautiful slice of the world, New South Wales, northern beaches. Just so many things to do and so many experiences to have. It is absolutely beautiful. We're here on a beautiful morning with our round 4 for the WSL Longboard Tour. I'm Kaipo Guerrero with Rain Rabbit Bartholomew, 78 world champs, and the Waxhead, Matt Shanaki, all talking you through this heat. We're in the back half of this challenge between Jefferson Silva and Taylor Jensen. Let's get caught up with some of the action that happened during the break.
So Jefferson fading that one out. He's going to try and repeat that 7.5 that he got on that last left. This one gets that 10 on the inside, so a little less critical on that outside, but we'll see what Taylor did on the split peak. Driving through the whitewash on the nose and back up with tight 5 there, almost a 10. 4 steps back for the tail. Ooh, and that nose just coming unstuck with that backwash, which did plague a lot of people yesterday. But if he finished that one off, I think that could have been his requirement. But it'll be interesting to see where the judges go for that one.
That was a critical exchange there because I thought that Taylor definitely was going to get the best of that one. He was on his way to his score for sure. just got caught up at the end. Jetson to me, because the exchange before that really set the tone, didn't it? And you know, Taylor just getting that 7, just not enough. And you know, I think that Jefferson really took hold of this heat with that 7.5, and that last exchange there, Taylor had a chance to catch up.
Yeah, Taylor needing a 5.68, gets a 4.83, and not able to achieve the score to flip the heat. And that was highly likely that was due to not being able to finish that wave. Back to live action. We have Taylor Jensen on the paddle right here. He's looking right again. He's going to fade left before turning right. Gets up for a nice 5 to 10. Nice little combo on the nose. That backwash evident there on the inside. Back to the tip. And a nice floating glide to finish off. 5.68. Matt, what do you think about that?
I think it'll be right there, absolutely, just utilizing that flow. It's a little bit difficult to tell how big the wave is on the screen here, but the speed and momentum that he carried was a well-placed maneuvers, so I think it will be right about there. As you see, he gets up for the proper 10 here, still a little bit out on the shoulder, and he carves it back, and 4 steps, 2 steps there, and taps off top. So yeah, it'll be a close one.
Seems like you know, under priority, seems like you can get a lot of work done, and it's a dangerous thing. We saw in the last heat, it was under priority that the winning wave was scored. But this is some good nose work. It's amazing. This guy is just such a class act. I love this cutback here, and he quickly sets and transitions back on that inside rail, walks the board so cleanly. And this time he nails that finish.
See, he's almost in the middle of the board, halfway through that backwash, and his frame was allowing him not to have to take that extra 2 steps back. Because we saw Phil in that previous heat being very delicate, and Taylor's able to surf that middle of the board effectively, and actually did that final re-entry from the middle. And perhaps there's a little bit of roll or belly in that board that's allowing him to sort of steer off that midsection.
Great insight, because being able to turn off the middle of the board with that longer rail line, Matt, that is a skill set, and that really takes both a special board, but honestly, some really good technique to be able to achieve that, and he did achieve it. Taylor Jensen, 6.27, he flips the heat now, he's in the lead, and Jefferson Silva will be trailing. Jefferson looking for a 5.77, so job done, Bugs, for Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, I felt pretty confident that he'd get that score. It was right around there, and it was just a bit more. I thought the finish was the difference, and you know, he's just showing his class. He got that under priority. But Jefferson, I'd say now, with, you know, there's plenty of time on the clock. I think he's looking for a special left.
He's going to have to now, because stakes have been rising. If Taylor had got that last finish on the previous wave, it may have already been the difference. So I think Jefferson sitting out there with priority. He's 3-time national champion, and there's a lot of very good longboarders in Brazil. He's used to backwash, he's used to tricky beach breaks, so I think he's going to be eyeing up something with a bit of a wall, and it's going to be a fantastic 8 minutes remaining of this heat.
Yeah, and he's going to have to produce some positive energy, Bugs, with the ocean too. And the one thing I've experienced from Jefferson is that he is full of a lot of positive energy when you just see him on land walking around talking to folks.
Yeah, he's high energy, and he's one of those classic Brazilian ambassadors who spread their version of aloha. But and you saw the great, you know, they came together before the heat even began, and yeah, gave each other a bit of a good luck hug. There's a lot of respect there, obviously.
If you have a look on the social media of Taylor, Jefferson's almost the first one commenting regularly. You know, he's, you know, talking about the family and wishing him good luck. And I would go as far to say is that Taylor's one of Jefferson's favourite surfers, so he's surfing against his hero here.
Isn't that great when you're also a fan of your competitor? That's actually a really, really cool dynamic to me now.
Absolutely, and I've had a few heats with people that I've looked up to, guys like Devin Howard, and haven't had one with Joel Tudor yet, but that would be, maybe in the future we'll see, that would be a dream come true. But it's almost like you study them so well, and you know all their little nuances, you know all their little idiosyncrasies, and when you're in a heat, it actually just feels comfortable, like it's always meant to have been there. And you've done that so many times before, I'm sure, Rabbit.
No, I really relate to everything you said there. It's really awesome, and a bit of a paddle here. I don't think there was enough of a paddle with intent to change the priority, but Taylor having a bit of a look in to see if there was a flip. But I also want to touch on, I mean, there's such a rich tapestry here of history at this beach, and it's amazing. And I mean, I'm part of a charity group, the Wipeout Dimension. I come down here basically at this time of year. I know it well, and we have this big charity surf day and raise a lot of money for research into dementia, which is you know, a very worthy cause to the researchers. But I've surfed with prime ministers and premiers in that, and I mean, Tony Abbott's a former prime minister. One day I came down here, the Queensland bombing was breaking.
Yep. It
was 10 to 12 feet. And Tony Abbott, you know, went out, and he was the prime minister at the time. And
wow.
But his security, you know, Secret Service, they weren't going to do him any good in the water. So I became his detail. And he paddled out. It was a gutsy thing. He got out. It was 10 foot. And he just took off on this massive wave. The front page of the paper the next day was him purling.
Yeah, we've all seen that a few times locally, but if that doesn't sum up Australia and surf culture, I don't know what does.
That is
surfing, right?
absolutely golden. Well, you know what? Let's sum up what's happened so far in this heat and take a look at this Harvey Norman recap. Taylor Jensen, Matt, was able to come back from behind and take the lead.
Yeah, it was, you know, it's just his Christmas, and he's so professional with his footwork and his positioning. Jeffson, energetic, very reactive, light board, still a single fin, traditional style. As you can see, lots of rocker, and he's able to use that rocker as his advantage on this inside section, where that nose, you can just see it, he's on the shoulder, but it's sticking up enough for him to hold that nose, and he taps this one all the way into the shore break. Got very busy, that was his 7.5. And this is Taylor's answer back. 4 steps up to the nose, and he gets that 10, holds it. And this little mid-board reactivity here, and you see him just tap it off the top, middle of the board, and come back down. So great use of the full length of the surfboard, and tick, tick, tick with the criteria, and he demanded that score.
And the lead with just 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Jefferson Silva does still have a good chance in that he's got priority. So, Bugs, that card is on the table for Jefferson Silva. 5.77 is his requirement. Not a huge ask either.
It certainly isn't. It's well within his wheelhouse, and you know, now he really needs the ocean to cooperate, I guess.
Interesting talking about surfboards. We talked about the previous heat, Phil and Ben riding pretty similar, really wide tail nose rider style surfboards. And with the women yesterday, we had quite a large diversity of surfboard shapes. The men, pretty much all the same. You see this board there with Kai Sallas is riding there. You see the wide point's forward. He's got his left hand there. The wide point is forward. You'll see that a lot on these surfboards. It does make them nose ride well through the flats and into the pocket, but you'll see a few surfers, Harrison Roach in particular, Cully White, with the wide point back. And that's traditionally an Australian-inspired shape built for the pocket.
Yeah.
And Taylor might have a little bit of that belly, as I said, that wide point back slightly, just to tap it off the top and roll it around. Instead of more exaggerated maneuvers, we have some action out here, Kaipo.
Well, here we go. This is going to be Jefferson using his priority, going left, and he needs that score of a 5.77. Starts off with a great nose ride and just camps out on the nose. Little snap there, stalls back in the pocket, back up to a little hang 5 tap. Staying busy throughout this entire wave, wants to get back up right onto the sand, scraping the fin. 5.77. Bugs, what do you think?
Well, I think that you could not get a more utilised wave. I'm just wondering about, there wasn't a lot of variety, but gee, there was some good hang time.
Well, we talked about the boards. He's utilising that wide nose and that nose rider shape. You see 4 steps up to the nose, waiting for, so it hasn't broken yet, the wave, mind you, so you can't really say it was critical, but he gets the 10 twice. 4 steps back, and here gets really busy on this midsection. So a little bit of lift there. You can see that tail slid back in the pocket there, which is what the judges usually like to see.
And that's the competitor right there, beaching it.
Step off on the, what a dismount. And you love, this part is amazing. The wave hasn't even broken, as you said. And the hang time, he gets here twice in a short distance, and he goes there again.
And that's a lot of water coming from under the nose. That's the fin is sticking through the tail right now, and there he gets a little bit of lift. Still out on that shoulder though, but he did everything he could. He surfed that wave the best to his ability, and we'll be interested to see where we go with that.
Well, they're both paddling out now, so does that mean that, I guess, Taylor got away? I thought he might have sold him on that one before, but there's Taylor now. This is a critical ride because he might have lost the lead.
Yeah, and just a short ride, so that's not going to factor into anything for Taylor Jensen. Still really focused on that last wave of Jefferson Silva, the 5.77 requirement. He gets a lucky number, a 7.77. Jefferson takes the lead. Live action now with Taylor Jensen. Taylor Jensen needing a giant score of 8.27 in the final minute. Gets the finish there. Really needs to work for this buzzer beater if he's going to get the number. Again, 8.27 the requirement, Matt.
Yeah, he's going to be needing something that's really extravagant for the judges. So far, this requirement he's going to need is the biggest one that's seen all morning, and he's going to need the wave with 30 seconds to go. I'm not sure if that one was it. And the judges agreeing that Jefferson did everything he could on that wave, and seeing that front angle, which is what I'm sure they're looking at to see just how much skill and technical aspect was in that nose ride, and utilizing that board shape to its ability.
Well, 4.8 checks in for Taylor Jensen on that last wave. Not enough. Jefferson Silva, energetic, Bugs, busy, and did the work when he needed to.
But super cool under pressure. I mean, there were minutes going away there. He was against a former world champion, and he stayed cool under pressure and takes the win.
Well, chalk one up for Brazil. Jefferson Silva is on to the quarterfinals with a hard-fought match against Taylor Jensen. Excellent effort, excellent surfing, lucky score of a 7.77. Thank you, Bugs, always. I'll be back with you. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Matt Chernacki, the Wax Head, and maybe we'll have you come back a little bit later on today, talk some more surfing.
My pleasure, my favorite subject.
All right, we'll be back with more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro.
So we should level up, I know that baby, we got this chance to make it last. We should level up, we should level up.
Another huge heat in the lineup here for the GWM GWM Sydney Surf Pro, the World Longboard Tour is underway. Men's round 4, heat number 3 with Piccolo, Clemente, and Kai Sallas in the lineup. Shannon Hughes alongside True Starling, brand new to longboarding, though you've got a great history in shortboarding. True, it's been a pleasure to call to action with you.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. I'm happy to be here for another day as well, and we've actually got some waves this morning, so it was looking a little bit dismal with the forecast, but we woke up and yeah, there's waves and it's looking better than yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty unreal. We definitely didn't expect there to be this much swell showing up this morning. We really thought it was just going to be breaking right onto the sand, but there's been some really contestable conditions. We'll see how it plays out now through that high tide, which is in about an hour and a half. If we need to maybe go on hold, we'll see if it stays consistent enough. But so far, there's been some great scoring rides. Out in the lineup right now, Piccolo Clemente sitting with a 3.5 to start things off. He finished out number 23 in the world last year, the 2-time world longboard champion in Piccolo, up against Kai Sallas, who finished out number 3 last year after the World Tour finished out. Another very close finish for him, high in the rankings, getting closer to winning his first world title, though it's just escaped him throughout his career. You can see the guys just getting a little look for what's coming next. That's one great thing true about riding a longboard, is that they're literally so big that you can balance on them just standing on flat water, and that's often where you'll see surfers on longboards in any lineup have a stand up to be able to see what sets are rolling through.
Yeah, I think that it gives everyone a little bit of edge as well. You can see if there's a few lines coming through. Normally on a shortboard, you kind of just try to stand up, but you still sink that board a little bit. And here we go. Looks like someone having a little paddle here, but that wave just not really standing up too much. It is definitely better than it was yesterday morning. It was not even contestable, which is why we went for a few hold calls yesterday. But yeah, we've had some really fun waves this morning, and hopefully throughout the day we'll see some more consistency come through.
Yeah, we've got the rest of the World Longboard Tour on hold for this afternoon, possibly running into the men's and women's quarters if conditions continue to shape up. And then we'll be getting underway with the Challenger Series later this week.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I think it's great that we've kind of got all three, really. We had the Pro Juniors on the weekend, and they had really great surf. Now we have the Longboarders and the Challenger Series, and they have the same event window schedule, which is awesome. So it'll be cool to see, hopefully a day where we can go, okay, cool, Challenger Series is on, then we'll go for some longboarding and then back to the Challenger, or vice versa. So I think it's great that we'll be able to combine the two.
Yeah, it's been a good week of surfing here so far. So much action down at North Stain, and just so many people down here to support longboarders and shortboarders alike. It's been great to see a lot of the Challenger Series athletes like Owen Wright and so many other names that coming through in the mornings, getting a surf, enjoying the action yesterday that we saw from the Women's Longboard Tour. And then plenty of locals down here. It's just such an active community. It's been really fun to watch everybody have a look around and enjoy some great longboarding. So we see a couple little lines rolling through, but just nothing that's really worth these guys taking off. Kai Sallas, currently sitting with priority, has yet to catch his opening wave, True?
Yeah, that's, you know, sometimes it's a little bit of a nail biter there, especially if you haven't caught your first wave, but there's not really too many scores of consequence. With Piccolo only having a 3.5, he can kind of just breathe, take a few moments. There he is standing up on this board, seeing if there's a few sets to come through. Looks like maybe some lines, but we'll just wait and see there. Yeah, you know, it's great. He's probably feeling really comfortable riding his own boards that he shapes as well. And especially coming down to Manly from wherever in the world that he is in Hawaii, you know, it's pretty cool that you can come and bring your own comfortable and confident like equipment that you shaped and know as well as anyone else.
Kai Sallas now up and riding on his backhand, sets that line with a nice graceful bottom turn to nose ride to start off. Linked in, gets that 5 to really tight 5. Hangs on through this finishing section. He's going to look for that little redirect and possibly another nose ride through the inside, and he'll finish off literally on the sand. Keeps that weight on the front as well, which keeps that fin clear from dragging through the sand on the inside. That was a nice looking wave for Kai to open up on.
Yeah, really nice start for Kai, and you know, you'd be feeling comfortable with that. You've caught your first wave. Hopefully it's around, you know, better than the first exchange from Surfer Blue. We'll have a look at the replay here. Really nice fade to start. He goes for a nice 5, and then he'll continue through with this one. Really locks in and goes back there for a tight 5, and he'll just walk back on the board. And he'll even go straight back up, as we saw from the live action there, for another quick 5 through this inside, and it's actually quite sucky in there. So the fact that he was able to connect through that one and not catch a rail just shows, you know, how well he knows his board, knows what the wave is going to do. We'll have a look at the slow-mo here. You can see in a moment he'll just move that back foot up and he'll get that tight 5 there, which is a little bit more critical than what he's got going on at the moment.
Yeah, it's really impressive. You can see there that he doesn't quite get to that full 10, but that tight 5 is really good. And just that constant movement of his back foot, so his left foot really perched on the nose throughout that entire hang 5 to tight 5. But with that back foot, he shifted it back and forth a little bit, and he was keeping his weight really on that back foot to just keep that trim line going. The moment he felt that that wave and the board were just right in sync in the critical pocket, he's able to move that back foot really tight up to his front foot, trust that the wave was gonna hold down his weight on the tail and allow him to get that tight 5. Scores coming through now, it's a 6.17, a great start for Kai Sallas to now build from, and puts Piccolo chasing that second score. Got this little line rolling through now. Piccolo is sitting with priority. See if he's going to have a look at this one, and Kai Sallas is going to have a look as well. They're going to split the peak. We'll stick with Kai Sallas, who was under priority, so he kicks out quickly. But Piccolo gets straight to that bolt upright hang 10, does dig the nose. He'll go incomplete on the finish and have a quick swim to grab that board with no leggy on. And for Piccolo, that was a nice looking left. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to hold through to just connect the dots on the inside section as we take a look at the replay here, True.
Yeah, definitely. You can see him just moving through on this one. Really nice footwork there. He goes straight for a 5 and a quick little 10 there, from what I can see. And unfortunately, he just catches that rail. So that was really unfortunate for Piccolo. He could have capitalized on that and maybe made it, you know, up in that 6-point range.
Yeah, exactly. So 4.07 does set Piccolo back into the lead. 20 minutes on the clock, and we just saw Justin Silva take down the 3-time World Longboard Champion and Taylor Jensen. He's down with Stay Galbraith.
Jeffson, you won the first exchange, but then a long time waiting for that last wave. That was an amazing finish.
Yeah, man. I win this heat against one of the best longboard in the world, Taylor Jensen. I have a big respect for him, and I have a patience and wait for the wave. And when the wave comes, I try to do my best, and I got this score. I'm so happy.
You must have been stoked to surf such a good heat against Taylor, but it must be fun to surf a heat with a natural footer. You being a goofy footer, that left looks so fun.
Yeah, man. I try to catch some left because I know he's a really strong surfer in the right. And when the wave comes, I just do what I train day by day where I come from in my home. So I'm very, very happy to make this heat against Taylor. We compete against for a long time, and he's a really great surfer, and win one heat from him. It's really good for me.
Absolutely. Speaking of home, would you like to say a few words in Brazilian, Portuguese?
Yeah, for sure. Estou muito feliz de ter passado a minha bateria contra o Taylor Jensen, que é 3 vezes campeão mundial. Eu tive paciência ali para pegar as ondas, e quando a onda veio eu fiz o meu score. E é isso, continuar forte aqui no evento. Quero mandar um grande abraço para todos os meus amigos que estão assistindo no Brasil, meus patrocinadores, e é isso aí, seguimos na luta.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Stoked for Jeffson, riding that Luffy surfboard. It's got a really thin tail, so it's a very wide base tail, True, which you would have noticed with a lot of the surfers paddling out here at Manly this week. They're riding boards with those really wide tails, which just help to kind of lock it in on especially on softer waves, just allows them more nose riding opportunity because the tail's so wide it can really just sit in underneath that breaking part of the wave. But for Jeffson, I had a quick chat with him before he paddled out this morning, and I was looking at his board, and the tail is really, really thin. Like, it almost tapers out to where if you had the sun shining through it or light shining through it, it would really look super thin, near like a shortboard sort of tail, although still having a really wide base. And it just has this little bit of rocker in the tail, which also allows it to kind of lock in for those really good nose rides. So great to see Jeffson through with a win on a board that he's feeling really comfortable on. Would have been quite different from the equipment that Taylor was riding, and we heard a little bit of that from Matt Chinaki, the waxhead who was in the booth in that last heat, just breaking down some equipment choices. Out in the lineup at the moment, Kai Sallas and Piccolo Clemente would be riding something similar, I think, to what Jeffson had paddled out on. You were mentioning before that Kai Sallas is a shaper for the Kai Sallas Longboard Co. Piccolo Clemente is also a shaper. He surfs Piccolo Clemente surfboards, and both of these men who have been competing on the Longboard World Tour for many, many years. Piccolo won his first world title all the way back in 2013, but was competing for a long time before that. Kai Sallas has had those runner-up opportunities in the decade plus of his career. Now both pouring back into the community by shaping their own boards and competing on them, which is quite exciting. Straight up to the nose, Kai Sallas locked in for a nice nose ride to start things off. Nice redirect there on the S-turn. Gets a little bit caught, manages to keep that balance. Can be tricky on some of those softer waves sometimes where the rail just bites to keep that flow moving forward, where if there's a little bit more power and speed with the wave, the rail just naturally connects through into that next section. But Kai did well to save it on the end.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great ride from Kai. You know, he obviously knows his boards and the conditions quite well out here. They've been here for a little while, so, you know, after about 3 to 4 surfs, you can figure out what is going to happen with the wave. And there he goes. He locks in there, bringing this one straight back around, and this is when the wave kind of starts to taper out. You can see him just catch his rail there, and he'll continue through with this one, but that wave just unfortunately kind of tapers off in front of him on the shore. Let's have a look at the replay. Really nice footwork there for Kai Sallas. And he just continues through this one, just dispersing a little bit of water. And he goes straight for a tight 5, and he'll move that one back in the board really nicely, just using the whole length of the board there. So Kai just really, you know, trying to capitalize on a score and hopefully back up that 617 he's already locked in.
There we go, it's a 5.17, sets Kai up in the lead. So he's done well to lock in those 2 higher scores in the heat and now put pressure onto Piccolo Clemente, chasing that 7.27. It's gonna need to come from a set wave or maybe 2 smaller waves to just replace it. But at this stage, we know that should either of these guys get onto one of those really good sets with a good locked in nose ride and linking in that rail work, they're looking at pretty good scores.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, with conditions like this, there's plenty of opportunities to lock in with some really nice nose rides as well. I mean, Piccolo, he has the ability to get a decent score. It's just whether the waves will come through. We have seen them come through this morning and scores in the 7+ range be locked in. He just really needs to make sure that, you know, there's no mistakes in that ride.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock. Kai having a little look at this bump rolling through. Currently sitting in the lead with a 6.17 and a 5.17. Piccolo Clemente chasing a mid-range 7 to take the lead again. We're going to go to a quick Bondsway brew break. Bring back more action like this here at Manly.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
And welcome back to the action here. Piccolo riding through to the inside. Kicks off on the sand. He's chasing a 7.27 to take the lead away from Kai Sallas. It's been a bit of a slow heat, but when those waves are rolling through, they've got some great shape to them, great scoring potential, and just absolutely gorgeous conditions today as we're into day 3 of the World Longboard Tour here at North Stein and Manly. Seen a few free surfers at different peaks around the beach, which has been really great to see. A lot of locals paddling out on their longboards as well. And we saw this split peak situation with Piccolo getting the better of the pick. Got into that nice locked-in nose ride to start off.
Yeah, definitely a really nice start for this one. Goes for a nice 5 there. And you can see this wave just starting to slow down. He'll put it up there for a quick foam tap. That wave, you see that he, you know, obviously right there, and he's taking it really nice and close to that, the pipe as well, which separates North Stain from Queenscliff. And here he is, really nice footwork there, just waiting for this one to kind of offer a more critical section, and this is where he'll lock in, just dances up to the top of the board there, locks the 5 in, and he'll walk straight back on this one, and here's some live action.
Kai Sallas with the answer back, use priority on that one, he'll kick out. Piccolo now with an opportunity again as we got a good looking set rolling through. Straight into that hang 10, locked knees, nice and tight. He'll hold on to that board on a more solid size wave as it closes out on the inside. It was a good looking nose ride for Piccolo Clemente. He would have really loved to be able to engage the rail somehow, to probably put a little bit of that kind of roller coaster float finish. But great locked in nose ride for that opener. Chasing now a 6.12 as we've got scores that have come through. True, Piccolo's last wave was a 5.23, and now we have this one to drop in.
Yeah, definitely a really great ride there for Piccolo. Just locked straight in for the 5, and then he'll go straight into it for a 10 there, and just kind of going through with this one. He pedals back just quick enough so that he doesn't get eaten up by that oncoming section as well. So he's just dispersing a little bit of water there, but then he locks in for a 10, and you can see he just navigates that bump in the wave really nicely, and then this is where he's going to walk back. You can see the section just start to really suck up in front of him, and he needs to be in full control of that board once the section breaks, and he did that really well.
Scores trickling through now for Piccolo Clemente. First judge liking the look of it, going just higher than what the requirement is. We'll see how the average comes through. And now he's got another opportunity. Just negotiates that little wobble really well. Goes into another nice hang 10, gets the sole arch, now ducks through on the inside section. And he's having some fun finding some nose rides through that opening section. It's getting nice and steep, giving him a good pocket to work with on the takeoff. True.
Yeah, definitely really nice ride from Piccolo, again backing that previous wave up. You know, we could see a situation change here, and maybe even increasing that 5.23 of a low score for Piccolo. And here we go, we'll have another look at the replay here. He just kind of is fading back, waiting for this one to set up, and this is where he goes straight for a hang 5 to 10, and he gets a soul arch there. So really nice surfing for Piccolo. And how's the angle here? You can just see this perfectly, just locks in the 10 and just leaning forward there. Complete control over that board as he steps back through this one and just navigates this inside section perfectly.
Yeah, that was a really pretty nose ride. I love getting that kind of front-on angle as well. Just being able to kind of see actually how much water is pushing off of the nose, or if they're really finding that distance between the bottom of the nose and the face of the wave. That was a really pretty nose ride. It does come through just slightly smaller than his last wave, so 2 fresh scores though. A 6.83 for Piccolo's second to last wave, backs it up with a 5.37. He's now sitting in the lead, and with 9 minutes on the clock, we're gonna go out the back with Dometic and Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Shannon. I'm here with Mason Tremor. Mason, you've been bouncing all over the world at the moment. How'd you end up in Manly?
Well, I was in New Zealand about 3 days ago and got the call up to do this. I was like, okay, like give me 12 hours, I'll change my flights and get here. So I'm glad I did. Yeah.
Did pretty well in Christchurch, I believe.
Yeah, it was really fun. One of the guys over there, Ambrose, put on a really fun like surf comp and festival. So won that one, which was good. Like makes you feel good about going over there. Yeah.
Definitely a bit of a pep up coming into this one. You've got a fellow teammate coming up later today, Harrison Roach. How do you like his chances?
I think he's an amazing surfer, so I'm sure if he gets the right waves, he'll be pretty good. Like he'll get through it. Yeah.
And with the conditions looking like they're still pretty fun, we might see you up later on. What are you making of it at the moment?
It looks really good for longboarding at the moment. Like nice, waist high waves and pretty clean. So if it kind of sticks around throughout the day, I think it'll be really fun to have a heat later.
Really appreciate your time, and best of luck later on.
Yeah, thank you.
Always great to hear from Mason Tremor. She just took out the single fin mingle there on the South Island of New Zealand. great contest, took out a stacked field of female competitors, a lot of Australians in the draw there. The Lethbridge sisters and Emily and Charlotte were also in the final and set her up well. Mason's on a bit of a roll, stoked to see that she got the call up to make it through that first round here and find herself with an opportunity heading into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely huge opportunity for Mason, you know, being in New Zealand and then getting the call up 3 days before the event. It's, you know, some people can go, and wig out from the opportunity and potentially even the stress that you have to do to change your flights, get all your things sorted, and get over here and then get prepped and be mentally prepared for the event ahead. But she's just really taken that on, and through to the quarterfinal, she's been looking really great throughout the whole event. She progressed through that first heat, and then in her round 2, she actually got knocked through to the round 3, I believe. But she surfed her way back, so she's had a lot of time in the Rashi out here. She's had a lot of time to figure out the banks, get some lineups in, so she's looking really deadly coming through to the next rounds.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to just watch her surf this week. Definitely a name to keep an eye on. And Thomas Beckson shaping out of Noosa. He's got a surfer in Harry Roach coming up in heat number 5 this morning. He's one of those really key longboard shapers coming out of that Noosa area that's really just helped to shape, literally shape the style of Australian longboarding, which has been amazing in more recent years. Just a quick kick out there for Kai Sallas. Piccolo now sitting in the lead. It's impressive looking at Piccolo's score lines, just the way he was able to build on that. So he started out with a 3, increased to a 4, then found a 5, and now he's sitting in the lead as he's been able to just inch ahead of Kai Sallas. Piccolo now with an opportunity. And a smooth takeoff. Nice quick steps up to the nose. Paced it out really well though. Gets that quick 10. Pedals back. Now links it together for another nice hang 5. Just racing a little bit out into the shoulder, but does really well to keep control through to the inside. And finding those little pockets that he needed to really get the use of variety within, and that's something that the judges will be paying close attention to today, True, on the longboard side of things, is really making the most of the entire board, performing critical maneuvers and control maneuvers in really critical sections of the wave, but also doing that with variety. So we don't want to just see nose riding, we don't want to just see turns, we want to see an engagement of the entire board.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have a look at the replay here for Piccolo. He just is walking up through this whole board, gets a quick 5 and 10 there, and he'll step back, almost catches his nose, but he redirects really well, locking in for a nice 5 as he'll walk back through the board and redirects through to the shore and pretty much just falls over on that one. But I tell you what, it was a really nice ride for Piccolo, and he's just, throughout the heat, he's just been chipping away at scores, and eventually he's got himself up into the lead.
That last one comes through as a 4.70, so it doesn't touch into his top 2. Having a look at that replay, just a little lack of control through that middle section. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Kai Sallas got out to a great start with that 6.17.
Yeah, definitely you can see him lock in for a quick 10 there, and he'll just kick out of this one. And Piccolo, his answer backs have just been pretty incredible here. Locks in for a tight 5 and he walks straight back on this one. Has so much control over his board here, and this is the 5.37 that's further got him up into the lead and made it a little bit trickier for Kai. You can see him just soul arch through there, and again, just such brilliant control over his board. Really great performance for Piccolo and Kai as well so far throughout the heat.
2 shaper surfers out in the lineup at the moment. Piccolo Clemente's got a few surfers in the draw on the men's and women's side that have been riding his boards for a long time. Luca Gareda Lecca, Maria, and Taka as well. There's a couple of that crew that have been surfing on his boards for a while now, which has been exciting to see. Kai Sallas as well. He's one of those surfers that began shaping a few years ago, and now he's built up his own brand as well, coming out of that Waikiki region. He's got surfers like Kaniela Stewart, like Khalees Kaleopa'a, the 2-time world champion, and Kalia Muniz is riding his boards now as well.
Yeah, wow, they've got such a strong team behind them, and you know, it's pretty cool to see that they're still competing and shaping boards and developing a team. It'll be interesting to see if they actually come up against someone who is riding their boards and, you know, helping to pave their future for someone like Kai and maybe Carniella, who is going to be in the next heat. If they come up against each other, it's going to be really interesting to see how they go about it, seeing as, you know, Carney is riding Kai's boards, and Kai is kind of, in a sense, mentoring him through. Yeah, it's going to be really cool, but I think it's amazing to see people shaping boards and still competing. It's probably the only tour in surfing where we see that.
Yeah, it's really unique to longboarding, and it's becoming more and more popular, especially as some of the older generation who are still competing and still riding those conversations to be winning world titles. They just had that time now to spend more time in the shaping bay, coming out of those junior careers and into their early 20s. They're now setting themselves up with these great businesses, and one of those we'll have joining us in the booth for the next heat is Ben Skinner, who took out a win early this morning. He shapes Skin Dog surfboards, and we're gonna get to pick his brain a little bit on what that's like to be a competitor, as well as shaping boards and having other surfers that are representing those boards as well. Down to 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock, True, and Piccolo has just found himself sitting in that lead. Kai Sallas, he's got all the opportunity. A 6-point ride is not a big score in the grand scheme of things out here. Definitely is attainable for any one of these surfers given the right wave. Kai now with an opportunity, uses priority. Just paces his way through, gets that little trim line up to the hang 5, really locked in, finds a great pocket, pedals back, adds in that variety, engages the rail, and a nice drop knee to finish on the sand. And the Hawaiian crew there supporting for Kai as he paddles back out. That was a good opportunity. Found a good nose ride through that middle section, added the variety at the finish as well, True.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have a look at the replay for Kai's last one here. He is chasing a score, so really needed to get to work. He just waited for this one to stand up, and there's a critical section, and he's just gliding through it perfectly and adds that variety in. Really nice cut back there, and he'll have a drop knee here to finish. So it's going to be close. We'll have a look at the replays for Kai, just really locking in on the hang 5 there, and you can see him just putting all of his weight on the back foot, just staying with this one throughout the whole wave, and then you'll see him add that variety in, Shannon.
Yeah, that was a really sick nose ride from Kai Sallas. Waiting for the scores, judges taking their time with it for the ISA gold medalist. He won that in China a few years back, representing Hawaii. And now Piccolo with an opportunity to answer back. Hits that backwash, stays so smooth, connects through to the nose. That wave shuts down on him. He looks back now to see where Kai is, if Kai happened to get onto another wave. Now Kai Sallas, that's gonna be the question. We're not gonna see Piccolo increase that scoreline at all. He was chasing a 6.04, and the average comes through every judge, aside from one going above it, and it comes in as a 6.30. Kai Sallas on the final wave gets the score over the two-time world champion and Piccolo Clemente. And what a great matchup. So tight between two. We saw that battle go back and forth, and Kai Sallas walks away victorious.
Yeah, amazing buzzer beater finish there for Kai Sallas. We're looking really forward to seeing him come up through to the quarterfinals later on, hopefully this afternoon.
Incredible performance from both surfers. Coming up next, Carniella Stewart and Augusto Alento, and Skin Dog Ben Skinner will be joining us in the booth to chat boards and conditions today. We'll be right back with more action.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles.
That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shock attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is underway. Make sure if you haven't seen it yet to check out Make or Break, now streaming on Apple TV Plus worldwide. Trails the story of the 2021 World Championship Tour. So many insights, so much drama, great chats behind the scenes with the world's best. And right now, I've got two of the world's best. I've got True Starling in the booth with me, Shannon Hughes here, and Ben Skinner, Skin Dog.
Hi,
mate,
everyone. How you doing?
You're into the quarters. You must be frothing.
Oh yeah, stoked, man. I can't believe it. But beautiful day down here. We got amazing waves. Actually thought it was going to be flat. Everyone thought it was going to be flat today. So we were really nicely surprised this morning to see clean running waves and sunshine. So, but yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking. It's a knockout heats now, so it's a big deal for us to, you know, make or break, so to speak. So,
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's been good. I'm stoked. Can't believe it.
Amazing. What's it like to show up in the morning expecting that it was just going to be totally flat and then knowing that you've got the early call-up?
Well, we've kind of just got to be ready, you know, every morning, no matter what. I think yesterday we was pretty prepared to run. You know, if you guys call it on, we're here to surf. So it was just a matter of being ready. And luckily I was this morning. I was a little bit shaky, but here we go. We got people up and riding.
So we got a little split peak to start things off. Augusto Alento during the break. Got a nice nose ride to start out, True.
Yeah, really nice. He gets that soul arch there and continuing through with this one, a really beautiful ride for Augusto, just connecting through. Oh, just leans back there, almost hits his head on his board, and here's a replay for Carniella Stewart as well. Just locks in for the 10, goes back to the 5, and again for a 10 there, stepping back, puts it up there for a quick float to finish almost. Just getting a little bit hung up with that backwash there.
Yeah, that was a great exchange between the two. Ben, nice locked in nose ride here from Connie to start off.
Yeah, I mean, these two kids have got some of the biggest flair in longboarding. They're some of the biggest talents we have, and it's exciting to see them both in the same heat. Carney just hanging it out to dry.
Puts on a huge finish as well, and then gets that little backwash there. But man, just the poise of that nose ride to start things off, and I definitely agree with you. These two have just been bringing such a refreshing flair to the World Longboard Tour. Not that it wasn't there before, but it's just this next generation that's really been standing up in those moments and bringing through some really classic style longboarding. Has it been cool for you to be able to witness that in the next generation, Ben?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, you know, the change that the WSL took was a big change for a lot of us, especially myself being part of the generation of high performance longboarding. So, but I found it really exciting, and you know, again, coming down to designing boards, making equipment to kind of keep it exciting, and the traditional side is something that we've always loved to do as longboarders. So it's really nice, a nice change, and obviously you get to see guys like Augusto and Carney and flaring it up on a single fin, which is something really special, I think, to watch. So, and the girls too. I mean, you know, yesterday some of the surfing was incredible. I think longboarding's great to watch, especially when it's conditions like this. Here we go.
Here we go, a little split peak action again. Connie up and riding, locks into that nose ride, gets a little stuck there, but then re-engages with the pocket. He'll kick out the back. That kick out in longboarding, True, is a really important part of it. It's just putting on that clean finish, even if it's not riding straight out of a wave, but for surfers to just kick out the bottom of their board and actually send it flying over the back of the wave, it's actually within kind of its own maneuver. We've got some scores coming through here, True, as we take a look at the replays. Augusto Alento headed on the left.
Yeah, definitely. He goes straight in there for a 10, and he'll get really low here, trying to stay with this one. Puts that back foot in front of him there for a little quick switch stance and goes for a finish. So really nice surfing for Augusto. And we'll have a look at the slow-mo. Ben, take us through this one.
Well, look, he's perfectly poised there on the 10. But look at his skill level here. He's just so flexible, this guy. He's just holding it through the long 5, stretch 5, goes switch. So much talent, exciting to watch. And I just love this where he puts it up there in the backwash. This is such a tricky part of the wave today, especially with the high tide, and you can see how it bounced him, but he's just like cat-like reactions, landed it perfect, so good wave.
Unreal. This is turning out to be such a good heat. We got scores rolling through from Connie on this last one as well. He got a little stuck on that nose ride true, but then found the pocket.
Yeah, definitely. He went for that critical 10 and kicked out of that one really nicely. So Connie just finished on a high note as well, which is always a good thing for the judges to see.
Connie kicked off his opening ride with an 8.00 going into the excellent range. Augusto Alento in that first exchange opened with a 6.33. Connie then built to a 4-point ride, and we're now waiting for scores to come through for that last exchange to really get a picture of where things are sitting. Augusto at the moment chasing that 5.68, and he's going to drop something similar in on the scoreboard, maybe a little bit less for his second ride. Connie probably going to increase on his score line, and really cool matchup. I think looking at this round 4, this was one that I was really looking forward to, just to kind of see the type of variety that we would see coming through, even some of those stretch 5s and that switch stance style. Ben, how difficult is that when you're in the moment, in a heat specifically? It's a little different than free surfing and wanting to just kind of experiment, but to be able to keep that composure in a moment like this, and then to be able to bring that kind of variety.
Yeah, I think, longboarding's kind of, real expression of surfing. So it's trying to be as free as possible. And I think you can see that in both these guys surfing, which is what they're going to be rewarded for. Obviously, Connie's style, it's so smooth, and he's always going to be scoring high when he's on the nose. Here goes Augusto again.
Great 5 to 10 combination, racing down the line, finds the 5 again. Under priority, Caniella sold him on this one, and could be a great score rolling through. Connie now on the second wave in the set, linked into a nice 5, goes really tight to that 10, just bites the nose a little bit, redeems it, and he'll kick out.
You see how tricky it is on the backwash there, just getting caught out. It's so easy, it happens really quickly, especially when you're in a nice section. You think you're in a perfect position, and then you get hit by the backwash. So Connie just getting a little bit caught out there, but Augusto's wave was good for sure.
True, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, really nice stuff from Augusto. Just really beautiful footwork there, and he's just able to connect through all of the sections on this wave, especially when it starts to peak up and run really quickly. We'll have a closer look through this replay here. Really nice footwork, and again, getting really low, trying to stay in front of this wave and get to that critical part of the section, which he will do. And then he just goes straight up into a 10 there, connecting really nicely on this one, and he'll walk it back as this wave kind of starts to get a little bit steeper and the backwash starts to affect it a little bit more. He goes straight for a nice 5, and then he'll go up into the lip for a finish. So really great surfing for Augusto, and a really nice answer back there, especially under priority. If you were Connie and hearing that come through, you'd be feeling a little bit daunted.
Definitely. Scores coming through now for that last of Augusto as we take a look at this one. Gets that little hang-up bend on that backwash section.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but I don't think that wave had massive potential anyway, so it's a wise move for Connie to just kick straight out and try and get priority back, which I believe he did. So that was a good move from him.
Surf is absolutely pulsing at the moment. Plenty of good waves rolling through. Difficult to make the pick of the right ones given that backwash, and nice to see at the moment though that it's running pretty well through that high tide. It's going to be high tide in about 35 minutes. Yesterday we saw it go nearly flat in the morning with that high tide.
Yeah, I mean the bank's quite steep here, so but the good news is the tides are getting smaller through the week, so it's affecting it less and less every day. So we're starting to see that come into play, which is why today you can see it's running through a little bit better, I think, than yesterday. But I just can't believe how nice it is still. I'm waiting for the waves to stop, but they just keep coming. So
yeah, it's been an unbelievable day to wake up to. 18 minutes on the clock. We've got a paddle now from Augusto Alento sitting on the inside. Under priority, just freed up, ready to catch a few nice waves. Gets locked into that nice 5-10 combination. Critical right in the pocket. keeps that style, flow, and grace on the finish on the inside section. His previous score came through as a 6.67 true, which did set him up with a little bit of a smaller requirement to get the lead back from Connie Stewart, but that 8-point ride for Connie has really just set himself apart within this heat.
Yeah, definitely. If you're getting an 8-point ride to your name, you're feeling a little bit more in control of the heat. He really now just needs to better that 5.43, and he knows that he can do that. He just needs the waves to, you know, get that through. But he is letting Augusto roll through some sixes as well. So he almost needs to maybe drop anchor, better that 5.43, and then he can really apply more pressure for Augusto to get a bigger requirement to move back up into the lead.
I love those insights. Down to 17 minutes on the clock. We'll see if Augusto is going to swing and go on this one. He's definitely staying super active, and like you said, Connie's just letting him go, building on that score line, or having an attempt at least. Another little line rolling through here. Connie's definitely got his eye set on this wave. He's going to let it go. Augusto's going to have a look, and it's just going to hit that little bit of a double up on the outside section, and it's going to form through nicely for Augusto as we track with him. Nice fade takeoff straight into that 5 to tight 5 combination. Wow. Incredible poise on the nose, puts together the finish. Ben, under priority, what are your thoughts?
Solid wave there from Augusto. It's, you know, it's amazing. The wave today, it's as it gets more high tide, it becomes more of a left and less of a right, and you're starting to see that right now as the left is definitely a better wave. Augusto just hung 10 perfectly through that section. His control and style and flow is perfect on this wave, and I think the judges are going to love what they see there. I mean, look at that. It's incredible. And to finish the way he did in that backwash section as well was really critical, so we'll see what they got to say about that.
Incredible nose right here, true.
Yeah, just really poised throughout this whole ride here. Goes in for the 10 there, and you can just see him, his body moving as the board does, just overcompensating in a way to stay in full control here. So really great surfing from Augusto as he puts this one up in the lip. I mean, once again, Connie is just letting him have this wave under priority. Here's one from the replay of Caniella as well.
So Connie finally used priority on this one, gets that nice locked in hang 5 through to the inside, and we'll get scores to drop through. We've now got scores coming through for both Caniella and Augusto. So many waves being ridden, so much to track with out in the lineup for these two surfers. Augusto now sitting with priority, and as we wait for scores to drop through, we're gonna go down to catch up with Kai Sallas and Sace Galbraith.
We've had a couple of buzzer beaters today, but that was the real deal buzzer beater. Well done, Kai.
Man, that's why I do contests right there. To feel that, you know, the excitement of that is why I'm still doing contests after like 25 years. So I'm stoked.
There is literally nothing that can replicate that. Training, surfing with friends, anything, that's it.
Yeah, man. You know, when you get in situations like that, you're trying to just will a wave to come to you, and you know, trying to keep yourself calm. You know, it's easy to let the nerves kind of take over. So to accomplish the score I needed was a super good feeling.
Talk to us about the instinct and the execution there. Obviously, a thousand things rolling through your mind, but how do you simplify it?
I try to tell myself, like, I'm going to get the score. I'm going to get the score. So, you know, you hear the clock ticking, they're counting down 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and then I just try to keep telling myself it's going to come and you're going to get the score. So that's kind of what I do in those situations. And, yeah, I've done that quite a bit. So it's not the way you want to surf a heat, but it feels good when you do it.
First 5 minutes, last 5 minutes, doesn't really matter. I'm sure it's still a brilliant feeling. Did you want to have a quick shout out back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my wife and daughter and everybody back home that's watching. Yeah, moving through, I'm stoked.
Might see you later on this afternoon. Well done.
Stoked for Kai Sallas, getting it on the buzzer beater finish. True, unbelievable seeing him through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely, and we heard him talking about those cues to keep him in the moment, staying calm. Ben, is there anything that you have, you know, if you're in that position where you need a big score coming through to the last final seconds of the heat that really keeps you present?
Yeah, I think Kai nailed it on the head, really. You know, it's always going to be a hard thing to do when you need a score and you've got a short amount of time to do it. But those are the moments that make competing and make it exciting. And you know, the adrenaline rush when you do complete the wave and get the score is amazing. And I think that's why we're all here doing it. So it was really cool to see like his excitement after that. I've definitely felt that before, and it's a nice thing to feel. So yeah, great heat from Kai there.
Yeah, unbelievable. And he's someone that rarely shows emotion. So when you do see it come through with him, it's a really exceptional thing to just note how important this is, how competitive the Longboard Tour really is, and that there's so much on the line, especially for guys like yourself, Ben, and for Kai, who are so hungry to catch those world titles. We'll follow up that conversation, though. We're going to go to a quick break as we've got a lull in the action. Paniella Stewart sitting in the lead because he's backed up his 8 with a 7.33. And we'll have more to talk about right after this.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
We also love being in New South Wales, specifically here at North Stain and Manly Beach, with Sydney in the area, with so many incredible sights to see, so many incredible beaches. Ben, are you enjoying your time in this part of the world?
Oh, I'm loving it, yeah. I mean, it's a special time for me. One of my best friends moved out here 8 years ago, and he was like my surf buddy, the guy I went surfing with every day of my life pretty much. So he moved here, and I'm staying with him. He stays at Freshwater just around the corner, and he had a little girl in the last 3 years. She's 3 now, so I got to meet her and see Laura. So it's been a real nice trip anyway. So having this surf and sun is just the bonus on top. But yeah, there's some beautiful places. I've been eating at Lecca Cafe up on the headland there every day, and it's been amazing. Loving it. Yeah.
So good. You're the new local there. Do they know your coffee order already?
Yeah, he certainly does. Yeah.
That's so good. Ben,
best coffee in town.
Oh, amazing. Let's talk about your run last year. I mean, hearing Kai reference, how important this competitive scene is for him, having competed for so many years. It's the same for you, but you're starting to walk into the best results of your life. Last year, you finished out second to Joel Tudor at the Jeep Malibu Classic. He obviously won the world title, but you went on an absolute tear, finished out number 4 in the world. Is that something that you've been thinking about a lot since it happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was such an incredible event, that particular event. Malibu is such a special place. I think the Longboard Tour really was amazing last year, moving from the ranch to there and having Noosa obviously the year before. So all the venues I really loved to go to, and it was exciting, and to finish at Malibu and get that result was obviously a highlight of my career. And I just want to do it again. I think, like Kai said, that's the exciting part of it. And when you get those moments and you have the events that everything links together and you get your lucky roll, so to speak, it's one of the best feelings in the world. So yeah, that's why I'm back here in Manly, and definitely I'm not going to give up on the possible option of a world title.
I mean, you're right there. Even locking yourself in with a quarterfinal finish right now with 3 events on the schedule this year, that's really favorable to start off with.
Yeah, it's a good start. I think this was definitely the goal. Here we go. We've got Carney up and riding. Beautiful 10. Whoa, that was close. So much control from Carney. He's just one of the most controlled longboarders you can see. And there you go, finishing solid. So big score probably from Carney there.
I love that you've thrown the word control out there because of these 2 surfers. Connie's been the one able to get into that 8-point range already. He's found himself with a 7 to back it up, and it's really that control that's maybe differentiated himself from Augusto surfing at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Augusto is definitely exciting to watch, but the control of Carney is just something that the judges are really going to be watching and loving and rewarding for sure.
Beautiful surfing from Augusto at the start of this wave, locks into a nice 5. Great kind of X work, tail work there. Goes for the switch on the finish. That was impressive. Didn't ride out of it, but he's now kind of pushing. I feel like Augusto's sitting out there in the lineup, true, with those last 2 opportunities, throwing in a lot of different variety, going for that quick little hang heels on his previous wave, and starting to ask the question to the judges, what else does he need to do to get the bigger score and actually to find what he's looking for as we take a look here at Connie?
Yeah, definitely. Carney, once again, just showing so much grace and control here, just moving back on this one and just gliding, literally gliding up the board there, and puts it up there for a really strong finish for Carney. I mean, he's just looking really on point out there. I guess the one thing that Augusto needs to do is probably be on those better waves that Carney is on, or maybe not letting Carney go those ones, because he just seems to really capitalize on every single critical section that comes through. I mean, you can kind of see that he's definitely wanting to have that score. Maybe instead of focusing on that 8.66, focus on getting maybe a 7 or a 7.5, and then that requirement will start to lower his Carney up and riding.
Carney with a great opportunity, finally loses control. It's the first time this heat bend that we've seen him go down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what's amazing to see about Augusto, he's just completely surfing as he normally would, and he's definitely not exactly surfing to a criteria, and that's what's exciting to watch. Not always getting the bigger scores, but definitely beautiful to see. And but definitely Carney's going to have the most control, as you can see in this heat. He's definitely controlling the heat right now, that's for sure.
Scores, we're still waiting to trickle through for the second to last of Connie Stewart. We haven't had a single judge drop anything through at the moment. They're definitely watching those replays, kind of taking it with some time. We've got some scores in for Augusto Linto. Nothing that's built on that score line, though. He's got 2 6.27s that he's dropping that do not factor into his top 2. His last wave just came through as a 5. And he's chasing now a combination situation because Connie Stewart dropped in a 9.2 for that last good wave then.
Yeah, that was one of the best waves we've seen ridden for sure all the event, and that's obviously why for the men it's definitely up there with one of the biggest scores from what I've seen. So Carney's well in control now, and Augusto's going to have to pull something out the bag here.
He's been surfing so well, but Connie's just found himself on the right waves, those critical sections. He's really showcasing the entire longboard criteria of performing those control maneuvers in critical sections while utilizing the entire board and really surfing with that traditional classic style. Style, flow, and grace, Ben, are such key words within longboarding, and that's exactly what we're seeing on demonstration from Connie right now.
Absolutely. And pretty much every time he takes off, that's what you see.
No matter what, huh?
He's such an exciting surfer to watch, and also a really great kid too. So
you can kind of see just how connected he is with his board, and also how confident he is with his movements. He's not really second guessing anything on the waves as well, which I guess is what the judges are just loving so much as well. So yeah, it's really cool to see Carney just enjoying his time out there, and Augusto, you know, he needs a good score.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Connie Stewart opened up with an 8-point ride true.
Yeah, really great start for Carney. This is just what really set him up for the rest of the heat. He got that better of that first wave exchange, putting it up there for a really critical finish. I mean, didn't quite connect for a completion, but a great start for Carney, and the flexibility from Augusto is just incredible there. He's had so many incredible rides throughout this whole heat. He just hasn't really been able to quite get into that excellent range like Carney has, and here's this beautiful 9.2. He just is so aware of everything around him here, and it's just almost looks like he's having fun. You know, at the start of the heat, we saw them having a chat, having maybe a little bit of a laugh, and he's so in control of his board and himself and his decisions, and that's what's really going to put forward an excellent heat.
Currently sitting with a 9.2 and an 8.00. Kaniela Stewart has found himself with a 17.21 heat total. Unbelievable requirement now for Gusto Alento, needing 2 fresh waves. And the ocean has gone so flat. Ben, it's been a pleasure to have you in the booth here. I know you've been working on shapes for a long time now. How does it feel to be able to compete on your own boards and to have a crop of surfers out of the UK competing on them as well?
Yeah, it's a great feeling for sure. I've worked really hard on for the past 14 years building the brand and making designs, and that's why I think I found it so exciting when the change came, and you know, that's pushed me on to make the cherry picker, the board I'm riding at Malibu and the board I'm riding here, and it just feels super good on the tail and the nose for me, and it allows me to express myself to the best of my ability, and so it's a nice feeling to have that confidence when you paddle out on something that you've designed that you know works the way you want it to. So we've also got Jack Entwistle's riding the cherry picker here as well, so he's coming up in heat 5, I believe, the next heat. So yeah, pretty stoked. He surfs really good too, and another great friend. So it's a nice relationship.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wasn't aware that that's what Jack was riding this week. I love hearing it, and it has been a really exciting thing to just watch you embrace that change to the World Longboard Tour, to embrace that traditional style, and you've been able to capitalize on it with some insane results.
Yeah, it's definitely. I've felt like I've put so much effort in from. You know, my first longboard title was when I was 15 years old in Brazil, when Joel Tudor actually won. No, Bo Young won, sorry. Joel got second in the final. So that was my first world title event. Been doing it a long time, and to finally kind of get, you know, feel like I'm getting to the top is a real nice feeling.
And you got, I mean, your kids are surfing as well. Lucas just on an absolute tear at home.
Lucas and Lila. In fact, we had the English national titles the weekend before we came. I won the open longboard title, and Lila won the under 12 girls, and Lucas won the under 14 boys.
No way! Wow.
So we were
Skinner
stoked.
family cleaning up.
Yeah, it's a great thing just to be able to. Surfing's just really bonded us as a family. It's something we do every day together, and you know, Michelle surfs, and Levin's only 6, but he's also getting in there too. So it's a brilliant thing to do with your family, and we're excited that, you know, the fact Lucas is doing so well is a bonus, really. He's going to El Salvador next week for the ISA World Games. Here we go. We got Carney up on his probably one of the last waves of the heat.
Down to 15 seconds on the clock. Connie just perched on that hang 10 once again, looking so composed. Augusto Alento out the back with one more opportunity. He's going to find some speed. Sets it up with a nice cruisy little weave through, connects into that nose ride, races away from the pocket just a little bit, and then it just gets the better of him. But some great surfing coming through from the Brazilian. I just really have enjoyed seeing his style come alive. But it was Kaniela Stewart, just untouchable in the water at the moment. He'll be a tough match coming up in the quarterfinals. Walking away with a 9.20 and an 8.00 on that Kai Sallas shapes. It's been great to see so many of you guys bringing your own shapes into that conversation and really pushing the boundaries. Ben, great to have a chat with you, and best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's been great to be here.
Well, be sure to stay tuned. We've got some excellent heats coming up ahead and some great conditions still on offer this morning at North Stain. We'll be right back with more after this.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Back day 2 of the broadcast for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. And we are in heat number 5, round number 4. I'm Kaipo. This is the 78 world champ, Rabbit Bartholomew, on the Harvey Norman host set, talking you through all the action. We've seen some great performances, and we're just coming off a great performance by the young Hawaiian, Kaniala Stewart, with an excellent heat, Rabbit.
Well, that was the heat of the day so far, the combined score of the tournament, and definitely the man to beat. He surfed superbly out there.
Beautiful surfing. 17.2 two-wave total for Kaniala Stewart. Here's our next matchup out in the water. Harrison Roach versus Jack Entwistle, second-generation professional longboarder and performer in the way of Jack Entwistle. And Harrison Roach, who has really defined a lot of longboarding and just alternative craft surfing just as a whole coming out of Australia. Finished up number 2 in the world, Harrison Roach, in 2021, Bugs.
Yep, and of course his father again, Wayne Roach, you know, a great surfer from back in the day.
So Harrison, with the new hair color going on right here, and he's going to be, you know, on paper, he's going to be one of the favorites in this competition. But let's not forget about the local wild card, Jack Entwistle, who's in the blue jersey and coming through the trials here for that wild card position, winning the trials. A 28-year-old will put quite a challenge to Harrison Roach.
Yeah, well, I just know Jack, every time he'd surf, particularly at his home break in a World Championship event, he'd be thinking about his dad, surfing for his father.
Yeah, Dad, Stuart Entwistle, the 1987 world longboard champion, icon around these parts.
Certainly is. I mean, a classic story about Stuart, because he was a shortboarder, longboarder, he did everything. But in the one of the original surf about this event, and it was in the 70s, it was the Coca-Cola, 2SM Coca-Cola surf about. They'd have a trials the day before the event, but it was a trials where there was 200 in the heat.
Wow.
Yeah, 200 surfers out at North Narrabeen, and only one got through.
Wow.
And out of 200 surfers, the guy that stood out the most was Stuart Entwistle. He was the most frenetic, energized surfer that you've ever seen in your life.
So it was like overall performance would be great in that, or overall impression would be the winner.
Well, put it this way, when there's 200 out, you've got to make an impression. It was a phenomenal thing to see, though.
So here we go with the glide in here in the high tide conditions. And first wave is going to go to Jack Entwistle, waiting for this wave to rear up, gliding through the inside section. Nice steep sections, get on the nose. Nice trim through that section. More green face on offer, hang 5, smooth, stylish, great footwork. Kicks out right on the sand.
Yeah, nice opening ride, that. And just to quantify that, I'm sure a lot of people listening to this going, Rabbit's surely making that up. You know, like, but I'm telling you, you know, the truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. There were 200 in that heat.
Well, hey, ring, ring. It's time for a Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. And on the other end of the call, well, we're going to get to that call. We got live action right here. Oh, I think I can pick up my Boost Mobile Stay Connected call right now. On the other end, Thomas Bexon. Thomas, you there?
Yeah. Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Thomas.
Good to see you, Thomas. Calling in from Noosa, and you're a surfboard shaper. There are a lot of people are after your boards, Thomas, and one of the guys happens to be in this heat, Harrison Roach.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I've been shaping Harry longboards for, I don't know, probably 8, nearly 10 years now, maybe.
Can you tell me a little bit about the boards he's riding?
Well, the one he's riding today is a traditional pintail longboard. That's one of the models that we do. But I mean, he rides a vast array of boards, shortboards, longboards, everything, and he's probably got half a dozen different longboard shapes in his quiver that he'll ride it, throughout the year. But I think this particular board's one that sort of suits a beach break a bit more than some of the more traditional nose rider style boards. The pintail, it's just, gives you that change of direction easily, but still locks in on the nose when you want it to as well. So it's a good sort of go-to option on a beach break like this.
And it seems like, he's one of the few guys riding one of those pintails as opposed to those wide square tails that we see the majority of the surfers riding. Just talk to us a little bit about the difference between those two tail designs and how they influence the way the board rides.
Yeah, I think like the super wide square tail sort of thing, it's been sort of the flavour of the month for the last couple of years. It's been super popular. I mean, they nose ride insane. They're just really easy to sit on the nose and they lock in really well, but they definitely stiffen it up and make turning harder and just not as smooth compared to the pintail. It's just a really smooth rail-to-rail transition, flows through things a little more than what a big wide square tail will. So it's just depends how you want to approach your surfing, really. Longboard surfing, nose riding's important, but it's not everything.
And Thomas, I was going to ask you, what would be the reason to make, say, a wholesale change of equipment on a given day? Would it be a high tide to low tide thing, or the size, or going from a sand bottom to reef breaker, or would it just be more of a tweak?
You could tweak it a little bit if you just, small change. It just depends how big a change you want to make and how your board's going to feel. If you, say in a contest like this, surfing throughout each day, I wouldn't go changing things too much because it's just going to put you off. If you're in a rhythm and feeling a certain style of board, it could be hard to change it.
Thomas, how important is the fin? How important is the fin setup and the fin template, as well as the fin size when we're talking about single fin longboards?
Makes a huge difference. I mean, I bet down there's a huge variety of fins getting ridden. Big upright pivot style fins that are, more pivot turned, stiffer, nose ride orientated fins. There'll be reiki sort of swept back fins that'll flow more through a turn, give a bit more projection out of a turn. And then I'm guaranteed Harry's riding his normal Greeno 4A fin that he tends to go to in everything. That's just a balanced combination fin. It's enough for nose riding, but it's got that flow and drive for turning as well. It's, just an all-round sort of fin, a balanced approach.
And generally, what's the size of the fin that Harrison would be riding?
I think he sort of goes to a 10-inch most of the time. I think on more nose rider style boards, he might go up to a 10.5, even 11-inch on a big plank sort of sidework style nose rider. But I think most of the time he rides a 9.6 board and a 10-inch fin, which kind of seems like a, kind of average sort of size person kind of go-to sort of size board and fin-wise combo.
And what about, we got a little lull here, and I love talking design with you so much, Thomas. What about the weight of a board? Because light isn't always necessarily better. Is that correct?
No, with traditional longboards, I think, you want a bit of weight. That's a big part of longboarding, that flow, trim, glide aspect to it, which comes with a heavier board. We put 8-ounce glass on the bottom and an 8 and 6 ounce on the deck. So it's not super heavy, but it's definitely, by no means light as well. And that just gives you that flow and also stability when walking. The board's not bouncing or wobbling around under your feet. And then if there's a little bit of chop or bump in the wave too, it kind of can smooth you out through that. It'll stiffen, slow you down a little bit through turning. That weight takes a bit more to, you've got to put some energy into getting it to swing around, but then it has that nice flow and trajectory through a turn because of that momentum behind it.
Yeah, and actually Rabbit was talking about the weight over at Margaret River, even in accordance to shortboards, which sometimes we saw even shortboard surfers normally going through that ultralight equipment, but in bigger, bumpier, windier waves, Rabbit, that was important maybe to have a little bit of weight on your board.
Well, I think we saw on Kaloho and Dino go to Bunnings and get a bit of metal and put it in the middle of his board because it was so windy and to get him down the face of the wave. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the light of the board, certainly with strong offshore winds, it comes into effect.
And one more question.
I think even with shortboards, you'd want a bit of weight in those kind of conditions for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's something that in the shortboard world that we can learn off of longboarding that a lot of guys on the elite level are kind of almost, I wouldn't say afraid, well, tentative about having weightier boards, but there's certainly some conditions where that little bit of weight is an advantage. One more question, Thomas, for you. Rail shape. We have different kind of rails, the 50-50 rails, the tucked under edge. Talk to us a little bit about the difference in rail shape and how that relates to the performance of a board.
Yeah, well, I guess most of the people in this contest now are probably riding more of a 50-50 rail throughout the whole board. There might be a little bit of tucked edge in the tail. You know, the edge just gives release like it does in the tail of a shortboard. Just gives you that release and makes it easier to turn. And the soft rail throughout the board, particularly in the tail, that's what helps you nose ride. It kind of holds into the wave. If you've got an edge in the tail when you're up on the nose, it might want to outrun a section.
Well, here we have your board.
Distracted watching Harry.
Yeah, performing right now. Exactly. Great nose time and gets it done.
Like
so just as we're talking about rail, we saw a rail get put in use there, Thomas, by Harrison Roach. That was beautiful.
Yeah, no, that was nice. It's a shame it didn't keep running off down for a bit of a longer ride, but it seems a bit tricky now with the tide coming in. There's a lot of shorter ones.
Yeah, we're nearly getting close to that higher tide mark, and it's actually been a pretty low-scoring heat. So Harrison was well behind before, but Jack had only got a 4.17, so he weren't. He might have overtaken him in that one wave, I think. But then Jack's answered.
It's definitely a solid nose ride, so we'll see how it goes. But I'd like to see him get a nice long one that kind of links through, so he can get a turn or two in as well as some nose riding.
And we'll take a look at some of these replays right here. And this is Harrison Roach fades that bottom turn right to left, and there we go. Perches on the nose, hangs there before getting back on the tail for a completion. And I love, Thomas, watching this in slow motion so you can really study the mechanics.
Yeah, I think, if that board had a down rail and a hard edge through the tail, then, he wouldn't have been holding that nose ride for anywhere near as long. The board would have just wanted to release and go fast, so he would have outrun that sort of section and not been able to hold it there as long as that.
Here's a replay, this time of Jack Entwistle, Bud.
Yeah, Jack's entering back here to Harrison, and he did get a turn in on the face. His wave sort of hanging in there, giving a little bit more opportunity here, and just nosedives there, pearls the board a little bit into the face of the wave anyway, not into the front of the wave, and that would have held back his scoring potential, but he's still got a 6 for that one. And Harrison, just by the virtue of the fact he only got that nose ride in and then the wave kind of shut down, it held him back to a 4.6.
Jack on the hunt, under priority. Finds a nice inside section for a bit of a trip to the tip. Some nice cross-step footwork. And bangs the finish for a nice closer there, Bugs.
Yeah, well, in the last heat, the rights were really dominant and massive scores going down, so I'm not surprised that Jack's gone on his backhand that time.
Yeah, it seems like some of those smaller rights are still worth looking at. That one under priority is still not a bad little wave.
Nice little replay here, Bugs, as we can see the footwork of Jack.
Yeah. You got some time there. It's a quicker wave. See, this tide coming in, it's not peaking up on the outside as much. So they're quite walled when they hit that shorey. There's a little bit more power in the shorey. You've really got to manage the ride.
And as we take a look at this in slow motion, we got the number in for this ride, a 5.43. So another good score for the local wild card, Jack Entwistle, and just loving the studied approach here. And a nice finish, getting a little lip glide and the completion. So, Thomas, I want to thank you for your time. Thomas Surfboards, how can people get a hold of you if, like, for myself, if I wanted to order a board?
Through our website, Instagram, you know, the usual kind of online channels, probably the easiest way to reach out.
Well, thank you so much for the insight and talking us through all this equipment. That's Thomas Bexon from Thomas Surfboards, and we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 5.
The final with Wayne Lynch and Larry Blair was actually amazing because they got so barreled. Like high level, deep tubes for the day were remarkable. And even right now, if you got those in your heat, you're gonna win your heat. That was 44 years ago. Pretty incredible to watch.
Magic moments from Manly 1978. Larry Blair and Wayne Lynch put on a show here, and we got Harrison Roach live action getting for a hang 10 through a nice section there. Perched on the nose, negotiates a little bit of a warble in the wave, no problem. He's trailing in this heat. He needs a 6.83, performing well, Harrison Roach, and finishing it off right on the beach. Kaipo along with Rabbit Bartholomew on the call here. Wow, what a ride.
Harrison is well and truly back in his seat with that ride.
Yeah,
he needed that. He really needed it. He just hadn't quite put a score together, hadn't got over that. Well, 4.4 was his high mark. Nice fade. And on the backhand, goes straight to the nose and just able to hang there through this section. Both feet right on the nose of the board, and a critical steep section, kind of rare on the left. And I love that cutback, and he brings it around again and just finishes it off nicely. So Jack now entering back, and he gets up on the nose. Oh, just a momentary hang 10, but he's back on the nose now. And as that shorey gets a little bit more power in it with the high tide, they've really got to work out, you know, when to nose ride and when to, you know, finish that ride off, because you don't want to pearl, you don't want to catch a nose, you don't want to be caught halfway through trying to straighten out in a section.
Well, 17.2, that was the high heat total of the day for today, and Kaniala Stewart made that happen. Right now, he's with Stace. Let's hear from him.
We usually save this to the end, but we're going to roll it straight off the top. Special mention.
Yeah, happy birthday to my niece, Eukai, back at home. Love you guys. My sister, Lala, shout out to you. My mom back home, my girlfriend, all my friends and family supporting me back at home. Love you guys. Miss you guys too.
I love it. Talk to us about that performance. Wow, you made that look fun.
Yeah, it was so much fun. kind of just went out there looking for the good rides. Yeah, Augusto, he's such a good surfer, you know, especially on the lefts. He can just put on a show, and I was just trying to find the good ones and get good scores.
So once you've done that, does it factor into your strategy to maybe take a left off him?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Once I got 2 good scores, I was making sure that any good lefts that came in, I made sure that he wasn't on them.
I saw Harrison Roach in the earlier rounds hanging 10 on the backside. Can you give us your opinion on how difficult that is?
Oh yeah, very, very difficult. I feel like if I had a really good left and nice hang 10 with some turns, definitely would have went up into the excellent range. Just because surfing backside is a lot harder than front side. You know, it's a lot more critical. So that'll definitely put it up in the excellent range if you get a good one.
That swell's filling in. Hopefully we'll see you on later this afternoon.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Just a vibe of aloha coming off there. And definitely on paper right now, looks like the man to beat, Bugs, Kaniala Stewart.
Oh my gosh, most definitely the man to beat. I mean, that was a masterclass.
Well, during that interview, a number came in for Harrison Roach, and he earned a 7.67, and he took the lead momentarily. Jack Entwistle answered back with a 7.17, so the seesaw battle continues.
But much the same as a couple of heats ago, those 7-point rides there, they've become the new threshold. And they've set a new pace. So I do think that they're going to be the critical scores. And now Harrison, well, he's after still only a 5.5, so well below the last score. So he's well and truly in this heat now. He was sort of out of it before. He was only on that 4-point mark. He's only still carrying a 4.7.
Yeah, and this is what we love to see, because this is going to be another one of those heats, Bugs, that we will go right to the last minute, I have a feeling. And this is when the chess game is getting played. Jack with the lead and priority, but not enough time on the clock just to play pure defense, because it looks like we have multiple lines coming through.
Yeah, we can see lines coming through out the back, whether they lift up enough. We've got to remember with this higher tide, some of these sort of small to medium ones are going to pass through underneath them. So they're going to have to wait for the sets, but there's been plenty of sets. The last couple of heats have been pumping for the high tide. I've been really surprised.
Yeah, we've been grateful that we've been able to surf through this high tide. In my mind, when we started off this morning, we would have had maybe that inopportunity for having to go on hold through the high tide, but it's really nice to see that we're able to surf right through this high tide. It's 10 o'clock local time right now. High tide was at 9:47 a.m., so we're on the backside of this high tide now, and so hopefully that's going to mean that we'll see more waves breaking on this bank.
Yeah, we will. I mean, look, we're not going to see much movement for the next hour. I mean, that hour either side of the tide on these Sydney beaches aren't going to show much. But, you know, the good news is that it will start drawing off the bank as we move. You know, the fact that we've got the women's quarters on call, on hold, the men's quarters, I believe as that tide runs out, we'll just keep running through.
Yeah, we could fit in a full day. Yeah.
I mean, that's only my call. That's not official.
Yeah, well, you've ran about 100 contests in your days, so I'll listen to your call, Rabbit. Okay, here we go. Harrison Roach just looking for a 5.5. He's surfing under priority right now. Fades right, goes left. Nice cross step, pausing to get to the nose. Secures the hang 5, gets hang 10. Got some warble to deal with. Manages it. Comes through this inside section. Wave gets really steep on the shore dump, but he's able to manage staying on the tail there. A couple of turns until the fin hits the sand. 5.5 was the requirement. It really felt to me that he surfed to that requirement.
That wave was amazing. You know, it really just peeled along the shore. He must have surfed the last maybe 20, 30 metres of that wave, like 2 feet from the shore. And he fades, and there's a really well done takeoff and positioning on the nose. And he gets this section here and hangs with it. 10, he's still very close to the nose, and this is where it gets critical. He really handled that super well. And right here, he's right on the shore, and he gets that last little bit.
I love the slow motion and studying the footwork here, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, it's very delicate. And he just sees the opportunity here to go 10 momentarily, just weightless. And he's really just balancing along there on the top of that wave. That's amazing, because look how steep that little wave is.
Well, we had Thomas Bexon, his shaper, talking to us earlier in the heat on the rail and the configuration of these boards, and a little bit of that drag in the back half of the board was a benefit to Harrison Roach on that ride because he was able to control through that section, and he controlled so much that he got a 5.7. He fulfilled the requirement. Harrison Roach now has taken the lead off of Jack Entwistle. Jack now needing a 6.21, 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown.
Well, we felt that exchange before where Harrison got the 7.67, Jack got the 7.17, we felt that was the pivotal one, and it's proven to be so because Harrison, he needed a 5.5, he got the 5.7, so he got himself just in front, he just did enough, and now he's going to maybe, get a bit busy. Look, he's got the attention of Jack, but Jack's seeing something out the back, and this is a pretty, this wave was pretty sus.
Here we go.
This is a better looking wave. It looks like it's got a good peel for the left, but is he going to get it?
It's way on the shoulder. Needs to paddle right against the grain before fading left. Pause the takeoff here for Jack. This is when the work comes in. Hang 5 through this steep section. Stays up to the 10. A tight 5 through this inside section. Just poised on the nose. Hoverboard through the inside. Applause from the local crowd.
Well, David Nueva would be proud of that ride. He hung there.
6.21 is the number that he needs. And whistles of approval from the beach for Jack.
Yeah, I think David would have given a nod to that one.
One more time, we'll get to see this.
Yeah, this wave, I like the look of it as it was coming in. It would look like it had a really good peel on the bank, and it's hit it nicely, and he's recognised this. And even though it's not a super steep wall, it's the time on the nose is going to be significant. Now, this is an interesting, because it's kind of like a one manoeuvre wave.
Yes.
But he used the entirety of the length to stay on the nose and stay composed. Nice style. Is no arm movement. He's just very, very relaxed now. Arms by the side. And just using that steepness of the wave to project himself along it. On the top of the wave. Perfect nose riding positioning.
I think this is a great effort, and I applaud the nose ride, but you said before, Rabbit, in that there wasn't any more variety other than the nose ride, so it comes in short. This ride comes in at a 5.57, not enough. Jack is still searching for a 6.21, but now the clock is his enemy because it's under a minute, and Harrison Roach is on top with priority.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing. He got a... Yeah, see, he needs up something on that 6-point range.
Yeah. So, I mean, a great effort on that little left. He's probably getting the news right now for our on-site announcers that wasn't enough for Jack. Harrison Roach really mounted a comeback in the back half of this heat after a slow start. Got a 7.67 and backed it up with a 5.7, giving him the advantage. And Jack's gonna have one more chance right here, but Harrison Roach with priority can execute that priority. Let's see how it plays.
Yeah, well, Harrison's going to just hold him off here, but he doesn't have to. He absolutely doesn't have to, because Jack wasn't able to catch that wave, and they're already shaking hands. They're good mates. Two classic surfing families, the Roaches and Entwistles.
So great sportsmanship there, and Harrison Roach will be moving on. We'll check it out here at the Harvey Norman recap. Jack Entwistle looking strong in the beginning bugs on these lefts.
Yeah, Jack really opened up here. It looked like he was just running away with his heat. Obviously, it was felt that he just didn't do quite enough here to hold off a rampaging Wayne Roach, Harrison Roach, not his father, Wayne. And this was beautiful nose work. In the critical part of the wave, that was a telling wave. And that was the 7.67.
Yeah, that was the wave that turned the heat for Harrison Roach, and then he went on to back that up with this ride. Again, just composed and able to wait and unwait to maximize the time on the nose and negotiate this little inside steepness.
Yeah, so nice comeback there by Harrison. He'll be pretty stoked with that.
Harrison Roach on to the quarterfinals, and we're going to be on to a break. When we come back, we're going to have heat number 6, round number 4 out in the water.
So we should level up, I know that life's a lot, baby, we got this chance to make it last. We should level up, we should level up.
Destination New South Wales, and you will see scenes like this. Beautiful white sand beaches, fun waves, great culture, great atmosphere, great cuisine. We're celebrating it this year at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. We're on to round 4, heat number 6, out in the water. I'm Kaipo, joined by Rabbit Bartholomew in the booth, as well as Matt Chanaki, the Waxhead, talking you through this matchup. Matt, who do we got on the water?
Well, we have the Peruvian Lucas, who is very hungry. Cole's an experienced competitor from California, and here we are splitting the peak. We've got a natural footer in Cole, and Lucas is the goofy looking on the left, and we're going to run with Cole straight up into 10, making the most. Now that tide's moved in, and that one ran away from Cole, but gets that 10, so it'll be interesting to see how the judges react to that, just that one nose ride.
Interesting start, Rabbit, where both surfers crossed over each other and chose their front side direction in each direction from the peak.
Yeah, they certainly were clear on their intention, and they split the peak. We already see Lucas out the back, so his ride couldn't have been that long.
Oh, yeah, just a pull-out.
And you see Cole utilising that those 4 steps quickly up. You can see that wave's that shoulder high as it reels down, and Lucas's wave, when he took off, actually shut down, was about waist high. So it's an indication of perhaps some scoring there, and what we might see getting locked in.
Well, quick nose ride for Cole. Robbins earns him a 5.5, so a decent number for the start for the Santa Barbara surfer.
Yeah, I think he'll be looking to maximise his nose riding potential. Cole's one of the most technical nose riders on the World Tour, and surfing Southern California, he's no stranger to right-hand point breaks. But he can go left too, but that Wayne Rich surfboard he's riding it's a competition machine, but mostly based for nose riding.
Well, Rabbit, when we look at the Peruvian competitor, Lucas Garrido Lecca, probably surfs a lot of lefts in that country.
Yeah, there's that whole west coast of South America is just, you run up through Chile and up through Peru, all lefts, magical long lefts, probably still hundreds of breaks, like, unsurfed.
Yeah, Lucas, a couple of years ago during the 2019 Taiwan event, ended up on a long left-hand point, and Lucas took down some really big scalps there, and it put a lot of people on note saying, hey, I'm here, and He's very flexible, Lucas, and he uses his body shape, we talked about that earlier, to his advantage, fitting really tight, like Augusto Alinto, that goofy footer in previous heat as well, bending, twisting. So look to see some technical nose riding and turns from Lucas in this heat.
And Lucas, not exactly a newcomer, but he's still quite young, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He's, I think, just part of that new generation of surfers who, they do ride all types of boards, but with longboarding, with this longboard tour being re-established and with some opportunities to compete around the world, is giving these surfers, I suppose, the ambition to train hard and to travel and spend their hard-earned money on these events to try and establish a career and work their way up the longboard rankings to take that win.
Yeah, Rabbit, actually looking at Lucas's history, in 2017, he was actually a competitor on the QS Tour.
Yeah, I thought I've seen his name before. And, well, that doesn't surprise me. As Matt said, it's just the opportunity has arisen. The Longboard Tour is being re-established. And, you know, he's a natural. And see, that's the great thing about, you know, surfers adapting and having all these different disciplines, and it keeps it exciting.
Well, to that story, I want to talk to you about, Matt, because I'm missing Steven Sawyer not being here, but he's another example of a longboard surfer, an exceptional longboard surfer, but he's actually surfed his way through the trials into the main event at J-Bay on a shortboard.
Yeah, Joel Tudor's done the same at pipeline surfing in the Pipe Masters trials. As we see Cole and Lucas splitting the peak again. We run with Cole, another 10. And you see that shore break with that higher tide. Although we have passed that high tide peak, it is not allowing that right to reel like it was earlier. So we'll see what Lucas got done on that left. And we're just loading up that replay. But yeah, Lucas's wave knowledge is outstanding, as we see here, fading back in, waiting for that pocket, getting a 5 and 10. Still out in the shoulder now, it starts to reel forward. Using that midsection of the board and tapping it off the top with a little bit of flow and finishing cleanly. That'll be Lucas's best score so far.
Yeah, it looks like he, to me, definitely got the better of that exchange. Just a quick 10 though, by Cole. He got a 5-5 on that first half. It was a bigger wave though.
Yes, a lot more critical. I think he'll be hedging his bets on those rights, Cole. But yeah, Lucas, it's incredible to see the way that, as I said, using that body shape to his advantage. Cole's very upright with his style, and his hang tens do look very statement-esque. But that's actually his very upright style. As well, I'm really excited to see Lucas combine on his flowing maneuvers. This is going to be a terrific matchup.
So waiting for the numbers. Number coming in for Lucas, a 5.43. He takes the lead. Here we go. Cole, Robbins. The judges still owe us another score for Cole. But Cole sticking to those rights, negotiates a little bit of the bump and backwash there nicely, gets back to the nose. Beautiful trimming nose ride, finishes off. Previous wave, 4.17 for Cole Robbins. And now he's going to add to his scoreline with that last wave and perhaps extend his lead bugs over Lucas.
Oh, I really like that wave. I mean, first of all, he had that backwash that hit him. It came out pretty solid backwash. He negotiated that so well. It was nearly a wave of two halves.
And one of the key aspects of that judging criteria is control and footwork. So the way Cole was managing that backwash, you see him stepping back, timing that turn and that carve, now 4 steps back. Incredibly difficult to make that look really easy. To fit it all into a little package, as we see here. Beautiful fade. Look at that. He's mid-face pivot. Straight up. His board's right in the whitewash there. Gets the 10. His fin now is out the back of the wave. Steps back through that white with terrific timing. And you can't judge when that he's going to hit you. That's just intuitive nature.
So the first half of this were right. It's so perfect. Now right here, he does it's a bit of
wow.
It's a good this ride to me is really critical. It's a very difficult wave. Nothing easy about that ride.
Using the whole board there, and I love that when the surfer's knees and their waist is actually in the barrel, and that's what happened with Cole there. His board's so tight in the pocket, and it was momentarily, but just the great control there. So Cole's, yeah, that one locked in as a 6.5. So the judges looking at that replay and thinking, hey, where are we going to go with this? Because that was it was a short wave, but very technically surfed.
Yeah, and the advantage to Cole Robbins right now. So Lucas, Garrido, Lecca needing a 6.57 has priority in the red jersey. Big separation between the two surfers on the bank, Bugs.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I think Luke is going to stick with his forehand on those lefts. And, you know, when you look at that first exchange, the ones that count, like the 5-5 for Cole, the 5-4-3, very similar in scoring. There's that little point of difference on that last wave for Cole, even though he had backwash to deal with, that the rights aren't peaking up as much. They're walled out. He managed that one so well, and it's just that point of difference.
Yep.
Not a big lead, but significant.
And longboarding in general, it's not about the end maneuver necessarily or that exclamation point. It's all those little subtleties that the judges are trained to look for. We talk about the footwork, the rail work, positioning, control. It's a package, and it's not a statement maneuver necessarily. It's got to work in flow. It's got to look good, and it's got to be critical. And to put that all together, it's extremely difficult, and that's what the beauty of longboarding is about.
I was going to say, and you pointed out straight up, I thought that was the best fade I've seen today.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that right is a tricky one to fade, but it seems like you sort of have to, and it's a double-edged sword because the wave will run ahead of you, but if you're not critical, there's no point even taking off on the wave. But interesting to note that the Lucas out there is on a Stewart longboard, which is a Californian-based brand, and he got that off another competitor, Tony Silvani, after an event in Spain in 2019. So he's riding a board that's 3.5 years old. It wasn't made for him, and just shows how he's adapted over the years to what this criteria we just spoke about was about.
Yeah, Bill Stewart, really, in history, really a prominent figure in bringing back the resurgence of longboarding. More on the high-performance longboard side, but Bill Stewart, just an excellent shaper, wonderful airbrusher, and we got to celebrate Bill and his accomplishments and his contributions to surfing as well. So thanks, Bill, for all the years that you've been building boards. You know what? The last heat, we had a comeback by Harrison Roach. He did such a great job. He's in the quarterfinals, and he's with Stace Galbraith.
Not what we were expecting swell-wise this morning, Harry. A bit of a treat out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. Like, we're so happy with the conditions right now. Like, it's supposed to be flat, and it's far from it. In longboard terms, that is.
You were down here yesterday cheering on the women. You look pretty antsy to get going. You must be stoked to get a couple this morning.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, Jack is a good friend of mine too, and he's such a good surfer. Like, he's one of the better Australian longboarders, and knew that was going to be really hard. We had a bit of back and forth, but it's like a really confidence-boosting heat for me, that one.
Yeah, you seem to kind of win that heat on the inferior waves. That must feel good.
Yeah, it's good. But they're perfect waves. So, yeah, we're lucky. And even though it was slow through the heat, I got opportunities. And I made them count. So I'm happy with that.
We had your shaper, Thomas Bexton, in on the call in your heat. Do you want to go into a bit more detail about what you're riding out there, mate?
Yeah, I mean, Thomas is the man. He's like my brother. But yeah, I was riding a 9.6 pintail. It's 23 inches wide and 2 7/8 thick. I think that's about 75 litres or so. I'm not really sure, but yeah, it's a really good board. It's the bill pin model, and yeah, I've been loving it.
And fin design, do you play around much, or do you stick to the same thing?
Never. I'm a Greeno 10-inch 4A all the way.
I know you got a lot of fans around the world and back home on the sunny coast. Did you want to say a special g'day to anyone?
Yeah, love you, Edie. Love you, Mum. Love you, Dad. Cheers. Stoked.
On you, Harry. We'll see you later on.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Great catch-up with a great surfer, Harrison Roach, as we go to live action. This is Lucas trying to claw back into the seat. Needs a 6.57 finish on that wave. Didn't look like it really cooperated there, Bugs.
No, he got caught up a little bit there. I mean, he did manage to get over that sort of humping, bouncy sort of shorey wave. That's the high tide that's happening though, right? I mean, you've really just got to make it all happen in a short time. They're not peaking up on the outside.
Get on the right side of that backwash, like we said before. But saying that, look at Lucas actually hung 10 through that first warble, went upright, steered on the nose, and we see the front angle here. Fantastic job from the cameraman. Straight, bolt upright 10, his tail back in the pocket, and now a little shuffle back, but he's loading up that small compact style and taps it off the top on the inside section. That backwash again, bouncing, but he did incredibly well to make that finish. And we see Cole, another fade, 4 steps up, steering on the nose this time, and look how glassy it is too. And nice cut down finish.
Wow.
So, and that would be incredibly difficult to actually see the depth of the water there because it's so clear and Manly in May, that sun's shining down. So that would have felt kind of sketchy, that finish.
Second look at Lucas Garrido Lecca actually did impress me. So that was a good exchange between Cole and Lucas. We're waiting for both numbers right now. And this heat's starting to really, really tighten up in my eyes, Bugs.
Well, we saw in the last heat, it wasn't until the middle of the heat they started to establish like absolute keeper first scores. And then from there, it took a different, you know, it just took a whole different route because it was after that, they were after like six pluses.
Absolutely, and
look at this.
This will be Lucas hunting on this left. Beautiful flow there. And running away from him as that tide starts to drain and stalling on the tail. He's not coming from behind the section on this, but he's going to stay on the nose all the way. Still a 5, close 5, using the whole length of the board here. And that drop knee kind of not going to plan, but he had the right idea, but yeah, just on the wrong side of that backwash once again.
Cole Robbins now scratching into a glassy right. Does the fade left, pivot to the right, gets on the nose, gets a 5, some great quick footwork up into the lip, and just gets right in front of the explosion for a dynamic finish.
Yeah, he's using, as we see the fin coming in there, see that big round raked back fin? That's what you'd classify as a modern nose rider fin.
See, this reminds me of when I was a kid. I'd be on the shore break now. I'd grab that board, I'd paddle out, I'd turn around and get a whitewater right at the beach, and then hand it back.
Well, you've got 10 seconds.
Exactly.
We're right out the front there. But as we see that board rolling, that's a big fin. I was going as far to say it's maybe 11 inches and swept back. But that allows him to do all that hold on the nose. Now, it's a bigger wave again, and
yeah.
See, with that single fin rabbit, you know your top turn is only as good as your bottom turn on a single fin. You can't generate that extra speed like a thruster. Yeah, Lucas is trimming through here. So I don't know if the judge is going to really, they're going to enjoy the steering on the nose there. See that back foot really twisted in. Very flexible, Lucas. And it's a shame that one didn't come off because that was a good opportunity to finish that wave. Let's watch this technical noser. He's up high. He's going to steer his hips and his knees and bend his ankles around here. Here we go. So he's moving that back foot around and twisting and pivoting on the inside hip flexor. Look at that. Beautiful. And a bit of elevation there. Beautiful wave judgment from Lucas. And there he gets low, that compact style. And he's in that middle of the board, utilizing the whole length. And I know what he was trying here. And let's see what the side angle looks like. And I tell you what, if he wasn't that flexible rabbit, that could have gone one of each ways.
Wow, well, that was the exchange. Cole Robbins continues to be in the lead. We'll take a break right now, but we'll be back for the conclusion of heat number 6. Cole Robbins in the lead. We'll see if Lucas Garrido Lecca can come back.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
Back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Cole Robbins out in the lead against Lucas Garrido Lecca, the Peruvian surfer. All the numbers are in, and Lucas now needing a 6.57 to regain the lead over Cole Robbins. We're down to 9 minutes. It's Kaipo, Bugs, and the Waxhead on the call here.
So we just saw Lucas lock in his highest scoring wave, but I noted on that last turn that his legs sort of twisted as he was attempting that drop knee turn. We were talking about fins before, guys. We were talking about that big raked back fin that we had on Cole's board. Now, the only way to turn those is either you do like a pivot or you do that classic drop knee turn. It's not like the thruster rabbit. So tell me your comparison from transitioning from a single to the thruster on a shorter board.
Yeah, well, I actually did it from a single to a twin fin to a thruster. It was kind of getting a bit later in my career, but yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I was one of the last holdouts on the single fin. So myself, Michael Ho, Shane Aran, and then it was actually, you had Mark Richards and Dane Killer on the twin fin, and then you had Simon Anderson and the rest of the tour on the thruster, and that was the revolution.
And in terms of drawing out your bottom turn, obviously we talked about before the single fin, you're having to match your top turn with the power of your bottom turn. The thruster, you can just generate speed from anywhere. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, totally. You know, I mean, it just gave you total freedom.
Yeah.
You know, it changed surfing for sure.
81 changed surfing. Thanks, Simon Anderson. By the way, you know, if you're enjoying your thruster, you see Simon around, give him a buck. He deserves it. So that was a monumental discovery. And let's discover what's happening right now with the conditions on the beach. We've got Stace Galbraith down there.
Thanks, Kipes. Thanks, Bugs. G'day, Matty. Fantastic chat in the booth there, boys. I'm out the back with Dometic, and the good news is we've got through that high tide. It's after 10:30 now, and the swell hasn't stopped at all. In fact, during that interview with Harrison Roach, we saw one of the biggest sets of the morning come through. I see the Peruvian out there chasing a score, a mid-range 6. I'd like to think he's going to get a few more opportunities on this running left as this heat progresses.
All right, well, thanks, Stace. And yeah, we are very, very fortunate that the waves have shown up today at Manly, and as we're looking forward to the rest of the competition, we got a lot of days to go still. We've got women's longboard competition, men's longboard competition, and of course the Challenger Series for both the men and the women, Bugs.
Yeah, so we've got a big program. And Matt, I was going to talk to you about, you know, because I rode a first, you know, started scrounging longboards in 1966, you know, and then it was that first part of the revolution happened when about 68, when the plastic machines come in. They went from like 9.6 down to about 8 foot, 8.2. That was a really interesting era there.
And, you know, we're right here in the zone. We're in Brookvale and the Northern Beaches. We thank Simon Anderson, but, you know, even Mark Richards, his first impression of shaping was watching his dad shaping at Scotty Dillon's there in Brookvale. Bob McTavish, plastic machine, Midget Farrelly. We had, you know, surfing's royalty, the most iconic surfboard designs, born and bred on Sydney's Northern Beaches, and here we are, you know, 50 years later with the extent of that revolution. And of course, we talk about iconic status, guys like Midget, Nat Young, Bill Stewart, Bob McTavish. They are responsible for what we have here, that resurgence of the longboard era, because hey, they ride everything, small, big, everything in between.
Yeah, and it's really nice. I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about equipment. We had a great talk with Thomas Beckson, but with this re-established, you know, this longboard era being re-established, but now there's something in between a shortboard and a longboard that's really gaining popularity, the mid-length. And Waxer, I've seen you with some great performances on a big mid-length.
Absolutely, that's the linking board, something that paddles well, turns well. It's a one-board quiver, and that's something we've always hunted. And now marketing has caught up with it, and you can surf that one board, pop it in the board bag, go everywhere around the world, and with modern fin designs and the bigger brands jumping on board, twins, thrusters, quads, singles. There's plenty of variety for all types of surfers.
Good to see. Well, let's see what we got here on the Harvey Norman recap. Bugs, Cole Robbins doing a great job negotiating some kind of difficult waters here on this ride.
Oh, look, Cole's just he's a master surfer, and he proved it on that wave. This heat's a lot closer than it looks. I mean, they're both at this, basically their top scores around the same. That Cole is just is so versatile, man.
Yeah. Well, he's a professional competitor. He's also a very good real estate agent, so he can sell his competitor on anything, and he's doing a good job. And Lucas just not connecting with these end turns, but his nose riding is right there. But hey, with 4 minutes left on the clock, I think Lucas knows exactly what he needs to do to get that score.
Yeah, when you think about it, I mean, you know, a 6.93 to a 6.87, their first waves is not a struck match between them. It's really that backup wave that, and it goes back to Cole's first wave, that 6.5. That's been the point of difference.
All the scores up on the board here, and highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of our surfers. And the need for Lucas currently is 6.57. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown, and Lucas with priority.
And I think, I wonder if Cole's going to put some pressure, even though he's under priority, being Lucas is only looking for those lefts, so perhaps Cole might spread his attention. He's tried several times and he's been bettering his scores, Cole, progressively, but I think it might be time to start thinking about, maybe some priority stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in the shortboard world, someone like Cole would be all over Lucas right now in this final 3 minutes, even under priority, just to kind of get into his peripheral vision. I mean, there's a mental game that can be played out there as well, Bugs.
Yeah, there sure is. I mean, we've seen a lot of separation between particularly with a natural and a goofy setup, The goofy's definitely been sticking to the lefts. We've seen, we saw Harrison Roach in the last heat, though, on his backhand. He got that fantastic left-hander and it proved the difference.
And I think these guys, being experienced, they know each other's flaws. And I think Cole's going to hedge his bets here. He's looking at something under priority, maybe to put that pressure in the back of Lucas's mind. Here they go. They're going to split again.
Yeah, it's the other way to do it. It's keeping busy and he's got his attention already. There's a set coming on the outside. But anyway, it looks like Lucas has pulled the trigger. They both have.
And Cole lining up that beautiful green water. See that thing hit the bank, and he wasn't able to finish that one off the top, but nicely timed nose ride once again, similar to his first 2 waves.
But I'm not sure if Lucas could be super happy with that. He wasn't able to get the finish either, but it looks like he will get out there for a last gasp priority. Let's see what he did though, mate.
All right, he's waiting for this wave to come to the party. Hasn't broken yet. And now the backwash hits, and he sets up that inside track. 4 steps up, and yeah, he realized he didn't get any of those critical moments. And he is needing a mid-range score, and he was so close on 2 of his other waves, but he's back out the back. He's got priority now, so the minute 30 left on the clock, this is going to come right down to the wire, and we have had a couple of heats this morning that have gone right down to the last few minutes.
Well, he doesn't know he's got priority because he's still paddling for the horizon, but yeah, unless he sees something we don't see, there could be a set on the outside. He's definitely established priority, that's for sure. He looks in. Probably is thrashing so hard he couldn't hear the beach commentator.
Well, I thought he was going to Raglan just then.
That was a big paddle.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to come back into position for a last gasp. 1 minute to go. He's going to need the ocean to cooperate.
And there is a wave coming on that GWM boy out the back, but may not be enough. He's put his head down here. He's still looking. It's a tough position these last 40 seconds. For Cole, it's going to feel like 10 minutes. And
yeah, I don't think there's enough here because there's still a lot of water on the bank. These small and medium ones, they're not lifting on the bank.
And you can see the warble and the backwash as well with this higher tide rippling through the lineup. We're down to 20 seconds.
He's going to have to go, huh?
Yeah, he's going to have to go. And there is a wave.
Gosh, that's a small wave. He's a 6.57.
Oh, he's not. Yeah, he's got it. No, he hadn't. Oh, yeah. That's a shocker.
That's going to be it. So that's all she wrote for our Peruvian competitor, Lucas Garrido Lecca. It's going to be the Santa Barbara surfer, Cole Robbins, moving on to the quarterfinals. There's her final numbers. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is underway. We get to be located here in beautiful New South Wales and Sydney. It's been an incredible place to spend some time, especially sitting here on the Harvey Norman host set. Shannon Hughes alongside True Starling. And True, you're back home for a while.
Yeah, back home for a little bit, which is nice. I feel very comfortable here, which is good. And to have a few waves as well is a bonus.
Yeah, it's been pretty exceptional today in consideration that we just thought it was going to be so small. There wouldn't be anything even breaking, but there's been some incredible rides coming through. And I think, yeah, we're in for a good day of competition.
Yeah, definitely. We've already seen some excellent scores be locked in as well. So I think these next few heats, especially with the stakes as high as they are, they're going to be pretty interesting. Here's a replay for Declan Wyton. Just beautiful, walking up the board. There goes and locks in for a hang 5 to 10, back to 5 there. And he'll continue through with this one for a quick float to finish. Wow, great start for Declan. And this looks like his second wave already. So he's already locked in 2 waves of this heat. Beautiful cross-stepping up the board there and putting it up for another float to finish there. You can see that local knowledge. He's just feeling really comfortable. And here's a replay for Edward Delpero. So great 10 there, and he steps back to a 5. And that's another type 5. He'll cross-step back on this one and just pull square. He kind of redirects straight down. And here's some live action.
Locked into that quick 5-10 combination. Goes for the stretch 5 just to make it through that section. Loses a bit of control there. That rail bites and he'll go down. But I like that movement just from the tighter 5-10 and then into that stretch 5. Just means that they can kind of stay low and cut through those foamy parts of the wave to try and find that open face again. What a great way to kick things off. Plenty of action in the first 5 minutes as Declan Wyton started out with a 7.00 for that opening ride. Backs it up with a 4.0 for the second. Edward Delpero with a 5.67 on the scoreboard. Just a small score coming through for that last one. And Declan, the local here from Manly, the local lifeguard, great competitive longboarder. He's in the lineup with the pick of the drop.
Yeah, and he is clearly feeling pretty comfortable as well. You know, we spoke to him yesterday and he said that instead of taking that hometown advantage as, you know, sometimes with people who have competitions at their own home, they take that on as a bit of extra stress, a bit of extra pressure. And he's just taken it like a champ. He's gone, you know what, I feel really comfortable here. I get to sleep in my own bed, cook food in my own kitchen. I get to wake up and choose the clothes from my own wardrobe, and that's a bit of a luxury as well. Not many people get that hometown advantage or that comfort as well. So I think he's feeling clearly pretty good with the scores already locked in.
Yeah, him and Tolly White, the 2 locals from Manly that are in the draw this week. Tolly had an incredible performance yesterday and knocked herself a spot into the quarterfinals, so Declan's looking to do the same.
Yeah, definitely. They're probably just feeding off each other and that really confident attitude and that aggressive heat kind of attack. And here you go, Declan up and riding.
Quick steps to the nose, locks in for that nice tight 10. Now just working his way through that section. Good exchange into that second nose ride. Goes down on the finish. Tried to just put a little bit of that in section maneuver on. You can see that backwash really playing into things. It's been really impressive to see the surfers that can kind of negotiate through that, keeping that style, flow, and grace. That's a really important part of the longboard criteria as we take a look again at this from Declan.
Yeah, really nice there for Declan. Goes for a 5-10 back to 5, and he'll go straight back to the 5 there and just continuing through with this one. This is where he unfortunately went down, but still a pretty nice ride here. We'll have a look at a closer look with this slow-mo replay. There he is straight in for a 10, just hands by his side, showing that he's in full control of the board. And he'll cross-step back here, just waiting for this one. And he gets really nice and low, uses all the strength in his legs to get back up into that higher third of the wave there. So really nice surfing from Declan.
Edward Delpero locked it into the hang 5, getting a lot of length of ride out of it. Now just redirects with that drop knee on his backhand. Finds a tap to the 5 once again, and he'll kick out, straighten under the lip. Declan there with a look, decides not to go. And Declan increasing the requirements now on Edward with a 6.67 over a surfer out of France, out of Biarritz, who runs a surf school with his brother Antoine. spend so much time competing. The two of them really were one of the stronger forces for longboarding coming out of France for the last couple of decades. And he's had a couple of really close finishes to getting into that world title conversation as we take another look at this wave.
Yeah, he locks into that 5 there for Edward, and he just moves back through there, just a nice drop knee, and he'll continue through this one, just staying really confident with that footwork. And you can see him using kind of the middle to top of the board there. And there he is, just locks in, really confident with that maneuver selection for Edward, and he'll continue on through with this one, and a really nice ride to lock in to back up his first score.
Yeah, so as we take a look at that slow-mo, you can see him kind of just racing away from that pocket. That's probably the only negative thing to that nose ride so far. Beautiful footwork, did well to even just reposition that foot on the start of the nose ride, the start of that opening hang 5, to really get those toes locked in over, and then he reconnects here on the inside. But it's going to be those moments that the judges are paying close attention to when they want to take a score out of that average range in the 5s, which is where that one dropped in for Edward, a 5.43, is the surfers that can hold those nose rides and maintain themselves within the pocket instead of getting kind of chasing that wave too far out onto the shoulder. That's also where you'll notice some of those nose rides where there's a lot of water pushing out the front of the nose. It's almost like bottom spray that's coming off of the nose. We really want to see that distance between the tip of the nose and the face of the wave, where there's actually a pocket of air there. That's when we're really going to see those surfers that have put the board into really critical sections, which we've seen so much of throughout the day. So those are some of those little nuances to nose riding that the judges are really going to be picking apart. And that's also true where that variety comes into conversation. Surfers that are then getting those starting nose rides in the pocket, pedaling back, engaging the rail to do those turns to stay in the pocket and connect for a second nose ride, will often get a better score because they're keeping that board in the critical section of the wave, which is what they need to do, rather than a really long nose ride maybe that's raced out of the pocket. As we see Declan with an opportunity here. Great fade to take off. Looked like he was going to go left, redirects to the right. Great engagement of the rail after that opening nose ride. Tap to the nose once again, and just feeling that flow as he puts on a beautiful finish.
Yeah, really nice, solid surfing from Declan. You can see he's just comfortable out there, you know. Fades there, he goes, yeah, the left's not really on right now, and just goes straight back to the right. He knows his wave so well, and yeah, he just is looking really on point out there. And here he is, this is the fade, I love this. He goes, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go right instead here. We did see yesterday the rights kind of start to turn on in the afternoons as well. And just redirecting, go straight up into that top third of the wave and finishing off. So really nice ride for Declan. Great hang 5 there. He just locks in and a step back for this one. And this is where he'll move back through this one, just using all of the leg strength there. Those boards are so long and so heavy. The fact that he can move that at such ease is incredible. So quick tap there for Declan, and he just goes straight up for a high line, and we'll see him just pop it over the lip and lock in a pretty nice looking ride as the judges lock in some scores.
That was an incredibly well surfed wave. Getting to just kind of sit back and enjoy the replay in that slow motion action, you could really see where Declan was taking advantage of the pocket, right? He got that opening nose ride. He had that space underneath, that little bit of elevation coming out of his nose ride on the start. He then pedaled back. He didn't stay locked into it because he knew he needed to keep that board engaged with the pocket. Got that rail work done, found a lot of power coming out of that drop knee turn, and then connected for another quick nose ride. But he was really using the entire length of the board, throwing that variety in while keeping the board connected to the pocket. And the judges absolutely loved it true. He got a 9.13.
Yeah, first 12 minutes of the heats and he's already locked it in. So a 9.13 and a 7, that's a pretty great start for Declan. And you'd be feeling confident as well moving on through, hopefully to the next round. But I mean, Edward, he is a force to be reckoned with as well. So we can't really ride him out just yet.
Sitting with priority, it's Edward Delpero. He's now chasing a combination situation. 2 fresh scores required to take the lead away from the local. Big fade to take off as well. Nice steps up to the nose, finds that 5 to 10 combination, gets a little bit of acceleration out of it as well, and a great little carve out under the lip. He'll be looking to put another score on the board. He's got a couple of 5s at the moment. Chasing down 2 big scores to take the leading position away from Declan Wyton. Declan in the lead with a 9.13. and a 7.00. And we are going to cross down to Stace Galbraith to get an update on the rest of the day because conditions are looking pretty good.
Thanks, Shannon. They certainly are. Will Hayden-Smith from Tours and Competition. What's the plan?
Pretty easy call right now. The waves are on fire. Declan just got an incredible one. So we're going to go straight into the women's quarterfinals after this. We've got men's quarterfinals on standby, but can't see any reason why we won't be going into them later in the day, but we'll make an official call during the women's quarters.
Thanks, Will.
Love it. So women's quarters on. Could be seeing men's quarters later this afternoon. Such a surprise given that we didn't think there was going to be a wave breaking today, especially through the high tide. But some of the most active heats with the best waves were right on that peak of the tide.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, it was a nice surprise to wake up this morning and actually hear some waves breaking, walking down to the beach and then kind of popping your head past all the tents and seeing a couple of waves through. Here we go, Declan on a nice one.
Great bottom turn to 5-10 combination on the opener. It's really important to get those critical maneuvers out the back. That's that risk and that degree of difficulty that the judges are looking at. Same in shortboarding of going for a really solid turn in the critical pocket or even an air at the start of the wave. It risks everything knowing that if you fall, you've lost the rest of that wave.
Yeah, and that's the most important time to take those risks is at the start of the waves as well. That's when you're going to get the high scores, those great numbers. And like Declan, locking in that excellent 913 as well. I mean, he's taking those risks at the start and also at the finish, which is, you know, the judges are loving, and that's definitely in the criteria as well.
Down to 16 minutes on the clock. Declan Wyton sitting with a 913 and a 7.00. Edward Delpero dropped in a 5.03 for his last wave as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, really nice ride here, just locking in, feeling really comfortable. Goes for a quick 10 there and he'll bring it straight back around. So Declan just really understanding the waves out here and using the whole length of his board as well, and just also using the whole space of the wave. You know, he's staying high here, goes for a quick 10, puts it back to a 5 there, and you'll see him just drop down very shortly, and he'll use that whole face of the wave as well. You know, he's carving down here, spending his time at the top and driving it through to the bottom. And that's really great surfing for Declan. I think it'll go into his top 2.
Wow, I am just so impressed with his wave selection, but like you broke that down so well, True, just the use of the entire face of the wave, even taking a look again at that bottom turn to start where he really drove in deep and then starts to cross step as he's finding that high line on the wave. That's so classic within longboarding, and getting those critical maneuvers at the start is getting those nose rides while you're on that sort of increase up the face of the wave, so that by the time you get to the nose into that 5 or that 10, you're set in a good line. It's really difficult to get a good length of a nose ride out if you're cross-stepping up while you're going down the face of the wave. It's really easy to nosedive, so a lot of times you'll see surfers maybe run up and get a quick tap to the nose if they're going down the face of the wave, but it's really those setups from the bottom turns into those nose rides while going up the face of the wave that showcase some really good control and really understanding what that wave has on offer. Scores through for Declan Wyton. It's a 7.83, improves to back up his 9.13. And the requirement now on Edward Delpero is pretty large at the moment. 14 minutes on the clock, and we're going to cross down to catch up with Cole Robbins, who just took out Lucas Lecca in that last heat.
We've had a couple of heats like that today where the surfing does the talking. Someone on the right, someone on the left.
Yeah, fortunately it's kind of a good little split peak situation out there, and I was matched up with a goofy foot, and I honestly didn't even look at a left once, and I don't think I've even gone left since the wave pool last year.
Does it cross your mind at some point, a couple of medium range scores there, you ever thinking about maybe taking a wave?
Absolutely. I mean, especially if it comes down to like a priority situation where you kind of have to play that game, which I never really like to. It's way better if we can just all catch a bunch of waves and, you know, as you said, let the surfing do the talking, and fortunately it worked out for me in that heat.
We're going to see a shootout of the natural footers in the next round in the quarterfinals. I saw you at dinner with Harris and Roach the other night. No more dinners anymore.
No, I actually was thinking of putting a little bit of, you know, some poison in his food. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody's honestly surfing so good, and it's just a really fun time to see and hang out with everybody. You know, I wish we could do these more often.
For sure, it is a beautiful day. It's a great spectacle so far. Quick shout out back home to Santa Barbara.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say hi to all my family, my friends, all the boys, and I love you guys, mom, dad, brother, and I'll keep going and try to take the trophy home.
Well done, Cole.
A great result for Cole Robbins out of Santa Barbara, California, advancing into the quarterfinals. And some tough competition that he'll have out in the lineup. As we see Declan sitting under priority now, totally freed up. He's got 2 great scores on the board. Just continues with those nice fade takeoffs. Really just feeling so at home and comfortable here. Throws that board around for a bit of like a helicopter sort of maneuver on the finish. Throwing a little bit of variety there, True.
I didn't even know you could do that on a board of that size. So they're just showing how talented they really are and how in control of the board they are as well. And he almost pulled that one off too. So pretty cool stuff for Declan. We'll have a look at the replay here, just stepping up. Locks in for a nice 5 and he'll walk straight back on this one and he gets a high line and goes for that little reverse there. And he almost pulls that one, so that was really cool for Declan. And adding in that variety, we haven't seen anyone do that. I don't know whether that sort of maneuver is what the judges would like to see, but it definitely keeps it interesting.
Yeah, a lot of those sorts of maneuvers. So the scores just come through as a 2.87. Within longboarding specifically, it's all about functionality. So if there's a maneuver like that that's thrown in, but it's functional and he's able to kind of make that rotation and continue through in a straight line, the judges might like the look of it, but more likely than not, it actually kind of puts a pause on where the surfer could have gone within traditional longboarding. But I think it's fun. He's already got a couple really good scores on the board. Why not start to throw in some variety and show that control that he has on the board? 11 minutes on the clock. Declan Wyton, the local, in the lead. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll bring back more action to see if Edouard Delpero can climb his way out of a combination situation.
Manly Beach has given us so many legends, from Midget Farrelly and David Batty Trelaw to world champions like Lane Beachley, Pam Burridge, Barton Lynch, to CT champions like Rob Bain, Tony Sawyer and Richie Lovett. But Manly has also kicked off the careers of visiting surfers as well. Taj Burrow scored his first ever CT win at Manly, which kicked off one of the most celebrated careers in pro surfing history. But even more extraordinary than that was a 14-year-old Tyler Wright, who not only defeated the reigning world champion in Steph Gilmore, but went on to win the event, becoming the youngest ever CT champion in surfing history.
Incredible history here at Manly Beach in Sydney. Currently running the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, the World Longboard Tour. And going all the way back true to those very first world surfing champions that were crowned, it was Midget Fairley and Phyllis O'Donnell on boards. Not too different than what we're seeing Declan ride at the moment. Drives through the pocket on the tail. He is having so much fun in the lineup right now.
Wow, and he definitely has the room to do that as well. You know, he has that 9 and a 7, so he can just spend the next 8.5 minutes having heaps of fun out there, still in a sense keeping that competitive head on, but where he can, you know, just really starting to light it up and entertain the crowd, because that's what surfers do. They're supposed to entertain out there, and he's definitely ticking all those boxes.
So fun to be able to see a local find that rhythm. Same thing that we saw from Tolly White, fellow Manly surfer, yesterday, as we take another look at this.
Yeah, really nice stuff. He just goes for a nice high line and bring it around for a huge carve. Yeah, we don't see that very often, Shannon.
Really good engagement of the rail. really just drives through that drop knee. There is a lot of power in that turn, and I love the look of it. Had he been able to connect that maybe with a good opening nose ride or find another section, I think the judges would have really liked it, because out of that single turn, true, they dropped in a 5.97.
Yeah, they really enjoyed that ride, and if he had 2 more or maybe even another opportunity, he probably would have gone into his top 2 as well. You know, he's just really finding the waves out there that are going to give him the opportunities to showcase the talent that he has. And unfortunately for Edward so far, he hasn't really been able to luck into those waves that Declan has, and especially when it's small like this, priority does come into play as well. So if you're in that correct, in a sense, priority rotation, that's when you're going to get the best sets, and that's when you're going to get the scores like Declan has already. So Edward, he just needs to really stay calm, know that the waves are going to come through, and trust his ability and his equipment, and also his preparation, and know that once a wave comes through, he'll be able to light it up.
Yeah, Edward is an amazing competitor. Just last year on the World Longboard Tour, he took out the win at the event at Surf Ranch, which was in such a stacked field. It was one of the biggest wins of his career. He had won at that level before, back in 2018 at the Taiwan Open, which was the second of 2 events on the World Longboard Tour that year. We had an event, in 2017, we had an event in Papua New Guinea, and then the World Champion event at Taiwan. Taylor Jensen had won the event in Papua New Guinea, which set him up as the front runner out of those 2 events for the World Championships. And then Edward Delpero walked through with a victory in Taiwan. And it forced, based on points and both of their results for Edward at PNG and for Taylor in Taiwan, they actually tied for the world title at the end of Taiwan when Edward took out the win, and they were forced into a surf-off to see which of them would be the 2017 World Longboard Champion. And within the surf-off, it was the craziest of conditions true. It was absolutely maxing out at Jinzun Harbor. It was really windy and onshore that day. Edward Delpero was really sick. It had been amazing that he'd even been able to paddle out in his normal heats and take a victory, let alone then have to go up against the then 2-time world champion in Taylor Jensen. And in the surf-off, Taylor ended up getting the win and walked away with his 3rd world title.
Wow, that is huge stuff from Edward. And he's also just recovering from a neck injury as well. He's been doing rehab since before April. So, you know, the fact that he is here and competing as well as rehabbing the injuries that he has at the moment just shows his dedication, and the fact that, you know, he, regardless of whether he's in combo or winning the heat, he is a force to be reckoned with, and he's more than capable of getting that combination score that is required. He just needs those waves to come through.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, the local Declan Wyton setting it up for some great nose rides.
Yeah, he's just been absolutely on a tear throughout the whole heat already. Nice tap 5 there for Declan, and he's just once again controlling his board, using the whole wave face out here. So huge stuff from Declan Wyton. He's just having the time of his life out there. You can see him go for a 5 to 10, brings it back around for a really strong carve. That was the 913 from memory there, and he's just up and riding again, catching so many waves in this heat.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable, finding a great 5-10 combination, locked in on the hang 10. Now goes for that float to finish. 4 minutes on the clock, and Declan is having one of the heats of a lifetime. He walked away with his career best result at Noosa in 2020, the Noosa Longboard Open, which was the first event of the Longboard World Tour that year. Then with COVID, everything got put on hold, and the results from that event came into the conversation for the 2021 World Champion. Rather than just finishing it out at the single event at Noosa, it was Khalees Kaliapaha who'd taken a win. Joel Tudor came back from retirement to take out a win there as well. Declan had finished in the semifinals. That those results then carried through for our 2021 World Championships. And for Declan, coming out with results like that, it's given him the confidence to be surfing like this here at home.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot of confidence here, and you can see he's got a lot of his support team as well. You know, they're all cheering him on. The locals here at North Stain, and I'm sure he's got friends from all over the northern beaches as well coming around to support him and, you know, really make him just feel that little bit more excited throughout the heats as well, which is, you know, sometimes it can be daunting having, whether it's your whole, he said he had a Manly Mao club come down and support you. You know, sometimes it can be daunting, or other times you take it in your stride and you go, yeah, these people are here to support me, and it's really cool that, you know, he's taken that confidence through and really taking it to Edward.
2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Declan dropped in a 6.27 for his last wave, which doesn't factor into his top two. Coming up in our final heat for the men's round 4, Tony Silvani was just there on the beach waiting to paddle out in the red jersey up against Taka Inui, two names that have become very familiar on the World Longboard Tour. And now all the pressure on Edward Delpero. He is sitting in that combination situation, meaning with 2 minutes on the clock, he would need 2 fresh scores on the board in order to get close to that 16.96 heat total that we see of Declan Wyton. But Edward is not someone to give up easy. He always fights right till the finish. He is sitting with priority right now, and we can see a little bit of a line rolling through. Like you mentioned, True, he's coming off of a surf injury that left him with a broken neck just about a month and a half ago. Unbelievable to see him rehab so well and to be back competing already. His partner, Lindsay Steinreide, was in the draw on the women's side as well. Always great to see these two traveling together, and now finding an opportunity. Great 5 to 10, holds it for a long time. Now shuffles back, finds that finish, and he could be chipping away for that score that he was requiring, but Declan Wyton finding another nice ride out the back, 5 to 10 combination. That second hang 10 really nice and in the pocket. Digs the nose in, and he'll go down on the finish. Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Declan's lost his board. He's gonna have to swim in, which means for sure Edward's gonna get out the back with priority again and could have his pick of the lineup. We do have scores to come through from that last exchange. And just another pretty normal occurrence in the life of a longboarder is swimming for that board and hoping you get to it before it gets all the way to the shore. As we take a look at this last effort of Edward.
Yeah, really nice ride here from Edward. He goes for a 5 to 10 combination, back to 5 there, and he just shuffles back and puts it straight up in the lip. So really nice ride from Edward. He'll have 40 seconds to potentially get another one, depending on what that ride comes through as. And Declan just on the answer back here, really nice ride there, 5 to 10, back to 5. So really great stuff. Unfortunately, just digging his nose there. You know, he was looking at kind of nailing that last ride, but unfortunately just unable to pull that board up enough so that it doesn't catch coming down.
Scores through for last of Delpero. It's a 6.23, which does come through as his highest, but it unfortunately is not enough to chip away at the combination situation as we're counting down to the last few seconds. And a well-fought battle for Edward, but the local and Declan Wyton just finding that rhythm with the ocean, knowing really what sets to take off on and how to negotiate a sometimes challenging break here at Manly. All the local crew supporting, and Declan looking like one of the tougher competitors to match up against in those quarterfinals, True.
Yeah, definitely. Huge result for Declan there. We know he was a little bit nervous coming into this heat, so the fact that he was able to lock in pretty decent scores is a huge sign for the rest of the event.
Huge use of variety, nose rides, and rail work. Absolutely amazing for Declan Wyton. Stay tuned. Tony Silvani and Taka Inui in the lineup after this.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Starting off the World Longboard Tour here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The first stop of 3 for this year's World Longboard Tour. The second will happen in Huntington Beach, California in August. At the US Open, it'll be the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, which will count towards those world titles. And a name like Declan Wyton is certainly someone to now consider within that conversation as he's made it into the quarterfinals. High-fiving Jono there, our roving cameraman, who's also a local to this area, feeling the support. They'll be then crowning the WSL World Longboard Champion for both men and women at Malibu in October later this year. It will be an exciting finish at one of the world's most iconic waves, a wave that these two surfers in Taka Inui and Tony Silvani got the opportunity to compete at last year, the first time the WSL had returned there in many, many years. As Taka gets that 5 to finish on the end section, nearly goes for the headstand, and he'll pop out, no problems there, and look to reset as he gets to the back of the lineup.
Yeah, that was almost a really cool finish, or a bit of a catastrophic one there for Taka. But yeah, he just managed to control that finish really well. He came out with a bang as well. He was probably seeing Declan's last heat going, oh, okay, I got to really turn it up a notch here. Flying down the line for Taka Inui, and he's just taking this one all the way through, locks it in for a quick 5, puts it up there for a float to finish. Huge float, and just goes over the handlebars there. But I tell you what, he's looking pretty good for the first signs of this heat. Locks in for that 5 really nicely, stepping back, and just perfectly times it in the lip here, grabbing that rail to stay nice and close on this board. And this is where maybe, unfortunately, straightening his legs a little bit too much, and just not really prepared for the impact of the whitewash.
Answering back now, Tony Silvani, one of the most experienced surfers on the World Longboard Tour, coming out of North Carolina on the east coast of the US, gets that quick 5, pedals back, gets that nice re-entry on the finish. He'll be dropping in a score to improve on his 0.27 to answer back to Taka. Taka opening up with a 3.17. And Tony with a dedicated paddle. He's been in the conversation for a long time. He's taken some great wins on that longboard qualifying series circuit that we had running for a long time. Specifically remember a win that he had in Taiwan before it graduated in 2018 to become the World Longboard Championships. It had run for a number of years as a qualifying series event for surfers looking to get into those World Longboard Championships the following week in China. Tony walked away with an incredible victory there in some classic conditions. As we take another look at this second ride of him now.
Yeah, really nice footwork there for Tony, and just finishing it off really nicely. So that's a decent ride to lock in for the start of the heat. So yeah, both surfers are looking pretty strong for the first sights.
4.00 for Tony to open up with. Just gets the lead ahead of Taka at the moment. Taka now sitting with priority. 24 minutes on the clock. These 30-minute heats have proven to be a great decision. There's been plenty of action throughout, but we do have these lulls in between these sets.
Yeah, that's the hardest part, just staying, present in the moment and feeling calm as well. If you hear someone and they get a better score than you, especially in that first exchange, that's when you start to overthink things. Your mind starts to get chattering a little bit more, so staying calm and present in that moment is really important, especially when it's small like this. We spoke to Ben Skinner before, and he has certain cues that allow him to stay calm, whether it's splashing the water on your face or just playing around with your hands. I know for myself, I just scrape some of the wax off my boards and play with it in my fingers. Yeah, there's different cues that everyone has in these moments, but in such early stages of the heat, that chatter kind of doesn't start to kick in until maybe the 7 to 10 minute mark.
Until there's really that pressure on the line. Surfers just putting a bit of distance between themselves. We can see those nice little lines starting to roll through. Taka Nui, he's competing on the Piccolo Clemente shapes. And he's been riding those boards for a long time. It's been great to see this pack of surfers that have kind of come to know and love the shapes that Piccolo has brought through. He's going to have a look at this one now. Positioning himself with priority. There does look to be another little line rolling out the back behind, so Tony may have a look at that one. Taka, quick steps up to the nose, locked in for that hang 5. Just adjusting that back foot to keep that pressure and that flow moving forward. Goes on a solid finish, and he rides out clean. So he's now looking to improve on that 3.17 and put the pressure on Tony Silvani.
Yeah, really nice ride there from Taka. That's, you know, better surfing there, manages to embrace that impact of the whitewash coming down. We'll have a look at the replay here. So racing up the board nice and quickly and locks in for that 5. And as you mentioned, Shannon, just adjusting his back foot where he needs to. And that's where he really locks in for that finishing turn there, which is really nice stuff from Taka. And we'll have a look at the replay once again. Just grabbing that rail, staying nice, low, and center to the board. And this is why he rides out, because he stays so compressed and his center of gravity is so low that he's able to embrace the impact of the backwash that's maybe coming back into him, as well as the force of the whitewash bringing him down.
The judges absolutely loved it. He's been rewarded with a 7.67 for the high score of the heat so far, with more than 20 minutes on the clock. It's set him up really well to now put the pressure onto Tony Silvani. And I love that breakdown, True, just how difficult it is to ride out of those finishing sections and how important it is to really just stay compressed to keep that control.
Yeah, and that goes for whether you're on a longboard or a shortboard. You know, you always want to have that low center of gravity, especially when you're finishing waves like this. You know, you want to make sure that your completion rates are high, because as we just saw from Taka, that's when you're going to get the big scores as well. So, you know, so far in this heat, he's adjusting to his mistakes as well. He did that same turn on his first wave and went incomplete. So he was able to readjust himself, go, okay, where did I go wrong? Maybe I was too high there. I need to get lower to finish that one off and get a good score.
Yeah, I love that. Just making every adjustment that he needs to walk away with a completed maneuver on the end section. Saw the same thing from Declan Wyton, really stringing together those maneuvers, getting those critical nose rides to start out, but then really putting on a strong finish as well. Maintaining control throughout such an important part of the criteria for longboarding. As we see Tony locked into that 5 to 10 to start off. He'll now race around that section, engages with the nose again, gets that sort of pedal back to shuffle on the finish, gives a little stare back to the judges as well as he completes on the inside. And now Taka straight into that nice stretched out hang 5, locked in, getting a lot of length of ride out of that one, and now goes for that same finish, and he's got that dialed, kicks out just in front of Tony Silvani. Their boards nearly collide, and the paddle battle is on to see who gains priority.
Yeah, really huge stuff from both surfers. Taka on the answer back from Tony as well, who was also on the answer back from Taka 7.67. So this is where the heat starts to get interesting. You know, 20 minutes to go. We're already 10 minutes down. We'll have a look at the replay. So Tony straight up into that 5 to 10, back to 5 combo. Almost has a mishap there, but he manages to get around there really easily and puts it up there for a finish. Stays really centered over his board and in control. He liked the feeling of that one, but then Taka on the answer back as well goes straight for that 5 and just locks in there. Gets a little soul arch and he'll put it straight back up for that same finishing maneuver. So Taka is really just dialing in that finishing turn, getting the completions there. We'll see how the scores come in.
Scores to drop for that last exchange. Taka with a smile on his face at the moment because he's already got that 7.67 on the scoreboard. We haven't seen anything come through from any of the judges on the panel yet for the last scores of both Taka and Tony. Tony at the moment is chasing that 6.85 to get the advancing position away from Taka, but Taka's about to increase his backup score of a 3.17 as it's all starting to trickle through, and Tony Silvani will get the better of the exchange with a 7.17 for Tony Silvani. Taka does improve his situation though by dropping in a 6.67. So they're now out at the back of the lineup receiving that information from the beach commentary. That crew doing an excellent job this week to communicate to the surfers in the lineup. And Taka has found himself into the lead once again with Tony now chasing a 7.18 to get the lead away from Taka.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really tight heat already, and Tony knows what he needs to do to get that 7.18. He's just done that pretty much. So, you know, he'd be feeling pretty comfortable, and he would go Taka up and riding.
Taka with another opportunity, finds that flow, locks in for a good stretched out hang 5. He's finding his way through the pocket, puts on the in section, just goes down. He'll go incomplete on that. Extremely flexible surfer. Taka's an incredibly good shortboarder as well. He's been competing on the QS for a long time. He hasn't had any fantastic results there, but he was in the draw earlier this year in Asia. And he's a really good aerialist as well as a shortboarder. So it's been really fun to see him bring his own variety into the longboard world.
Yeah, you can kind of see that as well. You know, he's just so aware of what's going on the board around him. He locks in for that 5, puts it straight up for a finish there. And that's unfortunately when maybe he just gets a little too ahead of himself. You know, he hears he's got those 2 good scores and he's already nailed that turn twice. But remembering he was really low and had a nice low center of gravity there. And you could just see his feet getting stuck and almost landing on his feet there. So that may have hurt a little bit. But yeah, it's interesting that you say that, you know, that he's a shortboarder as well, and a pretty good one. You know, he seems so in touch with his surfing, the waves, and what's going on as well on the board as well. And you can see he just easily moves up and down the board without any kind of stop-start moments, which is really cool for Taka. And that one I don't think will go into his top 2 just with that fall. But yeah, he's definitely putting on a pretty good heat so far.
He's got the pressure onto Tony Silvani, sitting with priority, chasing that 7.18. For Taka arriving here in Manly earlier this week, being that this event has been piggybacked off of the Challenger Series with some of the world's best shortboarders, Taka got to meet one of his childhood heroes in Michael Rodriguez, Imrod, who's former championship tour surfer looking for that requalification. And I saw a post on Taka's Instagram saying that he was so excited to meet Imrod because seeing the errors and the full rotations that Imrod brought to his rookie season on the championship tour, it inspired Taka to want to be able to do the same. And he put up this great clip of Emrod doing a great air reverse full rotation and Taka doing the same.
Wow, that's really cool. And I tell you what, Emrod was on fire at the Snapper event last week as well. He was just looking so smooth and in touch with, you know, his equipment and himself. And I can see why why Emrod is Taka's, you know, idol, because he seems to have that same approach in the water.
Down to 15 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Taka Inui sitting in the lead, representing for Japan here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We'll be right back with more action right after this. Taka Inui making the most of his trip here to Sydney, tagging the nose, finding another re-entry on the finish, and currently sitting in the lead over one of the legends of the sport in Tony Silvani. Tony runs the Tony Silvani Surf School at home in North Carolina. He's got a great team behind him, keeping things flowing while he's away overseas competing. He's been one of those surfers that's been a real threat for a number of years as we take a look at what Taka got up to during the break.
Yeah, wow, really nice stuff for a 5 to 10, back to 5 combination there for Tucker as he puts it up there for a finish. A little look back there, you know, he's feeling confident, and it's really good to see that. So goes for a 5, and there's the 10 there. He locks into it for a little while, and we'll see him go back to a 5. He's just honestly so in touch with the movements out there, and he'll stay nice and low and ready for this one as he steps back here and just negotiating that wobble as well with the wave face. Times it perfectly, coming down, that's where he gets a little bit lower, just embracing that impact on the come down, and then he's able to, you know, really stand tall to finish.
He does increase the requirement ever so slightly on Silvani as he dropped in a 7.30 for last of Taka Inui's now got 2 7s on the scoreboard, and he's going to be trying to find himself into that excellent range now, putting together a really strong heat, getting the backup scores and just increasing on it. Feeling really comfortable and confident on his equipment. And now Tony with a big requirement in front of him. He does already have a 7 on the scoreboard, so he's gotten close to that 7.80 already, sitting with priority. Riding that Stewart surfboards. He's been riding for Stewart for most of his career. It's been a great support system for him behind the scenes, both supporting, you know, boards for the surf school, supporting his competition equipment. And he's been another one of those names that came out of that high performance conversation over the last decade of longboarding, who's made some great adjustments to his equipment to really start to match that traditional conversation like we were having with Ben Skinner.
Yeah, definitely, and it's, you know, interesting that he's able to leave home and feel confident in what he's riding, but also confident in the support team around him as well. And I think it's pretty cool that, you know, everyone has a life outside of competitive surfing too. You know, they have their other passions, but it still is within the industry. And that's probably the dream if you're a competitive surfer.
Definitely, especially within longboarding, because the professional longboarders haven't had that same pathway to a competitive surfing career that shortboarders have had. They don't quite have a drawn-out tour the way the championship tour is framed. And so for a lot of these competitors, they're working full-time behind the scenes. They've got entire lives, they've got their families, they've got businesses that they're running, which is pretty different to what we see from a lot of CT surfers or even QS surfers who have that sponsorship behind them, who are able maybe to just try to compete full-time. I know there's a lot of shortboarders that are kind of growing things behind the scenes and studying now as well, but in the longboard world, it's really that these surfers are here out of their passion, their love for the sport. They're not here. Great engagement of the rail there from Tony coming off of the nose ride. He's now got to stick the finish, stays in control in a really difficult finish on that shallow section. And he's now going to have a score to come through to try and chip away with that 4.0 as his backup score.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we've seen so far what the highest score of the heat is, which was Tucker's 7.67. Tony has to better that, so he's going to need to find the best wave. He's going to need to do his best surfing on that to really move himself up into the lead. But the good news is he has the time to do it. Let's have a look at the replay. He goes straight up for that 5, locks in there for a second, brings it around here, and really negotiating this backwash nicely as he just flies down the line there, and he'll kick out of that one. So a pretty nice score, hopefully to be locked in for Tony. And really great surfing, just feeling really connected and engaged throughout that whole wave.
Scores in, it's a 6.53, which is one of his better scores. It'll come into his score line, but it's not enough to chip away at the 7.80 requirement. 9 minutes on the clock, and we saw Declan Wyton, the local, just light up the lineup here at Manly. He's there with Stace Galbraith.
Very busy man, hard to get a hold of. Great to finally have a chat with you, Declan.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's stoked. It was pretty fun out there, hey? Finally got a couple waves and started breaking now, so it was a lot better than what I thought it was going to be, for sure.
All those early morning trips on the ferry paid off by the look of it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, finally got to move over here after a while, so it's good.
And you're a member of the Northern Beaches Council Lifeguard Service. You must have a pretty good read on this whole stretch of sand.
Yeah. I mean, it's changed a lot in the weeks leading up to this. I mean, the pro juniors and the trials, they had some waves, and it kind of shifted the banks a bit. So we're on that northern bank now, whereas before we were kind of training out the front of the athlete area right behind us here. So it's changed, but definitely feel comfortable out there.
A bit more comfortable than in the M shape. Boys reckon you're not much chop.
The M shape? I don't even know what that is, hey?
Isn't that your lifeguard test around here to make sure you're fit enough?
Oh, yeah. Definitely not a swimmer, hey. I'm not a swimmer. I'm a 13:59 in the 14 minutes for sure.
Lucky you're putting on an excellent performance out there on the longboard. It must feel awesome to perform like that in front of all your family and friends.
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah, I'm actually surprised how many people turned up. I didn't think I had that many friends, to be honest. But it's been good down here. Kick out a wave, everyone's whistling, and it's awesome. And Stoke, they got some sun for it too, so they're not hanging out, bunkered in down here in the rain.
Your quarterfinals are on hold this afternoon. What do you make of the conditions? Do you think it will be on?
Hope so. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, tide going out. They could even have an opportunity to come down on the south bank if that's no good up there. But I hope we run for sure. Let's go.
Thanks for your time, mate. Best of luck.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
One of the best in the lineup, Declan Wyton, just took out a great lead, and we've seen so many waves go ridden during that interview. Unbelievable performances coming through for both Taka and Tony. Tony looking to fight back to gain that advancing position. We do have scores now trickling through for last of Taka and Nui, and the judges loved it. Finally gave him that excellent score that he's been hunting down as an 8.60. It now puts the requirement on Silvani of a 9.1 as we take a look here at the 8.6 of Taka.
Yeah, just beautiful cross-stepping up to the nose there, locks in for that hang 5, and he'll bring it around here. And again, he'll just lock in nice and quickly, puts it up there for a finish. You can tell he likes it, gives himself a little bit of a clap, and it's always good to feel those emotions come through. Beautiful hang 5 there. You can see him just adjusting that back foot as we watch through the slow-mo. And he's just really locked in, really stoked to be there and happy to be in that moment. And he'll move back. Nice cross-stepping here, and he just uses his whole rail there to redirect his board back down the line, goes straight back in for another hang 5, moving it all the way back as well, and then he goes straight up for that float finish that he has done on pretty much every wave he's had this whole heat so far, and on 80% of them he's nailed it.
Yeah, I absolutely love the look of that one. This was Tony's answer back.
Yeah, definitely. Tony just goes straight for a 10 there. Unfortunately, just not quite critical enough for the judges to really reward that. So I don't think it'll go into his top 2, but he's looking pretty good if he can get another wave.
Yeah, if he can find a wave with that critical section, great to see him control and almost turn a while on the nose in that hang 10, but scores just a 4.73, really lacking that pocket that he needs to be able to find that really critical nose ride. Tony chasing now a 9.10 as we're down to nearly the 5-minute mark. Tony had a really good run last year at Malibu, at the Jeep Malibu Classic for the World Longboard Championship event. He walked away with a semifinal finish, which was an incredible result for him considering the venue that it was held at and the field of talent that he had to go up against. It was a really special moment for him, especially competing in that semifinal because it was up against the then newly crowned 3-time World Longboard Champion in Joel Tudor. Tony went down to him in that heat, and Joel went on to win the event, but it's a really special moment for him to be able to battle out with one of the greatest that's ever come out of longboarding.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really exciting experience as well to compete against, whether it's your idol or, the greatest of all time in the sport. You kind of step it up a gear, you try to stick it to them, and if you lose doing your best, sometimes it stings, but then you also go, you know what? They were worried as well, and walking away and going, okay, I had them by the ropes, it's a really great feeling.
It's pretty incredible too, thinking about those surfers on the men's side of the draw that have won 3 world titles. Joel Tudor now getting his name in the mix. Taylor Jensen with 3 world championships. Colin McPhillips, Rusty Kealana, and Nat Young going all the way back into the 80s. Nat's actually got 4 world titles to his name. His daughter Nava's been running around chasing the kids this week. She's married to Taylor Jensen, who fell out of the draw earlier in this round. They're always a great group to have in the mix here. As we're down to 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, and Taka finding the nose in the Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, definitely. He's just been on point throughout this whole heat, just grabbing that rail. I love the way he's finishing those turns on those waves on such a high note. And Tony hasn't really found the best waves, but you know what? He's been turning them into really decent rides, putting that one up straight into the lip for a finish. But Taka, he's just been a step ahead of him every time, locking in an excellent score on almost every wave that he's had. So Taka just really enjoying his time out there, just walking up and down those boards and finishing them. And you can see that confidence and the emotions coming through from each of the waves.
Been an incredible performance so far from Taka Inui. His mom is always on the road with him as well. She's got a video camera that she takes everywhere with her. She's been getting some great clips and actually drops through her own edits for a lot of the best longboarders in the world. Also for his two younger sisters, Sakura and Kane. For both of them, they're both great surfers as well. You can find Taka's mom on Instagram at takamama.movies. And just follow a lot of what's happening in the world longboard scene, because she's out here day in and day out, morning from the dawn to dusk, filming every heat that goes down. Him and his mom then go through and they have chats about his performances, but also the performances of other surfers. And it's really paid off for Taka because he's becoming one of the biggest threats within longboarding now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's just as important to pay attention to your own performance as it is to other people's as well. You know, and I think that is definitely an edge that Taka will have over the rest of the competitors. I doubt a lot of them would go through and watch the rest of the 7 heats that they weren't in, and then again pay close attention to their own heats and their mistakes as well. It's always good to do that whether you win or lose, but watching everyone else's, it takes a lot of time and commitment and dedication to do that.
Down to 1 minute 30 seconds. Tony having a paddle here, just looking around. He is chasing a massive score of a 9.10 to advance, but we've seen some 9s drop through today. If he can find himself on the right wave coming down to the final minute, he could easily be looking at a score like that. He's just lacked those waves with the really good pocket to get himself into that excellent range. But Taka does have priority as we come down into that final minute.
Yeah, Taka is just sitting in that controlling position. You know, unfortunately for Tony, if a wave does come through, Taka's probably going to be on the inside of whichever way Tony wants to go. So he's not going to give him the room to move. For Taka, that's an amazing thing, you know, watching every heat, seeing people's mistakes, seeing what they did well. He should have a really great understanding of this and go, okay, you know, I'm in the lead. I need to take control of the last final at least 2.5 minutes of this one.
Definitely, and that's exactly what he's done. Coming up after this, we're going to roll straight into the women's quarterfinals. We've got Chloe Kalman and Natsume Teoka paddling out in quarterfinal number 1. Mason Schrimmer and Tully White in quarterfinal 2. Honolulu Bloomfield and Sophia Collane in quarterfinal 3. And Soleil Erico up against Rachel Tilley for that final quarterfinals match on the women's side. Tony looking for an opportunity to try and find himself one of the biggest waves of the men's side of the draw so far, chasing down that 9.1, but Taka has priority, and he's going to have to go. He's now up and riding. Nice fade to take off, locks into that great nose ride, finds the pocket, gets that hang 10, looking so stylish, keeps that balance all the way through a really challenging backwash section, checks the watch, and it's unlikely. There it is. Tony just giving him the clap, knowing that Taka put on an incredible performance. His mom there supporting, catching every moment on film. And he is going to be feeling so stoked riding that Piccolo Clemente shapes to be heading into the quarterfinals. A massive result for him coming into this year's World Longboard Tour. And coming up next, it's the women's quarters, Chloe Kalman and Natsume Teoka. We'll be right back after this.
Wow, so great. Great way to end the round 4 for the men. We are new.
the significance of Manly Beach is just so iconic. It's so rich in history. The likes of Isabel Latham back in 1915, she surfed with the Duke. Like, that's absolutely insane. And then Phyllis O'Donnell, like, she won her first like world championship at the time there, and it just kept, you know, that momentum of iconic moments, whether it was Pam Burridge or the GOAT Lane Beachley. Every time you walk on that sand, you can feel the weight of history, and you just want to, you know, rise your level and surf out of your skin.
A lot of history, a lot of legends here on Sydney's northern beaches. As we look at our Bailey Ladders brackets, we're in the women's quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 1 out in the water. And what's at stake? A place in the semifinals. I'm Kaipo, and I'm joined by Rabbit Bartholomew, 1978 world champ and surfing scholar, to talk you through all of this action and maybe share a little bit of history with you as well. So Bugs, we talked about a lot of the legendary events that have occurred on these sands. Tell me some of the standouts for you in your mind.
Well, obviously, I mean, I wasn't around to see when Midget Farrelly and Phyllis O'Donnell won their world titles, but that did have a great effect on when we were grommets. You know, obviously with the men's, you know, Midget Farrelly in '64, then Nat Young in 1966 really set the stage for dreamers like of my generation. But certainly, you know, coming down to Manly, coming down here and surfing schoolboys, and then coming down as part of that first, when it was the Tour Sam Coca-Cola Surf Bout, was magical. But before that, it was Australian titles. Mainly, mainly at North Narrabeen, but sometimes at Manly.
Yeah, well, maybe some of these women are going to inspire the next generation of women longboarders right now. Is Chloe Kalman. This is her first wave. This happened during break, Bugs, and this is a 7.5, so wonderful start for the Brazilian surfer.
Well, we were looking forward to this one. We made a note of this in the post show yesterday, that this quarterfinal was going to be an absolute cracker, because both these girls were just outstanding yesterday, and I thought with a big increase in the surf today that they were going to really put on a show, and it started out that way. Chloe is just such a superb longboarder.
Beautiful style illustrated here. The drop knee turn, the nose ride, all linked together for Chloe Kalman, 27 years old, out of Brazil. She's had some great success this year. She won the longboard event in Saquarema earlier this year. She just came off a win in Mexico, and now she's showing extremely good form for her start in this quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, what a great way to start, a 7.5.
We have yet to see our opener for Natsumi Taoka, but we can talk a little bit about the surfer from Japan, Natsumi, in that in her previous round, round 4, she scored a 9-point ride, so we know she can get some big numbers.
Oh, yesterday, Natsumi was unbelievable yesterday. 9.5 was one of the highest scores of the day, and she's going to have to produce that kind of form again. I mean, a 7.5 by her opponent wouldn't phase her, but it looks like she's going to sit out there. In that last heat of the men's round, there was quite a flurry of activity in the middle of that heat. A lot of waves being surfed. We've got the tide running off now, Kaipo, and I think that's going to be, you would think that around that half tide mark is going to be the best of it.
Yeah, yeah. That mid-tide should show us favor, and then when we go to the lower tide, Bugs, we'll get back to some of the tide talk, because it looks like we got Natsumi on her first wave, scratches into this one, goes right, cross steps up to the nose, gets a tight 5 there. Oh, hangs up on that rail, and that was an unforced error for Natsumi Toko. Nice looking left here for Chloe Kalman. Maybe I spoke too soon. As that wave closed out down the line, she would do good to kick out of that wave, which she does.
Yeah, well, she was just a bit deep, that's all. It actually peeled off really fast if she was a little bit wider over. But this is one of the bigger waves of the day. There's a head-high wave.
Yes, nice to see the swell filling in as the tide is dropping out for these quarterfinals for the women. We still have the men's quarterfinals on hold. We'll take a look at the conditions when we get to quarterfinal number 4 for the women's, as if we're going to continue on with the men. But right now, we got to get our semifinalists for our women all in place. So the one big score still on the board, a 7.5 for Chloe Kalman.
Yeah, Natsumi wouldn't be too happy with that first effort. I mean, I like the way she got straight onto as soon as she was on her feet, she was on the move. But it made it a bit of a high risk because she didn't set that up. She just went to the nose irregardless. It's worked for her before, though.
Yeah. Dainty in stature, Natsumi Taoka, like I said, out of Japan, representing Murasaki Sports and airtight wetsuits. And so building her backers throughout this tour, and just another part of the wave of great surfers that we've seen come out of the land of the rising sun. One of my favorite surfers, actually, style-wise, is a Japanese surfer, Shuji Katsuya.
Yeah, well, Shuji's a good friend of mine. Like, we competed against each other, and we used to call him the Tom Curran of Japan.
Exactly, the Japanese Tom Curran, right, with that smooth style.
Yeah.
And he's still active in the water, still surfing every day. It's great to see him around. Moved over to Hawaii and just, you know, living a surfer's life, Bugs.
Yeah, no, a wonderful surfer, and he really put Japan on the international map, I feel.
Yeah, that duration, Takao Kuga as well would have been one of those guys. And in a similar way, but maybe not as impactful to the freeride generation, they did have a wave that came over to the North Shore and absolutely kind of like put their heads down and charged in some heavy waves, and not getting the best ones, just getting the craziest ones.
Oh, I saw it happen. I mean, it was wild. I mean, yeah, Cougar used to absolutely charge at Pipeline, and it was like, you just go, no, don't go that one. He was fearless.
Oh, yeah. It was a great era, and gosh, it's continuing on. Another one comes to my mind is Wakita-san, Takayuki Wakita.
Oh, yeah, wow.
At Pipe, just, you know, I mean, he's got his own peak there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was the next generation again.
Yeah.
And in between that was the Ono brothers.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, that was, so it's really good to see, and deep in surf culture is Japan, and a culture that really, in a lot of ways, embraced surfing, and I feel when you were running the ASP, the Association of Surfing Professionals, some of those tournaments in Japan were really, like, the surfers were treated really, really well and paid well.
Really well. I mean, they were amazing, amazing times to go to Japan. You know, when Sean Thompson and I went there with the movie free ride, you know, they were lined up around the corner, like, you know, in department stores around the block to get autographs, and we used to all go there and receive gifts.
Yes.
Everywhere you went, you got a gift. It was so amazing.
Omiyage, it's like a tradition. Everywhere you go, they're so welcoming, right? The Japanese culture, and just you end up leaving. You got to pack an extra bag just for all the gifts you got to bring home after a trip from Japan.
Yeah, and then I think the next generation came along, and there was there was like this pack of Aussies went over there, and I think that was the end of the gifts.
That would have been right around with the Nijima Island comps and those comps coming through there, yeah. But just the influence back and forth. Quiet heat so far, Bugs, just with that one only tangible score, the one only meaningful score being that 7.5 right now on the board for Chloe Kalman.
Yeah, that's a good keeper. It's been a quiet period. First lull we've seen for a while.
Oh, well, we got a lot of time right now, so you know what? Let's go out the back with Dometic and Stace Galbraith on the beach.
Hiroto, it must be pretty cool to cheer on your fellow country members in the longboard event.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to watch. I mean, the condition is pretty much perfect for the longboard today. So yeah, it's pretty fun to watch.
And you must be stoked to see Taka make it through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I was watching here, and he got a bomb set and got a 8.6, and we were like, wow, yeah, he made it, nice. Like, we're stoked. So yeah, I can't wait to see he's on quarterfinal.
And Natsumi has a very hard heat now. Chloe obviously started with a big score. Do you think she can fight back?
Yeah, there's enough way for 2 women. So, and then I think she has a priority now. So, yeah, if she saw the bomb, and she's gonna get a score. So, yeah.
Thanks so much for your time, Hiroto. Best of luck in the main event for yourself.
Thank you, Stace.
Hiroto Ohara made a big statement for Japan at the US Open of Surfing, coming all the way from the back of the field to become the champion, and really made a statement for that young Japanese surfer, Hiroto Ohara, a new father, and we'll see him when we get to our men's Challenger Series. Now remember, we've showed a lot of surfing already, but we still got the men's Challenger Series and the women's Challenger Series come up. It's going to be a week full of surfing. And so if you're a surf fan, this is a great week for you, because every day we're going to be bringing you some heats, some competition, some drama, and some performances.
Yeah, we sure will, Kaipo. And as you said, I mean, we haven't even begun that. We haven't even begun. There's 96 men, 64 women, and that is yet to hit the water. We have had 2 days, 2 wonderful days of longboard discipline. And today, a bit of a bonus. They were calling it was going to be the flat day in the whole window. We saw Richie Lover this morning. He tends to think this little south swell, the pulse has begun a little earlier. Manly not completely open to south swells, but we'll get enough of it.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look at what we got coming through here under priority. This is Chloe Kalman, currently in the lead with a 7.5. Nice little S-turn, now finding a 5. Trim line, pokes the nose a little bit, drags it through, goes incomplete on that. Taoka behind her, caught in the whitewater. Looks like she's sticking with this one, hoping for some open face. Finds the open face, a little tripped up there on the cross step. Has to make up for it on the inside. Little 5, back on the tail, and not getting the finish either. So for both surfers, leaving a little bit to improve upon on those last 2 waves.
Yeah, Natsumi, her wave, it really reminded me of a trapeze artist, like, you know, on the high wire.
A lot of balancing having to happen right there, and it looked like some unstable water underneath her board. Here we go for a replay, Bugs. Check this out.
Yeah, it starts out unreal. She goes straight to the nose. She loves doing that, and she gets that one in. So that was a high-risk move, and then she was caught behind, but she gets around it really well. And before she's even around it, she goes to work again, overbalances there, and then regains a balance. So she's got it all together there, and then she finishes it up. Like a nice finish there, and she really would have got a pretty decent score. I'm not sure how much of a penalty phase within the criteria that will attract.
Yeah, she fought for that one. Well, I need a midday pick-me-up, so I'm going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Why don't you as well? We'll be right back after that break.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
Back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl, women's quarterfinal, number 1 out in the water. Chloe Kalman with the lead over the Japanese competitor in the way of Natsumi Taoka, Kaipo, and Rabbit in the booth, talking you through this action. 12 minutes and 30 on the countdown. And looks like Natsumi Taoka her need currently is a 6.78 to take the lead off of Chloe.
You know, I saw when Matt was in here before, touched on the fact that, you know, I began surfing in you know, the original longboard era. You know, when surfers went from 9.6s down to 8.2s and in that particular time. And we'll just see this ride first. So I want to talk about women's surfing back then.
Here we go. As Chloe finds a quick trip to the nose. Oh, beautiful. Drop knee cutback, getting back into the power pocket. Little couple S-turns there, back to a tight 5. Inside section runner, highline little float, gets the finish. Well done for the Brazilian Goofy Foot.
Yeah, that was a great ride. And see, back then, where I lived up by Snapper Rocks at Rainbow Bay, there was a, you know, Phyllis O'Donnell comes from that beach.
Yeah.
And a great friend of hers, Josette Legardere, came out from America and actually ended up becoming Australian champion surfer. She's lived there ever since, but she was just an awesome surfer. But there's a Hawaiian connection I want to talk about.
We'll get to that because we're just enjoying this replay of Chloe Kalman. Bugs,
Yeah.
she did some great work, great footwork, great use of the entire board.
Yeah, really just, she's a really strong surfer, but she maintains a beautiful style, really good flow. And, you know, she just really looks like she's dancing on a wave. I like that. She's so casual on the nose. And there's just a lot of grace. I really like that, a bit of voguing.
It's great. Yeah, I love the putting together the entire wave from start to finish. And I feel this is going to be a great backup score, or maybe even her best score for Chloe Kalman. But we do have some new news from Stace Galbraith, and as far as what we're going to be doing for the rest of the day. What do we got, Stace?
Certainly do. Kipes putting Will to work today. Will, what are we up to?
We're still all pretty blown away by how good the waves are. So men's quarterfinals are definitely going to follow the women's quarterfinals, and we're not going to actually be able to squeeze in any more heats today. So we'll stop after that and save semi-finals for another day.
Right on, and looking like we will join up the finals at the end of the event waiting period.
Yeah, we're looking at planning crowning all the champions on the same day, and that's looking like Tuesday at this point. So the longboarders will have to sit around and watch some Challenger Series action in the next few days, and just like all the Challenger surfers are here supporting the longboarders, so it's been great to see.
I reckon it's a pretty beautiful city to check out. I'll enjoy their time off. Thanks, Matt.
Wow, so there's our update. We'll go into the men's quarterfinals, and looking at Tuesday for the finals, that means we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more days of competition. We're going to be delivering a ton of surfing to you here at the World Surf League. During that update, the number came in for Chloe Kalman, Bugs, at 8.17.
Not surprising that it went into the excellent range. That was a brilliant ride, and she's really put the pressure on now her opponent, because there's a combination in effect.
Yeah. So combination meaning Natsumi Taoka needs 2 waves with a score of 15.67 or better to get on top right now. Chloe Kalman surfing under priority now, this time on the backhand. Some quick footwork, notices the wave's going to peter out, and she kicks out.
Yeah, so there was a period there when I was talking about before with Phyllis O'Donnell. She was the world champion at 64. This is a bit later. This is probably getting towards the late 60s now. And Rajzman and Ellison came out.
Okay.
And when you had And I remember I was a kid, and you know, a Grom, and so there was Phyllis Adol, Josette Legadier, Relson, and Ellison surfing Rainbow Bay, and they were the best 4 surfers in the water.
Oh yeah.
And it was amazing surfing.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so I saw it. I saw the best women's surfing you could ever imagine. You know, on the original run of longboards before the shortboard revolution.
Relson, certainly, her contributions to surfing have been incredible. Not just being an icon in surfing, but being one of the first breaking through as the first female lifeguard on Oahu in Hawaii. Also brought the Menehune Classic, where it started as an Easter kind of thing to get the kids out and find hidden eggs and stuff, and then turned into this little comp for all the little kids, you know, 12 years old and under. And the Menehune comp it's been a tradition still to this day, where where a lot of Hawaiian kids get their first taste of competition. And it's just a beautiful thing, and Relson will always have that legacy.
Oh, an amazing, a worldwide legacy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, really, Relson was, you know, the female duke of surfing. She was the
I'm kind of getting choked up in here.
Yeah, because, I mean, she was such a dear friend of mine, too. I mean, I used to go to, whenever I go over and surf my little favourite site, Closmeyer's. And I'd always drop in and have tea with Rel.
Yeah, she'd be right down the street there, wouldn't she?
Yeah, and that was just, you felt so so welcome, and it was just a wonderful time.
Yeah, when you talk about a water woman being able to do it all, I mean, she was also, you know, when we talk about well-rounded surfers and that generation of surfers, not just being surfers, but being great paddlers, being great divers, just like living off the ocean in a lot of ways. And Rel did a lot of that. She was an incredible free diver.
Yeah, yeah, she just had all the water skills.
And that's exactly what we are celebrating today. We're celebrating a lot of diversity in surfing, both with shortboard surfing and longboard surfing. And today, the day belongs to longboard surfing. And I'm really grateful because that gives me an opportunity to talk story with Rabbit and bringing you guys not just live competition, but a little bit of surf history and a little bit of a look back on how we got here, because it's been a long road for surfing, Rabbit, and you were there from the very beginning. It wasn't always an easy professional sport to sell to people.
Well, it was, you know, it was kind of like a bit of a joke, really. I mean, like, you know, the people never took it seriously. They go, "What? Professional surfer? You got to be kidding, aren't you? You be a bunch of beach bums, you know." But there was this lifestyle and culture involved that was sort of unparalleled, really.
Yes, yes.
But to take that leap of faith and live the lifestyle, you had a lot of barriers in society. And surfing actually occupied pretty much one of the bottom rungs of society for quite a while.
How far we have come. We have come very, very far down that road. This wave, is it gonna slip under, or Chloe Collins is gonna stay busy right here? And just continues the graceful, beautiful surfing that she's displayed throughout this quarterfinal number 1. And I'm just going to enjoy the ride with Chloe. Has to kick it away there.
You know, but, you know, this is how far we've come. I mean, there's many, many examples. As we'll see Chloe without a leg rope, she's got this wonderful, you know, surfing without a leg rope, such freedom. But you pay the price a little bit. You know, luckily it's not a crunchy shore break.
It's fun, right there, that's the wax head fin. We just had Matt Chanaki earlier over here as a guest, and that is his FCS fin model on Chloe Collins' board. So all the stories kind of coming together here.
Yeah, the full circle. But Chloe, she's got the luxury of having her opponent in combo land.
Yeah. So, you know what? Let's enjoy the Harvey Norman recap right now and see how we got here. Domination from Chloe Kalman in quarterfinal number 1 with beautiful surfing just like this.
Just such graceful surfing. She's really putting on a demonstration. You wouldn't even think she's in a surf contest. Just the demonstration of the discipline of longboarding at its finest. And this wave here is just a majestic effort. There's a couple of things in this ride that she's just so relaxed as she comes into this section here. And as she comes back, she just sort of, I love that little hand jive, you know.
Just beautiful, organic style displayed by Chloe Kalman, and a 7.5, a 8.17, a dominant performance so far. Only 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and Natsumi Taoka has to scratch for it. This is what happened earlier. So we take a look at this. This is a 5-point ride for Natsumi.
Yeah, well, yesterday Natsumi was, posting 9-point rides. So she hasn't been able to, reclaim that form. And she just hasn't really got going in this heat since that first little mishap on that first wave. I don't know whether she had to, regather her composure or whether it's just been opportunities haven't come her way. There was some lulls in this heat.
Yeah.
And the left has been a little better.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just the rhythm of the ocean, but being able to execute when you do have that rhythm is something I feel that Chloe did in an excellent fashion in this heat. Now with just 2.5 minutes remaining, she has a giant lead and she has priority. I mean, she's just closing this thing out.
And just to go back to that last point, I mean, it is how far we've come. I went down to Canberra with Lane Beachley and Tom Carroll, and we were there. We met the Prime Minister. It was Julie Gillard, Australia's first woman Prime Minister. And when we spoke to all the ministers, one of the things I said was that in the real world, mothers drive their children to the surf, and there is no greater barometer in society than mums.
Yeah.
And mums don't drive their children to things that are bad.
Exactly.
And you look how many mums drive their kids to the surf now because they've realised, and they see the same goodness that we saw when we were kids. There is no difference. The same goodness that all those that came before us saw.
Yeah. And there's when we talk about surfing, there's so many lessons that surfing teaches you. For a child developing, it teaches you confidence because it's something you're able to do on your own. It teaches you a bit of independence, but it also teaches you humility because the great, humbler of the human beings is the ocean. Will always show you who's in charge. So many lessons for young people coming up can be experienced through surfing. It's a healthy lifestyle. It keeps you out of trouble. Stay out in the water. Don't, stay off the streets, stay in the water.
It has been the savior for a lot of kids.
It sure has. Here we go. Well, 1 minute, and the ocean has taken a breather, and maybe just a breather to give a little applause to Chloe Kalman, who's come through here splendidly in great fashion with some wonderful surfing. She's thrown away a 6.5. So this was a dominant performance in quarterfinal number 1 by the Brazilian. And I think Natsumi had great surfing through this event. Should be proud of her performance. Round 4, she did get that excellent score of a 9-point ride. She will have to reset and calibrate and start preparing for stop number 2 on the WSL Longboard Tour. That's going to be at the U.S. Open of Surfing. The Vans Duct Tape Classic will be on order for stop number 2. But Chloe just with a chat, and that's all she wrote. And great sportsmanship there to close out the heat. We're going to take a break now. When we come back, quarterfinal 2 will be out in the water. Stay tuned. How fun is that? Destination New South Wales. We're in Sydney's northern beaches where the water's beautiful, the sand's white, and surfing is embraced. Here we have quarterfinal number 2 and action from Mason Schremer in the red jersey with her opening ride. I'm Kaipo, Rabbit's with me, and we're talking to you about surfing today. Hope you're enjoying it, because we sure are, and we are in another exciting matchup. Mason Schremer versus the local girl, Tully White, Plugs.
Yeah, this will be a great match, and both Mason and Tully had great heats yesterday. Tully had an amazing ride. I think she got a 9.51.
Yeah, yep, 9.1 or something. She did have the highest wave of the day. Here we go, replay, opener for Mason.
Yeah, she's elected to surf on a backhand. And Mason really has got a fast motion, and she walks up and down the board, but it's a clear step. There's certainly no shuffling. When you slow it down, it's just so graceful. And she's getting 5 over there. That's clean 5. And the way she takes double step back and then sets it up again, this time she thinks the better of it because she's reached the shore break.
Number comes through at a 3.67 for Mason Schremer's opener. Priority now to the local girl, Tully White, who has a lot of support on the beach here in this matchup.
Yeah. You know, we've touched on Phyllis O'Donnell because, you know, she won the world title here in 1964. I mean, but there was she had some fantastic, you know, counterparts. Like there was Sharon Weber from the United States, Joyce Hoffman. They were 2 amazing champions from California. And then there was the great Jericho Poplar,
of course,
who you know was one of Rel's best friends and just one of the most colourful and talented surfers ever. She brought just so much personality to women's surfing.
Jericho Poplar is certainly a great pioneer in women's longboard and shortboard surfing.
Yeah, that's right. This is
but
the
also
transition.
really just a fun character in and out of the water.
You know, flamboyance and just a lot of style. And then there was the great Margot Obu.
Ah, yes.
You know, originally Margot Godfrey. And she really did transition from, I think, you know, from the late 60s into the professional era.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at her male counterpart at the time, in a lot of times you would think about just someone who started so young when she was Margot Godfrey and already was having a lot of notice in the surf world, and then grew into that role, eventually becoming a world champ.
Yeah, she was a child prodigy, and you know, she was winning when she was so young.
Yeah, and so I was thinking about the male counterpart to that in that kind of like Hawaiianish history would be like a Jeff Hackman,
yeah,
who came onto the scene really early, and everybody was just blown away by the surfing that Hackman was doing. It was the same thing with Margot. When Margot came onto the scene as a teenager, people were just like, whoa, what are we watching right now? She's just powerful, graceful, and dominating even in the pack of men, and taking off and getting just really wonderful rides at breaks like Haleiwa and Sunset, challenging breaks.
Oh no, really challenging. And then, you know, I mean, and then as, you know, professional surfing came on, she had that great rivalry with Lynn Boyer and other greats. And then it sort of transitioned into the Pam Burridge era. But as far as there was a kind of a break between that longboard era, and then there was a renaissance.
Yes.
And now we're seeing the fruits of that, and a new generation coming through who are just aficionados at this discipline.
And it is a beautiful discipline, but it also gives us an opportunity to talk about the history of surfing and how we got here and all the different characters, and now to see this renaissance of classic longboarding coming into play with a whole new generation, with teenagers. It's really cool to see.
Well, I can tell you right now, I mean, where I'm at Rainbow Bay, I mean, 80% of the people out there are female longboarders, and it's just wonderful. The vibe's fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, a balanced lineup really does help create good energy. Well, 22 minutes and 50 seconds counting down, and it's going to be Mason Schremer taking a look at this one. She opened up with a 3.67, and here she goes to the nose with a nice pose and doing it all the way down the line, hanging the feet, toes off of the tip of the board, and again, just bounces through that last section. Not complete there, but a wonderful nose ride at the start, and she's going to get a second score. Catching up with Tully White on her right and pivoting back and forth, cross-stepping, wonderful footwork for Tully through this inside steep shore break section, and a nice finish to cap off that ride. So we need 2 scores from the judges to set the situation here at the 22-minute mark.
Yeah, well, Tully was obviously waiting for that right-hander, and it's the fact is that an hour ago, you know, these smaller waves weren't lifting on the bank, and she's got that nice cut back. She sets in a little bit of backwash to deal with there, no problem. Up to the nose again. I thought she might have left her run a bit late there, but she got back in time just to finish it off here. Mason has had a bit of trouble finishing her rides, but this is a smaller wave. As I said an hour ago, this wouldn't have lifted on the bank, but she was clever enough to pick this one up. And a lot of hang time there, 5 toes over the nose nicely, but not finishing up Popo.
Yeah, not finishing up may suppress the score just a little bit. As we were in the replays, looks like Mason Schremer found another wave, this time a right-hander, getting some nice trim time and a nose ride before she straightens out, goes complete on that ride. So still some numbers to populate to set the situation out in the water. Mason Schremer staying very busy in her matchup against Tully White, but I'm anticipating a good score for Tully on her first ride. Here she goes. This is going to be wave number 2 for Tully White. And just gets caught a little high there, unable to complete that nose ride.
Yeah, so still waiting for scores to come in for Tully's first wave, and that's when we'll see really where this is at. She's going to get the best of that first exchanges, that's for sure. She completed a ride.
And there we go. Numbers are in. First ride for Tully, a 6.5, so a strong opening ride. And that is going to help her cause here. As we wait for the next exchange, let's check in with Stace. He's got the winner from the last heat.
Thanks, Kaipo. That's right, Chloe. It's a very rare talent to see someone who looks like they're surfing in a contest, but it doesn't look like that from our perspective. You just look so relaxed out there.
It was actually the other way around. I was kind of Natsumi was surfing great yesterday. She really put on a show. We are really good friends, so it's always hard to come up with a close friend like her, but I wasn't fully calm out there because I knew she could get the score in any wave, and it turned out to be a really slow heat. Luckily, I got the first wave right off the first minute, and I think that gave me confidence to just stay calm, focus on my breathing, and just choose the right ones after that. And yeah, I think all these nerves and the adrenaline is what makes me love competition so much, and I wouldn't change this for anything.
It's looking like the longboards might have a few days off. We're obviously in a pretty beautiful part of the world. Do you have any plans?
I just want to enjoy Australia as much as I can. I love to go to Sydney to see a little bit of the city. Also, there's so many beaches with fun waves around here, so it would be nice to explore some other places and cheer on the Brazilians during the Challenger Series as well. It's a place you don't get bored. There's so many fun things to do.
Absolutely. Would you like to say a quick word in Portuguese back home?
Yeah, I think it's kind of late at home, but obrigada a todo mundo que está aí torcendo, meus amigos, minha família, e vamos para mais uma. Obrigada.
Thanks very much for your time.
Parabéns. It is, yeah, it's back home. It's 11:21 p.m. in Rio, but that strong Brazilian contingency supporting each other, both with both disciplines, with shortboarding as well as longboarding. But it's great to see Chloe Kalman move on into the semifinals with a well-deserved position in the semifinals, especially after that performance, Bugs.
Very strong performance and certainly earned her spot in the semifinals.
Well, during that interview, we saw some waves being ridden, a 6-point ride checked in for Mason Schremer, and more importantly, Tully White capped off a 7.83 right here to take the lead.
Yeah, that was a great nose ride at the start on a steep section. It's a fast wave, and she did that nice cut down. She sort of, she got a lot of points for that first nose ride, I feel, on that critical section.
Yeah, just streaking through that section in the critical part of the wave and maximizing the time on the nose. So great effort by the local. She's really showing up right now. Mason Schremer is trailing. Mason Schremer in the red jersey, having priority, but needs a big number, an 8.33 to take the lead.
Well, momentarily she actually took the lead with that 6-point ride, but then just as soon as she caught up, Tully went streaking ahead, and now Mason requires a big score.
Yeah, you know what sounds delicious right now is a Bonzoy brew break. So let's go take that Bonzoy brew break, and we'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 2. Don't go anywhere.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Apple TV Plus, you can catch Make or Break. It's a wonderful series showing you the characters and the behind the scenes of the 2021 WSL Championship Tour. Each one of those series have so much depth, and you can really see the characters and what it takes to play on the Dream Tour, because it is a lot of good times, but it's a challenge as well. Here we go to live action. Mason Schremer looking to get an 8.33. That's her requirement right now in her challenge against Tully White. Tully White, the local girl, surfed brilliantly for a 7.83 to take the advantage over Mason Schremer. And the waves, Bugs, keep on rolling through. Really good signs.
Great signs, and the tide running off the bank, so we're going to get some longer rides. The backwash will diminish its influence for sure. Still a little bit wonky on some of the rights, and you see Mason there, she decides to kind of change course.
Yeah, that indecision was tough for Mason, because she just, once you did that and the direction change, the redirect there wasn't a lot of opportunity. 2.93, not going to factor in her top 2 wave total. She will continue to search for that 8.33 is what she needs to get the advantage over Tully White and try to earn a place in the semifinals. Local girl Tully, though, looking good right now.
Well, Tully's in the box seat. She's got priority as well, so it's Mason sitting in a wise position there, because she'd like to, I think if she could get a wave under priority and get herself like maybe a 6.5 or a 7, that's going to help out a lot. Just to get it down underneath that 8.33, that's a big requirement.
Right. And it's really cool that you pointed that out, Bugs, because you can always look at the requirement with this much time on the clock, and you know, take bites out of it. You don't have to necessarily go for it in one big swing right now when you have enough time to kind of chip away at it.
And Tully's, you know, she's got her good scores primarily on that ride over the last, you know, we saw yesterday and today. She's a local. She's picking her targets.
Yeah.
So it does allow Mason to, who has elected to go on a backhand, she's not scared to, and here she goes again.
Nice 5 to 10, loses the footing, and it looks like she was on her way to a nice ride, but she's gonna have to go back out, reposition herself, and have another try.
And I mean, that's what she's got to do. She's got to take her chances. She's got to chance her arm and go for that hang 10, and where, you know, there's big points, but she's got to do it in the critical part of the wave, in the breaking part of the wave. The steeper the better. And we saw that's how Tully got that 7.83. It wasn't even a long ride, but it was a steep ride, and she really connected with it.
Yeah, here we go. Replay. What went wrong here, Bugs?
Well, she was just too far high up in the wave, and she lost her speed, and you know, combined probably with a bit of a stumble. Just wasn't able to regather. She was just too far on the back of the wave by that point.
Well, stick around. We got quarterfinal number 3 after this. Quarterfinal number 3 is going to be a great matchup, Bugs. Honolulu Bloomfield against Sophia Kulane. Those two, both from Oahu, Honolulu from the North Shore, Sophia from the South Shore, the Queen scene. It's going to be a really, really cool matchup to look forward to after this quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, well, Honolulu obviously brings a lot of game to this. You know, she's a 3-time world champion, and has been probably over the last half dozen years been the dominant figure in women's longboarding.
Yeah, extremely graceful and using some of that switch stance repertoire that she has to her advantage. We'll see if she takes advantage of that. All right, so 10 minutes, 25 seconds, and Tully White with the lead and priority. So some great heat control at the moment for the local, and she's happy to sit there and enjoy this beautiful afternoon here in Manly and just let the clock tick down.
Yeah, and I mean, if she does prevail here, I mean, she'll be the least affected by, it's basically a 4 or 5 day wait until they resume.
Here we go. Mason Schremer, this time going right, hanging 5 through that section. Back to the nose, dealing with a little backwash there. Has to cut down for the finish to make sure she goes complete and just lose her footing a little bit. Looks like she completed the ride, but not gonna get that 8.33 that she requires. We'll see if she chips away, however, at the lead that Tully has. Here's a replay of that ride.
Yeah, she's going on a forehand here, so she quickly walks to the nose where the action is all happening, steps back, and again sees another section and has to quickly straighten out.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's send it down to the beach because we got Stace. He's out the back with Dometic.
Thanks, Kai. Special guest here. 3rd place finish up on the Gold Coast. Nolan, how have you settled in down here at Manly?
Oh, we're having a good time. We're right up front, right below you, actually. Everyone's staying in the same hub, so I love that I'm back here in Manly, so just enjoying it.
Pretty epic to be checking out the World Tour for the Longboarders. This is their first event. World titles on the line here. Bit of pressure, huh?
Yeah, this is super interesting. I mean, I've never actually been to a longboard event before, but now that they overlap with the Challenger Series, I'm definitely going to take advantage and watch it. Rooting for Hono. She's coming up soon, so sick.
And obviously eyeing off the bank for your campaign later in the week. You must be pretty stoked to go left after all those rights last week.
Yeah, the goofy foot's feeling a little bit rusty on the front side, but I mean, I definitely will try to lay into a couple of backside waves, and I mean, if there's some air sections, I definitely want to go for it, so not going to hold back.
We don't need to blow at any spots, but you've been having some fun on the other beaches around here?
Yep, definitely. A couple of the boys have been over, a couple other beaches. It's been fun, wedges, and could be fun later this week too, I don't know.
Nah, you'll be making heats, mate. You won't be going anywhere. Thanks for your time, Nolan.
Thank you. Thanks, Stace.
All right, Stace. Well, I'm going to have to talk to Nolan about where those spots are. I'm keen to get a surf as well. Nolan Raposa representing Long Beach, California, made Long Beach proud with that semifinal finish at Challenger Series stop #1 on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I mean, Nolan, it was one of my favorite surfers. I just loved his whole approach. It's a snapper.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's got an unbelievable backhand, just free-flowing. And just a different approach to surfing. It's very unique.
Yeah, he's a cool kid. I've watched him come through his pro junior career into his QS this season, and I've always been a fan of his surfing, but I'm really happy for him to get such a strong start this year on the Challenger Series. Mason on the paddle, Mason Schremer. Has to hang through a section there.
Oh, that was well done. No more of the wave though. Just not quite getting those two connecting sections together. But surfing well.
I mean, really nimble with the footwork, but you could see as she pulled out of that wave with the body language that she's a little frustrated because she knows that wave kind of let her down. Here we go with the heat leader, Tully White. Gracefully onto a 5, hangs the heels for a sec. Comes to the inside section, and nice little re-entry roller coaster style to finish off. They're showing strength and local knowledge.
Yeah, Tully's, she's got a different approach too, a different sort of style. But certainly it's a first kind of reverse, nearly like hanging heels and then walking back. This is a really well executed series of maneuvers. So she's on the nose and just turns around just momentarily. She was hanging heels there, Kaipo.
Yeah, really cool with the footwork there, and the footwork and the utilization of the entire board will be rewarded by the judges along with style, flow, and grace. And she really flowed through working the entire length of the board on that ride. We're waiting for the score. Anything over 6.5, and she will increase her lead over Mason Schremer.
And she's done that.
There she goes, 7.07 now. Mason Schremer needs an 8.9, so Tully White starting to run away a little bit in quarterfinal #2.
Oh, a set wave.
Mason Schremer patient with the takeoff, fades left, goes right, gets the trim section, gets a nice 5 there. Back to the nose, trims through that section, wave runs away, explosion, and she can't hang on.
With under 5 minutes to go, she's lost the board to the beach. It's a quick retrieval, but just not being able to finish that wave off, it sort of has a similar flavor to her previous ride.
Yeah, really needed to complete that wave. Nice start, nice trimming throughout the wave, but right now is going to have to hurry back up as we take a look at our Harvey Norman recap, and the local girl, Tully White, surfing gracefully, great footwork, lots of nose time, and great use of the entire board here. Beautiful surfing.
I love this wave here. This is one of the specials from today. Just such good poise and balance and technique, flow, and just a different approach.
A 7.83, back that up with a 7.07. A strong two-wave heat total of a 14.9, nearly a 15-point heat total. Just strong showing for Tully. Down to 3 minutes, 35 seconds on this countdown. Mason Schremer, you can see her in the red jersey, scratching back out to lineup. Wants one more shot, needs an excellent score of an 8.9 to turn this heat. She's got to make some time as the clock ticks down.
Yeah, I mean, unless she gets over a 6, she's not going to... I guess there's not really any time to even chip away now. She's going to get...
We know that there are waves coming through to present a canvas for those excellent scores. It's just it's a dual challenge right now. She needs the wave, she needs the score, and she needs to score, get the score under the priority of Tully White. Tully White surely knows the situation at hand, and with priority, it's interesting. She should really be paying attention to Mason Schremer in these final 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think that if there was a set approaching, I think you'd have a lot more attention, but I don't think she feels too threatened by Mason going on these in-betweeners because she's had a bunch of them.
Yeah.
You know, she's had 8 rides, nothing over a 6. You know, just good solid surfing. Not many completions though.
Yeah. And for someone like Tully White, that is high heat IQ to recognize, look, I don't need to protect every wave. I only need to protect a wave that has that score within it. And so if she can, you know, if a wave comes through that she identifies, okay, there's a possibility of an excellent score here, of course she's going to utilize priority, but she doesn't have to move until she sees that wave.
No, that's what I feel. I think she's going to sit tight, see this heat out. She's had a strong performance. She's built her performance throughout. That 7.83 really set her up. And then to back it up with a 7.07 compared to what her opponent had. And I think she will try for one more effort here. So she is going to utilise her priority. And, well, she's just keeping on. I don't think she'll...
This is an interesting play right here.
Yeah, she'll get it. She's going to go left, maybe. No, it's a fade.
And just taking this one in, I don't know if that's going to improve upon her 2-wave total right there. She did give up priority, but there's just a minute remaining. So there's a glimmer of hope perhaps for Mason Schremer in that she's left out the back all alone. She has an opportunity to catch a wave, but she's just scratching into a wave that has no bottom at the moment, and that wave goes right underneath her board.
Yeah, that wave just didn't lift up on the bank, and no opportunity there, but she paddled in with just a lot of intent. So there is a bit of desperation has crept in here. Mason realises that she just wants one more crack at it.
Well, down to just 25 seconds, so it would have to be, given the period and the interval of the wave, she would have to do this, catch a wave, this wave or the next wave hitting the bank. There's no more time after that.
No, I think that's all she wrote, and Tully has played a pretty smart hand here. Just solid all the way. Mason had a lot of waves, but the quality wasn't there. That she didn't quite finish off her rides.
And we can hear the cheer from the local crowd as they know Tully White has advanced into the semifinals, where she will be facing Chloe Kalman in semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 1's all set. We're going to take a break. When we come back, quarterfinal number 3 is going to be in the water, where we get to set semifinal number 2. Don't go anywhere.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is underway, and we are into the women's quarterfinals. We've had so much more swell today than we expected to. And welcome now to the Harvey Norman host set. True Starling in the booth with me alongside of Kira Molnar. Kira, you won the trials to get into the event. Congratulations on having a spot, although you've already lost out, unfortunately. It was great to see you in the draw this week.
Yeah, I was super stoked to win that. Actually, that was a nail-biter heat in the end as well. But yeah, super stoked to be here and back competing at a world level. It's so awesome.
Pretty amazing. You're from Noosa. How does it feel to travel down towards Sydney and get some experience out here at Manly?
Yeah, it's really good. It's kind of similar today to what we'd have back at Noosa at the Groin. But at least it's sunny down here. We've had so much rain. So the drive down was like super rainy, and then this is the first time I've seen blue sky in a couple of weeks. So I was like, wow,
what is that? Yeah. Amazing. Well, it's been so good to have you on the draw this week and just to have you in the booth to call the action. Out in the lineup right now for women's quarterfinal number 3, we've got Honolulu Bloomfield coming off of a 3rd world title win in 2021. She's our top-ranked surfer in the draw, alongside of Sophia Kalane, fellow Hawaiian, walking through ranked number 12, coming out of that Hawaiian region. And she's been one of those up-and-coming names that is going to be a tough battle, I think, for Honolulu to actually take a victory over here in the quarterfinals. No waves ridden yet, just 4 minutes down on the clock, and it looks like Honolulu is going to have the first opportunity with a strong paddle, kicking those legs to find that momentum to scratch into this one on the inside. Gets nice locked into that hang 5, stretch 5, gets a little cover-up, doesn't come out of it. But I love that she was looking for something a little bit different on takeoff, True.
Yeah, definitely. That's a different approach to start the heats already for Honolulu. Just a small score there, but you know, sometimes it's always nice to get that first wave. Some people prefer to actually get a wave nice and quickly, even though it's a throwaway, or if they can capitalize on that and get a 5 or above, that's always a good thing. But even just getting that priority rotation in play as quickly as you can, it's always a good thing as well. So yeah, Honolulu off to a start.
Sophia Kalane now sitting with priority, being a bit of the underdog in the draw here up against the 3-time world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield. And Kara, you were speaking to me before we came in set just about the fact that coming in sometimes as that lower seed, you match up against Chloe Calmon, who's been one of those real prominent figures on the women's tour for a long time, just scratching towards a world title. She hasn't quite gotten there yet. What's it like? What's your mindset like having to paddle out against somebody like that?
Yeah, I mean, like back before, I guess it would be pretty daunting, but like when you get to this level, you know, you've got to beat them to get to the end, and it's like tricky as a wildcard. Like you said, you come against them like earlier, those higher seeds, but you still got to beat them to get through. So no matter what, I mean, you don't have to look at who you're against, you have to just surf your heart out like everyone does at this level. So yeah, I was less nervous than what I have been in the past, I think.
That's amazing. And I think also for you, you must have had that confidence coming into things. I mean, you've competed at this level before, so you've got all that experience to tap into. But coming off of the win for the trials at Port Stephens would have given you that boost of having taken a victory like lately.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely feel like I've got a lot more confidence in the water and more confidence in my ability. Definitely a few things to still work on and iron out, but it's always like progression, and like all these girls, everyone is progressing no matter what, you know, like we get to the next event and then you'll see something crazy at the next one. Like, yeah,
the level of surfing just continues to grow, which is exciting to see. I think my absolute favorite sport in the world is women's longboarding specifically. I just think the amount of talent, the style, the grace, and the flow that's encompassed within that judging criteria for longboarding is really just showcased across the women's field, and it's been a real joy to be able to watch them get some waves like that out here, True, and really just be able to showcase their ability.
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing to see, and you know, as you said, the style and the flow and the grace, they just execute it perfectly, and seeing that compared to, you know, some people as well, especially on the shortboard, I know we were talking about earlier, you put someone like Steph Gilmore who ticks all of those boxes in shortboarding, you can just see everyone out there ticking all of those boxes here, and it's really cool to see that, you know, regardless, everyone is just really elegantly executing each maneuver.
Yeah, it's such a great callback to Steph Gilmore in that conversation, as opposed to some of those other surfers in the shortboard side of things that have really got the great maneuvers. Maybe somebody like Italo Ferreira, who's really explosive, but sometimes lacks that flow in between, where Steph's got sometimes lacks those explosive maneuvers, but has that flow and connectivity. That's what we are seeing within longboarding, and that's what's really rewarded, is that graceful element of competitive surfing. Now a strong paddle here from Honolulu Bloomfield. She'll look to put on a second score on the board. Fell on that first wave, now looking to book herself in a great nose ride to start off with. Goes for that 5, gets that quick 10. Great pedal back, now throws a bit of power into that carve and comes in under the lip.
That was a well-ridden wave. It actually looks really, really easy when you watch her, but that backwash there, I can tell you, is not easy to like surf through.
It looks really difficult to negotiate, huh?
Yeah.
Scores to come through now for Honolulu Bloomfield. Sophia sitting really patient. Talk us through this one, True.
Yeah, definitely a really nice ride, as you mentioned before, for Honolulu, just straight up the nose for a nice 5. She'll get the quick 10 there, right there, and she'll pedal backwards, just waiting for this one to come through. And as you mentioned, Kira, she just negotiates that backwash as well. How does that kind of come into play, you know, having to focus on your equipment as well as the waves, but then you also have to negotiate the backwash and almost kind of premeditate when it's going to hit?
Yeah, I think like a lot of everyone's watching before of what everyone else is doing and where the backwash is coming through. Equipment-wise, most of these surfers know the equipment that they're on, so just practice surfing all different kinds of conditions no matter what. And like, it looks beautiful today and the waves are stunning, and yes they are, but it's like that little hidden part of the wave with the backwash that you do have to negotiate. But she's got so much control there, and I think like somewhere like Makaha, and that I've seen a few places she's surfed, and that gets a lot of backwash on those fuller tides, so it's probably something that Hono's like quite used to surfing, and you can tell from watching her on that last wave there.
Yeah, it's a surprising connection to make between a wave like Manly here on the northern beaches of Sydney and waves breaking on Oahu. Makaha's a great callback to that as far as that backwash, and some other waves on the North Shore where Honolulu grew up. Speaking about conditions, we've had some good ones on offer through the day. We've got Stace Galbraith there with a conditions report for the rest of the afternoon. What's it looking like?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And like I mentioned earlier, we came off the back of that high tide early in the morning around 10 o'clock. So we've got the tide going out all afternoon now. The only problem with that is some of those bigger sets, particularly the rights, they will start to close out. So you saw Honolulu there adjusting pretty quickly. Her second wave was one of those medium-sized waves just in between the sets that enabled her to get some open face and some good strong maneuvers in.
Oh, love that insight. Thanks so much, Stace. And that is something to really start paying attention to, because this morning it was really those rights, True, that were offering a lot of good scoring potential.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with this tide kind of getting a little bit lower, you kind of go, okay, the conditions will change and it will start to either deteriorate or get better. And as Stace mentioned, the rights will start to close out and the lefts will be more on offer. And for someone like Rachel Tilley coming up in the next heat, she favours her back end there, so that might work in her favour.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up in that final women's quarterfinal, it'll be Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley. They've got a long history of competing against each other in the juniors in California out into that pro level, and we'll break down so much more of that in the next heat. Currently in the water, Honolulu Bloomfield taking out the lead with that 6.17 drop through for her second wave. Found a great connection on that nose ride. And Sophia Kalane, the Grom, coming out of the south shore of Oahu, that Waikiki area, is sitting really patient, Kira, before taking off on her first wave.
Yeah, and she did, if I remember yesterday, quite similar in her last heat against Kira. And it was only like their way into the heat that she caught her first wave. So I think like a little bit of a different strategy to what Hono has. I know if it was me, I'd definitely want to get my feet in my wax and get a wave under, but that patience sometimes can pay off, especially with the waves today. You just want to know that you're going to get those two waves within that 30 minutes.
Honolulu with an opportunity on her backhand. Nice tight 5. Stretches back for another one. She's now going to just re-engage with that pocket, set her line on a nice S-turn. Finds that high line for that quick 10 as well. Nice pedal back, and she'll ride out smooth on the inside. I started getting a few waves about an hour before her heat kicked off on that peak just a little bit farther south getting a couple nose rides like that as well, and getting that warm-up in true, it seems to be paying off at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's really tricky conditions out there this morning, especially with, you know, the backwash coming through. And I think that pre-surf warm-up, pre-heat warm-up is definitely paying off. You can see it just gets a nice quick 5 there, and she'll bring this one back around. I love how she redirects it straight back down the line, goes for another 5, quick 10 there. She'll pedal backwards for this one to kind of fizzle out in front of her. So definitely a great thing for Hono to have a surf before. It is really tricky out there, and the conditions will start to get a little bit different throughout the afternoon. And there you go. This is a really nice replay slow-mo action there for Hono. Just bring this one all the way through.
I love how she brings it right back into the pocket, because it's so easy to get caught out there. I know if you saw a couple of other competitors not bringing it right back into the pocket, and then it gets fuller through that inside section if you're a little far out. So really nice critical surfing too.
And how important as a longboarder is it to be in that critical section in the pocket of the wave?
Yeah, like that's the criteria. So you want to get that really nice critical nose ride, ideally out the back, where, you know, you've got, if you fall off, it's like, uh-oh, there goes the rest of the wave. But it is really useful to use that critical section to get up on the nose. It's not just aesthetic, but it's functional too.
Yeah, it's really putting that risk on out the back, like you said. If they fall on the outside nose ride, it's the same in shortboarding of going for a big air maybe at the start, or really pushing that tail out and getting, you know, fins free on the first turn.
Yeah.
It's all of that risk and that commitment that then rewards surfers, because it's a high degree of difficulty in those really important sections at the start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scores coming through now. Honolulu Bloomfield sitting out in front with a 6.00, and Sophia just patiently looking back. She's got a great team behind her. Her mom, Sarah, always travels on the road with her, and you know, helps just kind of situate her out in the lineup, figuring out equipment to ride. She's got a couple of go-to boards that she's always on in competition, and it's been great to see her find some rhythm. She was a pretty outstanding surfer, Kira, at Noosa in 2020. Remember her walking away in the finals?
She was like the dark horse who came out of nowhere, and it was like, oh my God, she's so young. But she's like, oh, she got second, didn't she, I think? Yeah, but some amazing surfing, and I think, like, she lives in Waikiki, is that right? Yeah, so similar, I guess, kind of point break, right hand, is nice little peeling waves to what she has at home, and that definitely worked to her advantage.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible to witness that. She was only 14 years old at the time, surfed in the final at the Noosa Longboard Open against her best friend, Kalise Kaleopa'a, who was only 15. It was like one of the youngest finals that had ever happened. And for Sophia, it was her first event competing on the World Longboard Tour. She had spent some time in the Jersey before, but not at that level. It was just insane to see her hold it together and get some crazy nose rides there at the groins, in actually kind of similar conditions to what we have out here today.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, her nose rides are crazy. Looks like Hono's paddling for this one.
It's a wave that hardly looks like it's breaking, but on a nice long board, there's always a potential to scratch into it, and there she is, straight into that 5 to 10 combination. Beautiful footwork, keeping that upper body quite still as well. Now looking for that finishing section to just smoothly ride out. Oh, unfortunately, just bit the nose true.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Hono. She was looking kind of towards a pretty decent number there. I really liked that ride. She was just flowing beautifully along the board there. So that was unfortunate for Hono. She's going to have to run through and grab that board, potentially swim, but it's quite low out there, so you can almost just walk through the water or run, depending on how much time there is left in the heat. There's plenty of time, though. We'll have a look at the replay. Just walking beautifully up the board. She gets a quick 10 there, and again here for another one. She'll just stick for a nice tight 5 and bring this one all the way around as she puts it up there for a finish, but just unfortunately her nose catching in the water, which is why it's come back up there. So she almost needed to maybe lean back a little bit, pick the nose up out of the water. But really great surfing there. Kira, what do you think?
Yeah, it's really beautiful. That 5 to 10 combo. And then it's really tricky with this inside section. Like, do you turn back and go for the hit at the end, or do you hold that nose ride right through? So it's really helpful, actually. I know I saw Hono watching the last few heats to see what they're scoring. So she definitely would have watched Telly and Mason's heat and taken that into consideration for this one. It's like she just almost over-rotated a little bit too much on that last turn.
Yeah, just kind of mistimed that finish. Scores through, it's a 5.43 for Honolulu, Sophia Clemente, halfway through the heat, still has not taken off on a wave. Kira, I know you've got a lot going on behind the scenes. You've just recently been named president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, super exciting. So, yeah, the Noosa World Surfing Reserve is designated by the Save the Waves Coalition. So they're basically they're based in California, and we've been a world surfing reserve for about 2 years now, and I just took over the presidency from Phil Jarrett. So got some shoes to follow.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's super exciting and really exciting to be able to help preserve like such a wonderful spot, and the work that Save the Waves are doing like around the world is really awesome. So yeah.
That's so amazing to hear, and such a special part of the world that you grew up in, coming out of Noosa, and now that you're one of those leading the charge to protect it is really incredible. We've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're gonna go to a Bonsoy brew break, take a little lull in the action. When we come back, Sophia Clemente will be looking for a couple of scores to get it back on Honolulu Bloomfield.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Up and riding, Sophia Clemente locking it in on her very first wave here in the quarterfinals for the women's GWM Sydney Surf Pro. And she's finally gotten her campaign started with just 10 minutes on the clock, True.
Yeah, wow, that's a long time to wait for a wave. It's almost 20 minutes. So you can see the nerves start to kick in there. She's comboed, and when you start to hear you're comboed more than maybe 4 or 5 times, that's when you go, oh, okay, I really need to get a wave, and you start to add that pressure on. We'll have a look at the replay here. Really nice ride here. She just goes straight to the nose for a nice 5. She'll push it back, go again for a 5 there, and she'll just S-turn it straight back to the pocket. And this is where, unfortunately, she just catches her rail there. Almost needed to be a little bit lower just to embrace that kind of ride down.
Beautiful opening nose rides though, Kira.
Yeah, looking really nice. She's held it together really well. I think I'd be quite nervous at the moment, having only that one wave under her belt, especially it's a little bit slower out there today, so she's going to be wanting another set wave to come through in this next 9 minutes.
Yeah, it has been that dying swell, although there's been enough within it to kind of keep pulsing through and breaking through the tides, but just fewer and far between. Scores now coming through for opener of Sophia Clemente with 9 minutes on the clock. We're going to go down and catch up with the winner of that last heat into the semifinals. It's Tully White.
The Declan Tully fan club is having the best day of their lives.
Oh yeah, it was really special to watch Declan just absolutely smash that heat before. He was ripping, and then really, I don't know, frothed me up to go out there. He made it look that fun, so yeah, it was nice.
Must be pretty special to have a world tour event in your backyard and for you to be into the semi-finals now.
Yeah, I mean, it's super special, you know, having everyone down here and cheering you on, and yeah, I'm super happy to make it to the semis. I've only made it to the semis once before, so it's really nice to do it again. Feels good.
What if I told you it only took 4 more waves to win this thing?
I think I've got a bit of work cut out, but I'm stoked to be here, so it's good. It's my mum's birthday. Quick birthday shout out to my mum.
100%. Happy birthday, Mum. You're from here. A lot of the touring surfers have no idea what to do on their days off. Have you got any recommendations for them?
Snack your way through the Corso. There's so many good things to eat. Shout out to all the bakeries. Yeah, pretty much a food tour. That's good.
It is indeed. Thanks so much, Tully. Best of luck in the semi-finals.
Thanks heaps. Stoked. Happy birthday, Mum.
Stoked to see Tully into the semis, her best result yet. She could very easily be looking at a final finish, even a win, given that she's competing here at home and she's just so comfortable in the lineup, Kira.
Yeah, she's super comfortable. It was really nice when I drove down here. I stayed with Tully for a couple of nights with her family. Happy birthday, Donna, too. That's awesome. I love the shout out. And yeah, just surfing around here with her was really good to begin with. Just get like a little bit of local knowledge. But yeah, when it comes down to it, she definitely knows this break pretty well.
That's pretty amazing to know that you would have had some coaching tips from one of the best out here on any day of the week. Sophia now, she opened up with a 6.07. She's only chasing a 6.11 to take the lead. Nice soul arch 5 to start off. Great drive back into the pocket, readjusts as that section begins to open up in front of her. Makes a smart decision to just ride out smooth. And now Honolua Bloomfield, the 3-time world longboard champion, the youngest in league history to win 3 world longboard titles. Unbelievable results to her career so far. And consistency when it comes to the tour having multiple events. Each of the years that she's won the world title has been the years that there's been multiple events within that running. Other years we've had single world champions, but they've won it out of just that one event. As we see Sophia Kalane with another opportunity true.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Sophia. She gets that soul arch 5, as you mentioned, Shannon, and just looking really unfazed here. I think she's had another 2 waves since that first wave was locked in. And she's just looking really comfortable. She's not even fazed by the fact that she was in a combination situation, didn't catch a wave till 10 minutes to go. I know for 90% of people, that is where they'll be going, okay, this is where I really need to lock in, and they'll just start to apply this pressure and they'll start to almost self-doubt themselves, and that self-chatter will come through. But she's stayed really composed throughout the whole heat. And I think a lot of competitors will want to tap into whatever she's doing mentally at the moment.
She's definitely got the right mindset, that's for sure. It took her nearly 11 minutes to get going with nearly only 11 minutes on the clock, which meant almost 20 minutes of waiting before getting off to a start. She dropped in that 6.07, which included the fall on the finish. It was a really good couple of nose rides, though, critical and right in the pocket.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think we're waiting for 2 scores to drop. Is that right?
That's right.
I noticed that second wave that she got, she managed to get that really nice critical 10 that she's really good at getting. So it'll be interesting to see what that second last wave was actually as well.
A 6.11 is the requirement right now for the Grom out of the south shore of Oahu in Sophia Kalane. She already took down Kira Seal, fellow Hawaiian, in the previous heat on a bit of a buzzer beater. We could see her doing the same thing here with Honolua Bloomfield. With just 5 minutes on the clock, we're going to cross down to Stace out the back.
Thanks, Shannon. Out the back with Dometic, and I've found one of France's favourite sons, Jorgan Cousinet, supporting the French surfers down here. But unfortunately, Jorgan, they haven't had the best day today.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Alice Lemoyne is one of my best friends. So yesterday I came and just to see how she was going to surf him. And today we came with all the boys like Tristan and Gaspar, Justin, just to support Edward. And unfortunately, he's got a little injury, you know, so he couldn't do really well. I'm a little bit bummed for him, but yeah, I'm still here to support.
Of course, and moving forward into next couple of days, the Challenger event will be firing off. You've been preparing around here?
Yeah, you know, yesterday I was practicing and trying different boards, and I think I found the magic one, so I'm really happy, excited, and I don't know when we're gonna be able to surf, but yeah, I'm ready, and hopefully some good waves. Yeah.
Thanks, Jorgan. Best of luck when the event starts up.
Thank you, man.
Honolua Bloomfield straight to the nose with priority, pedals back quickly. Situation fully in. Sophia Clemente dropped in a 6.07 equal to her opening ride for her second score and a 5.30 to back that up. She's still chasing that 6.11 to get the lead away from Honolua, who's both sitting with those sixes. It's extremely tight within those heat totals. Hono just with the inch above. And down to 3 minutes on the clock. Sophia sitting with priority again as Honolua used it up on that last wave, True.
Yeah, wow, she kind of just left the door open there for Sophia. Hono really could have controlled the last 3 minutes of this heat, and unfortunately taking that wave, which Sophia kind of sold her on it there. You know, has now allowed Sophia to be in the driver's position. She only needs a 6.11, and that's a pretty achievable score for a woman of her talent and ability at the moment. So it's going to be a really tight back end of this one, and we were talking about buzzer beaters before, and I think potentially we might see another one.
We definitely could see either of these women locking themselves into that excellent range. 2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Honolua is going to go under priority. She's looking to increase those score lines. If she can get something into the sevens, it's going to increase that requirement onto Clemente. And she just falls out there in the backwash, Kira.
It's so hard at that initial nose ride, not sitting too high, because it looks like you want to take that higher top third of the wave, and then as soon as the backwash hits, it throws you up to the top quarter and you're super easily off. So it's tricky out there.
Now, you do a lot of coaching behind the scenes as one of the caps that you wear among many. Any advice that you'd have for a Sophia in this situation?
Yeah, look, she just needs to wait for that right wave. You know, she's got two 6.07, so she needs to do, you know, a little bit more, but not much. She's very capable of getting that score. She just really needs that wave to come and make that right selection. So, yeah, be super nerve-wracking for both of you in this position. You know, when you're Hono, you're hoping that 1 minute 25 seconds right now is going to be like the longest 1 minute of your life. And for Sophia, it's going to be the fastest 1 minute.
Such a funny position to sit in, being in either seat. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Sophia with priority, chasing that 6.11. Maybe with an opportunity here, she's going to have a look at it. Honolua having a look as well. And it's going to be a dedicated paddle from Sophia. That's an interesting one. She was sitting with priority, and there it is. The priority has switched back to Honolua. She should be hearing that now from the announcers. And a slightly bigger set just rolling through behind. It's going to be with Honolua Bloomfield. The experience in the lineup taking her through to another great wave. She's going to grab the rail coming off of the hang 10 just to try and slice through that inside section. She's unable to, so now priority back to Sophia with 30 seconds on the clock.
Wow, this is a nail-biter finish there. It kind of just shows the maturity of Honolua Bloomfield, the three-time world champ. Sophia, you know, she's young, she still has so much time ahead of her, but there's still 20 seconds, and you know what, it takes 3 seconds to paddle into a wave. Let's just hope the wave comes through in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, Hono was super strategic there. That was definitely experience coming through. I mean, last 6 seconds.
Yeah. And the buzzer is about to sound. There it is, a well-fought battle between the two Oahu locals, the Hawaiians. And the experience in the three-time world longboard champion, Honolua Bloomfield, taking her through to the semifinals. A great result for Sophia, locking in a quarter as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, a really great heat for this one, and a great start for Honolua Bloomfield, who's just been pretty much controlling the heat from start to finish. But when Sophia Culhane bit back, she was there and she was ready, and was really nipping at the heels of Honolua Bloomfield. Some beautiful rides here. She goes down on this one, just getting a nice quick 5 there. She S-turns it straight back to the pocket, the most critical part of the wave. So really great wave selection for Honolua.
Great surfing from the three-time world champion. A strong answer back, though, from Sophia, Kira.
Yeah, really strong answer back. And they're right there, similar score level. It's just that I think Hono has a little bit more critical surfing in the pocket and a few extra maneuvers I noticed on that left. It's kind of running a little bit longer. So I think that was one of her higher wave scores, and she managed to get that nice critical hang 10, that carve, and then back to the 5. So yeah, really smooth surfing from Hono.
Great to have you in the booth with us, Kira, as we see Hano very excited coming through. I know you do a lot of surf-specific workouts. How can our audience find some tips from you online?
Yeah, you can just follow me on Instagram or swing me a message if you've got any questions. It's just Kira Molnar. And yeah, reach out if you want to get in touch.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much for joining the action. We've got another quarterfinal in the lineup. Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley, one of the battles of the day, heading out next.
In 2012, I was fortunate enough to have a win at Manly, and I still hold it like really close to me because it really lifted me for that year, and it was that lift I needed, especially coming out of injury. Just to get the win in front of that crowd, and that's the closest like big event to home, and walk in and have my friends and family around me, like nothing beats it.
Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the sunshine girls of the Sydney area, found that victory close to home and loves the feeling of winning here at Manly Beach. Two of these women, far from home at the moment, both from California. They would be loving to win here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, the World Longboard Tour. They have battled it out in some tough matchups through their career, both Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley. They both got a world title to their name. Soleil from 2018, Rachel from 2015. And in that matchup in the finals, when Soleil took out her world championship, it was against Rachel Tilley back in 2018. And now here she is, Rachel, with an opportunity to get things started. 25 minutes on the clock, first wave now being ridden, gets that quick hang 5. Now links it back into the pocket, sets herself up on the inside, gets a nice critical 10, and unfortunately just gets knocked off by the backwash.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bummer there for Rachel. You know, she could have capitalized on a really great score to start. But she's looking really strong, and as we mentioned before, she feels more confident on her backhand, hence she's going for that left there. So yeah, wow, huge stuff. And here we go, here's a replay for last of Rachel Tilley. Just great stuff, walking up to the nose, gets that quick 5 there, and she just S's back, drawing this line down, gets a quick little 10 tap there. Unfortunately, just getting unstuck on that last turn there, and here's a slow-mo, just beautiful cross-stepping there for Rachel Tilley as she makes her way up to the nose. I love the way that she just keeps her arms there. She's just like so in tune with what's going on around her, and she's just continuing through with this one. And just, I love the redirection as well, taking this one through. There's so much flow in this wave. She's also gaining lots of speed there, quick 10, but unfortunately just unable to time this backwash section just in time. As she leans back there, the board goes up, and then that's where she gets caught off guard there.
It's so hard as well, some of those finishing sections, specifically on a longboard, because there is so much length within that rail. We're talking about boards that are over 9 feet long. That's a lot of rail to avoid catching, especially on those finishing sections, and we've seen a few surfers go down in very similar moments like that. Scores now through for opener of Rachel Tilley. It's a 3.33. So it sets herself up with something to work from and at least get a gauge on what the judges are looking for. Also, thinking about that opening nose ride, she did get that connection with the hang 5, but just as Kira Molnar was explaining to us in that last heat how difficult it is to really read the situation on those opening maneuvers, because of that backwash, it's hard to really find that momentum and speed coming out of the first nose ride, and that's where Rachel just got a little bit stuck there. She managed to trim back and find herself in the pocket, but it was really only that second nose ride that was actually critical. As she races up to that quick hang 5, great 6 steps up to the nose, connects in with another hang 10, 8 steps back towards the tail, and she'll ride out complete, that being a much better wave to kick things off.
Yeah, definitely. She's just catching a few more waves, getting her confidence up in this one. I mean, it's pretty much a rivals heat, you know. They're both... Rachel's won a world title. She came second to Soleil, who won the world title that year in 2018. Here's Soleil up and riding.
Soleil with that quick 5, gets it together for another tight 5, pedals back. She's looking for that finishing section as well. Does great to stay steady and ride out smooth. Even Rachel there, you could see her looking back at Soleil on that whole wave.
Yeah, I definitely would be as well, but I'd kind of be paddling and looking back at the same time, trying to get that priority. You see lots of people look back at their competitors to see what they do and listen to the score that comes through as well to see if, you know, that is better than what they have coming in. Because sometimes, you know, if they get a better score, then you can kind of mimic what they do as well. Let's have a look at the replay here. Great stepping up to the nose as she steps back and puts it up there. And this is when she kind of locks it in for a quick second and puts it up there for a float for Soleil. She's, of course, riding her own boards as well, partnered up with Firewire. We'll have a look at the replay for last of Rachel Tilley as well. Really nice start here, and she's just gaining that momentum as she puts it up there for a quick 10 to tap and floats it for a finish. So a better looking ride there for Rachel and a great start for Soleil.
Yeah, taking a look at this in the slow-mo, I love that bottom turn to start things off for Rachel. I know that's something that her and her dad Glenn Tilley have worked really hard on bringing into her repertoire, is really focusing on that bottom turn on the takeoff. It then sets you up for really good nose rides like these ones. For Rachel, she gets that connection to the hang 10 again, just kind of that lean back to make sure her weight's not too far forward and she doesn't catch that nose in. And then she goes in for a solid finish here on the inside section. So scores in for that last exchange. Judges rewarding Rachel just slightly higher with a 6.0 over Soleil's opener being a 5.33. Soleil now with another opportunity on the inside, gets that quick tap to the 10. Now cuts back to stay with that pocket. Nice S turn to set herself up for another quick 10 here, and she'll ride out smooth. Curious to see now if Rachel's going to be on that wave behind. We've got a little pulse in the action as that tide is dropping out now. We're seeing a lot of waves being ridden in each of these heats. And Rachel Tilley setting herself up just in the lead for the moment. She is still sitting out in the back with priority. And Soleil is needing just a 4.01 from this last wave to put herself up in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a really nice wave there for Soleil. You know, she's looking really confident. And here she is up and riding for the replay. She just goes straight down, moves her board through, and she gets a really nice quick tap there for the 10, and she'll just continue and redirect through with this one. So almost a quick tap for the 10 there as well for Soleil. So a really nice ride. She's just trying to get that 4.01. It's always nice when you hear you're in the lead at the start of the heat. It gives you more confidence to flow through throughout the rest of, you know, the heat going through with 20 minutes. But Rachel does have the highest wave of the heat so far.
That's right. It's a 5.17 in for last of Soleil, which takes her into the lead. Rachel now chasing a 4.50 with 20 minutes on the clock. And it's exciting to see Soleil now starting to focus more on her equipment, to start to understand what she's riding. And she's partnered up with a few different people in the past. She's been riding boards that CJ Nelson has brought in. It's really helped to kind of smooth out her style. And I think the equipment change was a really good thing for her, working towards those world title years. And then for her now, starting to bring in her own shape is pretty amazing. Rachel Tilley's another surfer out here that's spent a lot of time focusing on her equipment. She spent a lot of time in the shaping bay with the Martins. Josh Martin specifically, and Terry Martin, his father, before, brought Rachel into the shaping bay when she was just a little kid, 10, 12 years old, starting to work on her equipment and really understand what was going to be underneath her feet. For Rachel, in preparation for this event, she actually picked up a board from a new shaper that she hadn't been riding, from Ryan Engel. She had this great shape under her feet that she was using on the road of this Australian leg while working behind the scenes for the WSL. And she paddled it out on a pretty solid lay day that we had at Bells Beach. True, you were there beach announcing for us as well. And Rachel actually snapped it after getting a couple of bombs. She took a wave on the head, and it's really difficult with longboards to not snap them in big conditions if you take something on the head. So that board went down, snapped clean in half. And she had to pull this one out of the quiver, an old faithful board from Josh Martin out of California that she hadn't ridden in a really long time. But so far, it's proving to hold together really well in these heats.
Yeah, well, it's helped her get to a quarterfinal and potentially maybe even a semi-final finish, depending on how she goes towards the back end of this one. So really great stuff. And the fact that she's able to jump back on a board after a while of not riding it and then getting results like these shows that it's a pretty decent looking board.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock. Situation remains the same. Really patient, just waiting it out for those good sets to roll through. These women know that to get into that excellent range today, it's going to take a wave with a little bit more size, but also with good shape to it. We've seen a few surfers, you know, locking into some good rides, but if they're not doing those nose rides in the critical section, in that pocket, in that bully section, the judges aren't giving those rewards out. They really want to see that sort of lift coming out of the nose rides, and that's what both of these women know really well. And they would have been looking through, watching the men's opening round this morning, the round 4, paying close attention to the women's quarterfinals that have come through as well. 17.5 minutes on the clock as Rach sits with priority. She's going to have a look at this one now and position herself. They both just moved a little bit farther in on the bank as well. And she's going to have a strong paddle, getting into that double up. Nice cruisy takeoff. Sets her line, but just gets sucked out by that.
Yeah, that was a bummer for Rachel. She had priority there. She needs that 4.5. You know, she almost could have waited for a better looking set. They do come through. It's maybe just around the 5-minute mark before each set comes through. So that's going to allow Sallas, if a set does come through and if she does still have that priority, to better that 5.17 of her lowest score.
In the last heat, we saw Honolulu Bloomfield take out fellow Hawaiian and Sophia Kalane. Stace Galbraith is checking in with her.
Tide going out all afternoon. Honolulu, walk us through your positioning out there and how the conditions are changing a little bit.
Yeah, I think the heat before had a few more sets than mine, or maybe I was sitting in the wrong place, but I just wanted to get busy early in case we didn't have waves, because it's been kind of not super consistent like throughout the day. So yeah, I got busy and I guess it worked out. So
it certainly worked out. When you have a close heat like that, does it sort of make you surf pressure feed for the rest of the event now?
Yeah, especially coming up against Sophia. She is on the same team as me, and I was watching her yesterday, and she was ripping. So I was like a little nervous. I was like, oh my gosh, like probably the toughest draw like that I've had, and I've never surfed a heat with her. So it was super fun though. It was tough and slow, but yeah, I don't know, it was good.
Yeah, I like those close heats. They're fun to watch no matter what the scoreline. Looking forward to the rest of the year. You've always had a lot of success when there have been multiple events on the tour. It must feel good to be into the semi-finals here at the first event.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I got an equal 5th last year in Noosa, so I was like, if I lose today, it's okay, you know. But I'm super duper stoked to make it through to the semis. But I'm going to start from scratch again, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
I think it's about dinner time in Hawaii. Did you want to say a quick hello back home?
Just my mom and family, of course.
Thanks for your time. Best of luck in the semis.
That was a great matchup between Honolulu and Sophia, both surfing for Team O'Neill. What's it like, True, to paddle out in a heat with a team rider like that?
It's definitely tricky because you know that your team managers will be watching and you're like, oh, kind of want to put on a show, but also need to focus on what I'm here for. So I don't know, for myself, I'm always just like, you know what, yep, they're a team rider or they're a friend or they're a sibling or whatever that is, but for that half an hour, 20 minutes, they're just a color and a rashi, and I'm just going to focus on what I'm here to do. So it's really tricky to find that kind of separation and take out all of those emotions, especially for what you feel for people. But, you know, you've got to leave everything in the water, and I think Honolulu and Sophia did that really well.
14 minutes on the clock. Rachel Tilley with a strong paddle. She looked right. She's going to go left onto that backhand. Nice hang 5 to start off with. Finds that power and flow coming through this wave to the inside section. Gets another tap 5. Lines it up for a third nose ride. Really fast footwork to pedal back off of the nose and to continue trying to build on that scoreline and put some pressure onto Soleil.
Yeah, that was a really nice ride for Rachel. You know, she took that one all the way through and had a bit more control over a board. She was gaining heaps of speed throughout the ride as well, so that was really nice to see for Rachel. And again, applying that pressure, you know, she was getting some waves under priority. Even though it wasn't a set, it was still a nice looking ride. And here we go, as you mentioned, she looked right but went left. She was just a little too deep for that right there. Really nice tap 5 to start. She just waits for this one to set up, and she goes again for a quick snap, quick tap 5. And unfortunately just that one kind of dying off around her. But yeah, really nice ride there for Rachel, and she's looking pretty comfortable and confident.
Both words, both
yeah.
great descriptions of Rach at the moment. Scores coming through now. She's chasing a 4.50 to get the lead away from Soleil Erico. And it's just above it. A 4.53 narrowly moves her up into first. Soleil now sitting with a 5.21 requirement. And she's gonna opt to go right on this one. 2 steps, 4 steps up to the nose, gets that quick tap to the 10. She's now stuck behind the section, but she's kind of in that front third of her board to just find that trim line. Connects with the nose once again, and she'll turn out quick underneath the lip. Doing really well to negotiate things. She's had a few other things going on behind the scenes this week. She's just freshly started studying a degree at the University of San Diego. And it's been great to see her finding that balance between school behind the scenes and the competition jersey this week.
Yeah, it's definitely great to see a lot of people implementing, you know, school while they're on the road traveling. It's definitely something that's interesting to see as we watch a replay for Last of Soleil. Really nice 5 to quick 10 tap there, and just a little bit of a bobble there, and you can kind of see the backwash maybe affecting that as she pulls this one through to the inside. Yeah, as I was saying, it's really nice to see people studying while they're on the road and just expanding their knowledge, which is awesome. And here's Rachel up riding.
With an opportunity to increase that score line. Finds that 5. She's able to actually turn her board from the nose, but she is caught up on the top of that wave, and I think that's the mistake there, is that she just almost needed to find that trim line a little bit lower outside of that top third in order to really find that speed and flow.
Definitely, and when you're staying in that top third of the wave, that's, you know, where more than likely you could be getting hung up as well, which we did see from Rachel.
Yeah, and surfing at a lot of different types of breaks. Like if this was at Malibu right now, staying in that top third would be great because it's a perfect pocket, just runs down the line. But in these kind of shifty, funky beach breaks that get those little wash sections, it's really difficult to negotiate that top third. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for Rachel Tilley. We'll give you the full situation update right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? and by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
And we're back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Rachel Tilley currently in the lead, looking to increase that score line, but just falls out the back of that wave. It's getting a little bit more difficult, not only because of that low tide drawing out to really find that trim line, it seems like, but with the little bit of offshore wind, it's actually quite difficult, Drew, to nose ride when you've got that wind blowing back up against you.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, there's a whole bunch of different aspects which make surfing hard. But when you can capitalize on that and get the better of it, that's kind of why people do it and why they love it. And here's Soleil, who seems to love it.
With a great opportunity opening up in front of her, she's chasing a 5.21 to gain the lead back. Nice 5 to 10 combination, takes that slightly lower line through that wave, and she connects through for a great finish. Rachel now with priority out the back, and Soleil chasing that 5.21. This is only their second head-to-head matchup at this level of competition. Both coming out of Southern California. Soleil Erico from Malibu spends a bit of time on the north shore of Kauai as well with her family. Rachel Tilley out of San Juan Capistrano in that kind of Doheny to San Onofre space. They've had a lot of other matchups in their life. And Soleil with this opportunity to steal it back from Rachel.
Yeah, really nice ride there from Soleil. Quick 5 to 10 tap, and then she'll go for a nice float to finish there. So walking up the board, beautiful surfing there, just generating so much speed while still maintaining that flow. Goes for a nice 10 there. And she walks back just in time to get herself up and on top of this lip here, and really able to capitalize as well on a finish, which we've seen quite a few people unable to do so throughout the day.
Curious to see where the judges are going to go with that score line. Rachel now with priority, with a good looking left opening up in front of her. And it just looks like it's going to shut down. She would have seen that coming for being a bit too deep.
Yeah, that was unfortunate as well for Rachel. You know, she had priority there. So she lost her priority. She's given it back to Soleil, who literally just caught a wave as well. So Rachel, for this whole middle start of this heat, has been catching waves under her priority. That's pretty much where a bulk of her scores have come from. So she needed to choose the right wave with priority there so that she could get a wave potentially in the 6-point range.
Down to 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Still waiting for scores to come through for that last wave of Soleil Erico, and it's going to be a really important one. See if she can take that leading position back from Rachel. She's chasing a 5.21 at the moment. We're waiting for those scores to drop through from the judges. Now in head-to-head matchups, the one they had before, Soleil got the better of it. She could be looking, if she gets the score, to get that second head-to-head matchup against Rachel Tilley. And with that last score, it drops in as a 5.5. She has moved into the lead now. She's sitting with priority. And with 6 minutes on the clock, Rachel is chasing just a 4.83, so it's a small requirement on the board for her still. She could be looking at that. She gets the right wave, gets a couple nose rides, and finishes off on the inside. Soleil getting the score in that mid-5 range for just a single nose ride with a really strong finish.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is where Rachel's probably going to be kicking herself a little bit because she lost that priority previous to that last wave. So, you know, Soleil may not give her much room to move. You can see her just paddling in as Rachel's having a look at the little one here.
Nice fade to take off. Just really patient there, hoping that wave would just pitch and give her a good section, but it's just had a lot of that kind of wobble on it, and she'll kick out. She is sitting under priority though now, so she's freed up to take off on some of those other waves. Speaking of consistency within their careers though, Rachel Tilley's definitely been the one with more consistency. Since winning her world title back in 2015, which was only her second or third year on the world tour at only 17 years old, she has only fallen out of a world title event or a world longboard tour event below the quarterfinals one time in her career. It was a 7th place finish out at the Noosa Longboard Open in 2020. Outside of that, she has quarterfinaled or better in every single event that she's competed in at this level since 2015.
Wow.
Now for Soleil Erico, it's a little bit of a different story, but we'll get back to that as we see a nice fade takeoff from Rachel. This could be the wave that she's looking for. Locked into that 5, connects through for the combination for that hang 10, and she's able to hold it in the pocket with her long drawn out hang 5 after connecting into that 10. Now Soleil answering straight back. She could be increasing her score line with this little set as well. Nice S-turn to set up for that next inside section. And she'll ride through clean. That's going to be a great exchange between the two surfers.
Yeah, really nice stuff for both Soleil and Rachel. It's really close between the two of them, and they both have scores to come through, so it's going to be a nail-biter finish. Rachel really needs to get back out there and get priority where she can, so she can control the back end of this heat. And the same for Soleil. Whoever gets priority will be looking pretty good. And this is right from Soleil, gets that stretch 5 there. She pedals backwards from this one. Really nice connection here and finishing that one off. So nice ride there for Soleil, and Rachel, she just waits for this one to stand up, gets up nice and quickly there. And really nice quick 5 to 10. And again for another one. So she just steps back here and finishing off nice and smooth as well for Rachel. So really great stuff as she puts it beautifully in that 5 combination, and you'll see her get a quick tap 10 as well. She goes through there, so she holds it nicely for a little bit, and then she puts that back foot back, and she'll start to pedal back as well so that she can stay in front of this connection and really ride out too.
She always has such a big smile on her face when she's on a wave. Great stylish kick out under the lip as well. That's one of those maneuvers on a longboard specifically that's really important, doing those kind of down carves out of the face of the wave, even though it's not properly coming from the top necessarily, but it's a really good drive through to finish off on. She's chasing a 4.83 to take the lead away from Soleil. Soleil with a score to come through as well though, and if she increases her score line, it's going to increase the requirement on Rachel Tilley. And here we go, situation. Rachel into the lead. She's dropped in a 5.73 for her last wave, but Soleil does have a score coming through now. If Soleil drops in a score better than a 6.23 for her last wave, she's going to be back into the leading position with just 2 minutes to go. At the moment, we've got 2 scores on the panel looking in favor of Soleil Errico to get that advancing position over Rachel. But we're now going to wait for that to tally up and see if we'll see that situation change. Either way, Rachel Tilley is sitting with priority. Now 1:45 on the clock, and she just narrowly gets it. Errico with a 6.27 moves back into the lead. She'd be receiving that information from the beach announcer right now with 1:30 on the clock. And Rachel Tilley, you can just see there with a little head knocking back. Here's that she is chasing another score, a 5.78 to take the lead.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really, this is a really tight heat. There's 0.04 between first and second. So Rachel would be going, okay, what more have I got to do? She's asking for the time now. You know, she has a little over a minute left, needing a 5.78. She's done that already with that 6-point ride. She just really needs to make sure that A, your set comes through, and B, she gets the best of it, and C, Soleil doesn't get another wave.
Wow, really coming down to the wire here on that last exchange. 50 seconds on the clock, and possibly an opportunity. It's looking like this wave will be just a little bit too small as it comes through the inside. 30 seconds on the clock. Last year on the World Longboard Tour, we watched Soleil Errico walk away with a 2nd place finish at the Cuervo Surf Ranch Classic, which was actually her first time advancing past the round of 16 since winning her world title back in 2018. So she's sometimes struggled to find that consistency in results. But right now she's looking to book herself into the semifinals. And Rachel Tilley just doesn't seem like she's going to have another opportunity, True.
No, that was really unfortunate for Rachel as well. She was looking so good to move through to the semifinals. She's looking really strong on her feet and just really confident as well. But Soleil, she just got the better of it towards the end.
And she did so well to find that wave on the finish to get herself a better score to put a bigger requirement onto Rachel Tilley. Soleil Errico booking herself a spot into the semifinals, and an impressive heat in clean conditions here at North Stain. Coming up next, we're going to have Ben Skinner and Jefferson Silva for the men's quarterfinals. We got a few more heats to roll through to end out competition as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Rachel Tilley with a great opportunity on the start.
Yeah, really nice start for Rachel and a beautiful ride there on this ride as she puts it up there for a great finish. And Soleil just answering back. She was just on every single wave out there and just capitalized. I don't think she fell at all out there. So she was just really able to get a few really nice rides, and I think that's what set her apart from Rachel. And here's Sallas just taking this one once again all the way through, gets a quick 10 to tap, and bringing this one all the way through to the inside. A really tight battle between both Sallas and Rachel towards the back end of this one.
Great battle. Soleil Erico taking out the youngest ever World Surfing Champion in Rachel Tilley. She's advancing into the semifinals. Coming up next, it's Ben Skinner and Jefferson Silva for men's quarterfinal number 1. Stay tuned right after this.
So we should level up, I know that life's a lot, baby, we got this chance to make it last. We should level up, we should level up.
And welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Men's quarterfinals out in the water. I'm Kaipo. You can call me Kaipo. This is Wayne Bartholomew. You can call him Rabbit. And this is Matt Chananke. You can call him the Waxhead. Thank you for joining us, Matt.
Thanks for having me back. What a wonderful day to be on the beach. Some amazing heats that have just passed, and the women really set the bar.
They sure did, and we had some great performances. Our semifinals are all set for the women. Now we're going to set the semifinals for the men, and how are we going to do that? We got our 4 quarterfinals this afternoon to finish off competition. Bugs, Ben Skinner and Jefferson Silva in this first matchup.
Yeah, well, they really lit it up this morning. Both of those guys are on fire. And, yeah, we're looking for a really good match here. They're both, they seemingly intent on getting a big result, so this will be a real battle.
Look at who's climbing the Bailey Ladders bracket right here. Ben Skinner, Jefferson Silva, winner. That's going to go into semifinal number 1. And they will meet the winner of quarterfinal number 2, the all-Hawaiian matchup where Kai Sallas is going to be going against Kaniala Stewart. So we got some action. And Harrison Roach, Cole Robbins, that's going to be another great matchup as well. Declan Wyton and Taka Inoue to finish off the day. That'll be the last heat of the day. We're going to get through our men's quarterfinals. And by the time we're going to be wrapping up the post-show this afternoon, we're going to have our women's semifinals all set and our men's semifinals all set, Matt.
Yeah, and we've got another goofy and natural footer heat setting up here, and we have seen that trend throughout the day through the women's and some of the men's matchups. So we'll see if we're going to choose the dominant right, or they are both going to pull the trigger on the left. And here's Jefferson. He decides to go right on his opening wave.
Goes right and a little redirect and back to right again for the Brazilian goofy foot.
Interesting to note that he's pulled out the board shorts, the trunks for this session. Although we are in the afternoon sun, it is a little bit chilly down here on the beach. So maybe just to get a feeling like being back home, putting on the board shorts maybe and getting out of the full suit.
I certainly like that tactic. I used to do that all the time, particularly in your second heat of the day, just stripping back. And you just sort of feel a bit looser. bit more comfortable. And he paddles so hard and surfs so busy, he hadn't got time to get cold.
Absolutely. Well, maybe that's his intention, just to start early, build up his heat score, and he's a real confident surfer, as we discussed earlier in his round 4 heat, and it paid off for him taking that win earlier in the day.
So it looks like Ben Skinner checked in with a 2.5, a 3.5 for first wave of Jefferson Silva. Early advantage to Silva, but we would expect, Bugs, much larger numbers coming from these two surfers throughout this match.
Well, that's how they played their round 4 matches earlier today. Ben definitely built his performance as the heat went on. He got stronger and stronger. That was an amazing performance. He came from behind.
You see Jefferson looking again. You see that that water is kind of starting to get brushed by that afternoon westerly, west-southwester. We can feel it in the commentary booth here. It's probably about 10 to 15 knots, and it's interesting to see what it'll do to this swell. Will that underlying ground swell start to fade as it should have overnight, or is that pulse going to continue throughout the next four quarterfinals? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, great insight, Matt, because some of that wind would be brushing up against the incoming swell, diminishing its energy.
Absolutely, and the south swell that we do have coming in the next few days is very straight, 184 degrees, which is bypassing this place almost definitely. We're going to get just a little trickle coming in, but if that period builds up, it's enough just to sneak around the north head here, and we will see that influx. But if a westerly is belting against it, sometimes it'll be, we said it earlier, it might be at Raglan.
Wow, so we'll see how that develops, and we see Jefferson Silva getting this insider, get some hang 5 time, but just rides out of that thing.
Yeah, so we're going to get it. Basically, you're saying we're going to get a glancing blow at best.
Correct. Yeah.
Skinner, tip time. Nice hang 5. Little tripped up on the cutty right there, and that's going to cost his forward momentum and unable to complete that last nose ride.
What did you guys think of the way the women approached those slower heats earlier? You know, some of the surfers decided to wait and pull the trigger, and it did pay off for some, but for others, they got caught needing some extra time at the end. Yeah,
I mean, Bugs, you can talk to this. A lot of heats are determined by time management, as we see the replay here of Ben Skinner.
Well, a lot of heats were determined by surfers getting good waves without priority. That's what I saw too. I mean, sitting a little bit further inside, just fishing around, knowing the surfer with priority had thrown out anchor basically, and keeping busy and you know, plucking a couple of little nuggets.
And although we are on a really well-shaped beach break, this rip current isn't always in the same place, and it does look like a dominant left and a right, but it's not always the case, and sand does shift, and it can shift throughout the day. So yeah, it's the surfers have got to keep their eyes on it, and if there's coaches out there, I'm sure they'll be analysing what happens throughout the day and for the coming Challenger Series.
Speaking of coaching, Matt, you're one of the surfers that you're in the corner of. The Chloe Coman had a wonderful performance and seemed to play that quarterfinal heat really, really well. What was your advice to her? Because it looks like she just not just performed, but she picked some great waves as well.
She's just dialed in her boards really well, her fins, time management of the heat, but just getting her body ready and doing the things that she can control, so when she does enter the heat, that she has options to surf. She doesn't feel stressed or rushed. She can pivot and go, okay, well, this isn't working, we're going to go to plan B, plan C. And at the end of the day, she knows beach breaks really well, so she realizes that if there's a wave there, you've got to surf.
Right, and I guess your role, a lot of times, and I see it in surf coaches, is to be a sounding board and also one that brings comfort to your athlete.
Correct, yeah, there's a lot that goes on in surfing. There's a lot of elements we have to consider in the water and out of the water, and certainly a lot of preparation that goes into these heats months beforehand, and to get that across to the surfer and give them some nice advice and get them to prepare and know what to expect is really important, almost more important than just what you're about to say before they go out into the heat.
Right, and a lot of times, that jersey, you see the red jersey on Ben Skinner, Bugs, that jersey for some competitors can feel weighted or heavy. And other competitors, when they put on that jersey, it's almost like a cape, and they actually elevate their performances.
Especially the red one. It usually denotes a higher seeding.
Yeah, and it can surf. You know, people who are confident surfers, they they just go out and they feel the momentum that they're riding, and Chloe's doing that at the moment. And we'll see if Ben can channel that red rash vest energy. And he took that one under priority, I believe, but they just need to start surfing. You know, whatever comes through with that westerly, as we said, it's going to start playing havoc for those set waves. So I think it's going to be a busy heat towards the end.
Now, Ben, like, holding his hands up and on the paddle back out, it seems that he may be frustrated about something. I haven't caught on to exactly what the frustration is right now, but the body language has indicated that although he does have the lead, yeah, we'll keep on reading Ben Skinner. He's out in front with a 4.07 and a 2.5. All right, Jefferson Silva with priority right now and waiting. He needs a 3.08 to take the lead off of Ben Skinner. All right, let's hear from the winner of last heat. It was a hard-fought battle, but Soleil Erico found her way into the semifinals.
Just talking about crowded lineups around the world, Malibu is definitely one of them. It must be nice to sit out here at Manly Beach on a day like this with only one other surfer in the water.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing about surfing crowded spots is they teach you how to be aggressive. So I've definitely become more aggressive in the last few years from surfing Malibu. So there's like pros and cons.
For sure. Do you feel you used that in that heat just then?
I mean, as much as I could, there's only so much you can do out there because there's priority. I mean, I wouldn't want to be aggressive anyways, but I mean, I like the priority. It's definitely my cup of tea, yeah.
And a very interesting heat with you turning the heat back there right on the buzzer. That must have felt good to hear that score get read out.
Yeah, I mean, I like almost didn't go for that wave, but then I was just like, you know what, you got to give yourself a shot because there's very limited waves out there. So I just went and followed my instincts, and it, you know, worked out. Rachel's a super tough competitor, so I knew, you know, I needed to show my game.
You might have a few days off. You got any plans to check out Manly and maybe the city?
I think so. I'm gonna try to finish my midterm. I still haven't done that yet. I thought we weren't gonna run today, so I was like doing homework, and then they called it, and I was like, oh shoot, I gotta go surf, and then I went and practice. But we're gonna try to go to Sydney. Yeah.
Yeah, school first, fun later.
Yeah, unfortunately. But I'm almost done.
Well done. Best of luck in the semis.
Thank you.
2018 world champ Soleil Erico, and also in studies at a university, so she's got a lot of different hats that she's wearing right now. She can tend to her studies because she's on to the semifinals, and we're likely to get started with the Challenger Series when we resume competition.
Yeah, well, they've got 3 days off, right? I mean, because it looks like it's all going to wrap up on the Tuesday. So they'll get Friday, Saturday, Sunday off to finish the exams, go visit, you know, go and see the city. It's a wonderful harbourside city to check out. The harbour itself is absolutely amazing. Probably got to be one of the best in the world.
Wow. And Matt, you were talking about how the winds were kind of play an effect in this afternoon, and I believe our tide is still draining, so we've seen a little bit of a drought in the surf currently.
Yeah, I think these surfers are waiting for those sets, but using my local knowledge, I don't know if there's going to be sets coming. Looking at that spell report, there's going to be waves, but it's 30 minutes, and it does go by very quickly when you're waiting for something that may not come. And North Heads, it goes out a lot further than Fairy Bower in the headland.
Well, I mean, if you're on the beach commentary, you could give them a little subtle hint, but we're only talking to the folks at home.
That's correct. And let's see, Jeff's in there waiting for an update. So
yeah,
maybe it is some communication that they're trying to get off that beach announcer and trying to figure out priority, or we can't see that from here. He is. He wants their priority turned around.
Oh, yeah. I see.
15 minutes to go. We know that that will play some havoc.
Yeah.
Well, now, just correct me. I mean, should it be turned around?
I don't know how far off Ben was and what sort of effort he made to turn for that wave while we were doing the interview. So
okay. No, it was not clear cut. They've got to go with priority. I got myself in one of these situations once.
We have Ben pulling the trigger, and now this has turned into small wave longboarding. There's no end section, big juicy end section to finish with, so he's a couple of nose rides in here, and he's arching that nose ride, trying to make the most and sort of bend and twist it to make the most of that wave. But I would imagine that they're trying to think about what happened the other hour, which was that solid end section. We saw Declan really going to town with it, but maybe not so much in this heat.
No. And it can be off-putting, that whole priority thing too, when you feel that it really should have been and it wasn't, and then the other guy gets the wave. But it's a nice hang time on the nose.
Absolutely.
He goes for it again. So this will be one of his stronger rides, and well, didn't quite surf out of it.
No, and the judges have been very, very strict with that finishing manoeuvre.
Yeah, haven't they?
But he did lock in there, as we see, not quite in the pocket there, but the board is elevated just slightly, and the fin and the tail rock are doing all the work on that nose ride.
Yeah, and now he's just going for that bonus just to try to finish it off and, get that score up above the 6-point range, because that's the critical part, right?
Absolutely. And just be this finish just to see if the judges determine if this is a sort of finishing manoeuvre, and he arches, bends and twists the board, steps back here and recovers, and you see if he rides out of this one.
Don't feel he did.
Well, there you go. That was a 5.5 for Ben Skinner. Let's take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back before the next exchange. We'll see you on the other side.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Quarterfinal #1 for the men's longboard out in the water. And Ben Skinner, before we went to break, just scored a 5.5 and the lead.
Looks like
and during the break, this is what happened right here.
All right, so he's picked up a smaller wave, and this will be his highest wave of the heat, and he holds that 10 through that smaller section, rail carve, and he's going to look for this bonus section, taps it off the top. So all the points in that coming from that hang 10, and here we have the front angle and the board in full trim here. And Ben's not a small human either, so he's really utilizing the pocket here and yeah, great control, steering on the nose, sees knees bent in that 45-degree angle, and here he is, hands in the air, de-weighting, using his hands in a functional manner. You'll see a lot of hands by the side or up in the air, and see how he sort of moves those hands up as he does that turn. It's all about body language in a functional manner.
Jefferson Silva trying to make a comeback here. Just a quick cross step before a kick out. And priority air for Jefferson Silva.
You know, Jefferson seems really unsettled.
Yeah.
Just so unsettled in this heat. There's something happening, and he just hasn't quite settled down. I mean, even that one then, I thought he was just going to take off and go the left. The right was walled. Seemed like he was still focused on his opponent.
That's right, and realistically, he only needs 2 6s. And if he was to break it down, and if he gets it left and or a tight right, and he's able to link one nose ride and a nice finishing turn, there's the score. We saw that on the backside, if the surfer is able to do what the surfer's doing on the front side, on the back side, they're getting more points.
Yeah, now we've got a bit of a situation now because Ben Skinner is deep and he's going to go this because that's a definite, seemed like a blocking move, big time. Okay, so in some regards that worked for Jeffson because he's got priority now, and if he could get one of those sixes, I don't think they'll take priority off him for that little movement. Ben Skinner, there's just a flurry of sort of nervous action out there.
Absolutely. So we have identified there is a bit of a change there, and makes me wonder what that mid-bank is doing. See if they've even got eyes on that, because it could be a good time to consider changing banks if Jeffson's feeling unsettled, because we've got 2 access points here for surfers, and everyone in the longboard division so far, no one has ventured over to that middle bank. So I think as that tide drops and that swell direction shifts a little bit more to the south, we might see that come into play, and we almost certainly will in the Challenger Series coming up.
So Jeffson happy to hold his position, and there we go. Can you talk to us about this wide shot?
Yeah, so straight on the right-hand side of the screen, you see a free surfer paddling there, and he's up on that left, and there's a right that runs into the channel. That's straight out the front of the commentary booth, and we see our surfers in between the red and the black buoys over there to the left. That's the Northern Peak, and that's straight out the front of the North Stain Surf Club, the Manly Surf School there. And that peak is predominantly 50 metres to the north usually, but because of that rip current, it's been ripped the sand up from Queenscliff Lagoon. 2 months ago we had that heavy rain, and the sand had been pushed all the way up, about 500 metres up the beach, creating this, well, it's been fantastic for the contest so far, but if these competitors are not considering a change, it might not work in their favour, just staying in the priority battle.
Well, it'll definitely only not work for one.
Yes.
Well, it's going to be interesting with that conversation as we go into the Challenger Series, where we'll have 4 surfers in the water for those opening rounds. And here we go. Jeffson streaking on a wall here. Gets a 5, little drop the bottom turn there. More time on the nose, gets a 10, streaks through that section, hangs on through the inside, and now he's mounting his comeback.
Well done.
And that was exactly what Jeffson, and now he knows he's putting the some gas in the tank, and he's streaking back out there, and he knows that was a good score. It was his best one yet, and made the most of it.
We've been reading Jeffson's body language throughout this heat, and now I see the intent, and now I see enthusiasm from the Brazilian as he paddles back out after that ride.
Yeah,
Ben Skinner here.
You can attest to this, Rabbit. You feel the belief when you get a score, and you know it's almost like you see a lot of the guys claim, and you know in the Challenger Series in CT, they go, "Yes, that was a good one." Longboard's equivalent. Get out there fast.
Yeah, but it really does put a spring in your step, particularly when you've had a really sort of a funky time and you haven't got a score on the board, and then you realise, oh, hang on, I'm not out of this.
Yeah. 6 minutes ago, it's a long time in a longboard contest, and he does hold that 10. It's just his ending gets a little bit frantic, but he does complete, and that's been very important.
Yeah, frantic is the word. That it's nearly like his nervous energy throughout this whole heat. He's shown a bit of that, but he's nice and cool right there.
Absolutely. And steering again on the nose.
And it seems like he hung there for as long as he possibly could. Hence, you know, it was more a recovery move at the end. But he knew he had to hang there for as long as possible.
Yeah, let's pay off that score, 6.27. Jeffson Silva is right back in the game, and Stace Galbraith is out the back with Dometic.
Thanks, Kipes. I'm here with Lucas Silveira, cheering on his fellow countryman, Jeffson Silva. He got a really good ride just then. He's back in the game, Lucas.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm really bad at longboarding. I don't really understand the judging and stuff. I never done a hang 5 in my life, so I'm kind of ashamed of that, you know. But today looks perfect for longboarding. Like if you want to choose a board to surf waves like this, it will be a longboarding. And I remember watching Jeffson like a long time ago, a few years back, that we had a comp. It was on one of those ISAs and stuff that has longboarding and shortboarding together, and we had a really fun trip together. I was just a teenager, and Jeffson's probably like one of the funniest guys you ever know, you know. And I remember it was like a long left, and he was just hang 10 for like a minute in there. I was like, how is that possible? How do you do that? Like, every time I surf longboard, I can't even touch the nose, you know? And it looks really hard. And he just got a good wave. He's still in second, but I'm confident hopefully he can find one of those lefts and do like one of those hang tens I remember him doing. It'll be fun.
You got some good lefts this morning. There's just over 4 minutes to go, so we'll see how he goes. Thanks for your time, Lucas. Have a good week.
Thank you. Let's hope for some waves soon.
All right, Lucas Silva, former world junior champ and a Challenger Series competitor. And I like that he's there cheering on Jeffson, enjoying his Oakberry Acai Bowl, and we have a little bit of gamesmanship happening right now, Bugs.
Well, it's kind of a bit of a repeat, it looks like to me, Matt, of the last episode where Jeffson actually got Ben to take the wave, and I believe this time he's not taking the bait.
Absolutely, and second in priority, Jeffson, and it almost looked like Ben said something to Jeffson in the water before, and yeah, it's really coming down the clock. But I loved hearing Lucas's perspective on Jeffson. I nearly said Jadson then, but another countryman, Robson Santos, is also a longboarder as well, and he's staying with Jeffson, and they're really tight, the shortboarders and the longboarders over there, and they have a lot of pride in their representation of their country, and it stems right through whatever craft.
Well, here we go. There's going to be an opportunity. He's got to really scratch into that one, and that wave doesn't even feel the bank at all.
Yeah, so this is, it's kind of like the most skitsy heat I've seen. You know, there's a lot going on out there. There's a lot between the lines.
There's something, yeah.
We're not reading it all here, but they're both a little bit unsettled on certain things.
2 minutes 45 left. It's a 5.57, and here he goes. It's going to have to be another one of those big critical nose rides, you'd imagine.
No.
But that's not going to be the score.
Oh, and Ben Skinner, no, he'll get off this, I reckon.
Wow.
It's an unnecessary ride.
Yeah. He just did realize that not to take himself out of position. Ben Skinner with the lead, it would be in his benefit to maintain that priority in this final 2.5 minutes. And the distance between the two surfers, it looks like he's going to regain that priority. Good move for Ben Skinner to identify that.
Well, he's a very experienced competitor. They both are. And Ben has had some amazing results in his career. And he might pull the trigger. So he's not comfortable with that 5.5 he's got.
So that's right, true. He wants to add points on that.
Absolutely. And this could be the wave. And a beautiful step back in the turn and setting up this inside again. So I think he may increase that 5.5, but minute 50 left. Wow, heat's not over, Ben.
Well, he may have just, I mean, he would have wanted to really get a lot more out of that wave, because now he left his competitor out the back. A minute 35 on the clock. Opportunity. Jeffson Silva at this moment only needs a 5.57. Let's see if this went better than a 5.5. What do you think, Bugs?
I feel it does. I really like this. This is a nice cut back there, and he brings it around nicely again. Stands on the nose very quick. Yeah, I feel it does. I feel he did the work on the outside.
With a minute 15 left on the clock, I think Jeffson needs something considerable, and there we have. It's just Ben's just locked in his best wave. 7.17.
Good call, Bugs. 7.17. So Ben Skinner now really locking away Jeffson Silva. Silva needs a 7.23. He does have priority, but the clock, Matt, is not looking good.
It'll have to be the best wave of the heat, and but with the split peak, you know, anything can happen. And as we said, we're on longboards, so we can chase down a peak.
Yeah. You know, that ended up being a wise move by Ben. As you said, he wasn't satisfied with carrying that second score. If there was a two-wave set,
wow,
he could find himself in trouble.
How was that footwork just on this little insider? I was thoroughly entertained by Ben Skinner. Just a small inside wave, but got a lot of work done on the board.
I'm very interested to see what the dynamic of this heat was.
Yeah.
There's 30 seconds left. Choosing not to wear a leg rope, but not a watch either. So yeah, he's really disillusioned with the beach commentary, but
yes.
Yeah, he might have more to say to the commentators on the beach than he would to Jeffson, I think. So
yeah.
Maybe they're communicating times and scores.
Well, there's the relief right there for the big man from the UK. Ben Skinner is going to be our first semi-finalist here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, and the celebration in the short break right now. Well, and a lot of relief.
I was going to say, that's more relief than celebration. It seems like I survived.
Absolutely. It's almost like they thought it was a 20-minute final or something, because they got to that last 10 minutes, and it's just the dynamic completely twisted.
It sure did.
Changed.
Let's check out the Harvey Norman recap, Matt. Ben Skinner did some great work on the nose.
Yeah, that nose rider choice, look at that. Just de-weighting with the hands, and it's all at those hang 10s that were the difference at the end of the day, and finishing cleanly.
Well, he got that one paddling out.
Yeah.
That was after a ride, and so he got that under priority.
And this was Jefferson's highest score, and that little drop knee transition, and this was the 10 as well.
He got himself back in the match. So that equaled Ben's highest score to that point, and then there was this one and the 717. This really put it to bed.
Interesting to note, there was no wave of consequence on the left. So
no.
they're both choosing the right. So you can see that tail of the board there. That's it's about an 18-inch tail, and that fin to be 11 inches as well, and it's swallowed up in the width of that tail. So it's an enormous. That's what's slowing that board down in the pocket to allow him to lift and give him those hang 10s.
Well, there you go, Ben Skinner. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 2 right after this. The beautiful scene here in New South Wales, northern beaches here in Sydney, and a wonderful day as we look into quarterfinal number 2 here at the WSL Longboard Tour for the men. Kai Sallas against Kaniala Stewart, and a story of the master in Kai Sallas and the apprentice, the next generation Kaniala Stewart. It's Kaipo, Rabbit, and Matt, the Waxhead, bring you the action, and this was the opener, Matt.
Here we have the master and the apprentice just crossing at the beginning, and Kani opting to get an early start and build some pressure on his shaper and his mentor.
Well, that was a pretty amazing start, really, because he didn't have the inside positioning. To me, he didn't really motion towards he was going left either that much. Just a bit of a fade, but it was cool. They just said, let's get this thing into priority rotation.
Unlike that last heat where we saw some confrontation right towards the end.
Yeah.
I think these guys will also realise that, yeah, the change of conditions, and they've opted for just keeping busy. And here's Kaniela up on his second wave, keeping very busy. And a beautiful hang 10 there, a surfer in blue. And he is riding one of Kai Sallas' boards as well.
Yeah, and you know what? There's every reason for Kaniela to get busy, because he scored massive points in the last heat. He was the surfer in the 4th round.
So this must be his 3rd wave he's caught in in between as well. So really keeping busy on these rights, clicking heels, hang 10, showing the judges that he's going to give them a whole bag of tricks in this one.
Wow. So the judges do owe us a bunch of scores. Kai Sallas actually, board-wise, shapes and sponsors Kaniala Stewart's boards. So they're both riding for Kai's board company, which is really interesting now.
Yeah, it's Kai was a long-time rider for Takayama surfboards, and in recent years started doing his own boards and then branching out into his Kai Sallas designs. And naturally, those boards are shaped for Waikiki and surrounding waves. In the World Longboard Tour, these boards have been done extremely well for his riders, male and female. And here we have Kaniela locking a 6, 7 and a 5, and he's off to a very early start, putting Kai into a combination situation.
Yeah, there you go. Starts off with a 5, then 6, 7, then a 5.9 for Kaniela Stewart. Back-to-back waves, staying busy out there as we look at the Bailey Ladder scoreboard, and you can see the situation that Kai Sallas needs 2 waves, Rabbit, of 12.57.
Well, he wouldn't be panicked at this point because he knows that his opponent just got off to a super quick start wave-wise, and that's based on what Matt was pointing out before. These guys would have watched that last heat. They would have seen all these little waves coming through, plus with the lower tide all the time, those little ones are lifting up on the bank.
Absolutely, the dynamic has changed. And I want to ask you, Kaipo, with these two surfing town in Waikiki and also the North Shore a lot, what sort of beach breaks would they practice in for this type of stuff? Or fellow Hawaiian shortboarders too?
Yeah, I mean, you got Ehukai, which is not really a beach break like this. It changes a lot and it has a lot of punch. I mean, so this is basically, like, this is tiny queens maybe right here that you could kind of channel some of this energy as we see Kaniela Stewart back up and riding again. That would be the only comparison. On Oahu,
what about,
we don't really have a ton of beach breaks.
What about, like, even though it's not a beach break, but sandies?
Yeah, a sandy beach.
You know how it's got those pockets of reef and in between you got sand?
Yeah, probably, you know, like primarily a left over there on Full Point. But yeah, I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, and you can talk about us to this, Rabbit. When the World Tour used to finish in Australia, guys would coming from Hawaii would actually have to seek out kind of bad waves to train on. And if anything, coming from Hawaii, sometimes it's hard, you know, to train in like little beach breaks conditions because there's really none on offer.
No, well, I mean, but on the other side, coming from Hawaii after a whole season in Hawaii, jumping back on your shortboard, I mean, you know, with all that fitness and energy from...
Yeah, you're ready to go.
You're ready to go, man. I mean, you know, it wasn't that big of an adjustment, but and plus it used to finish here.
Wow.
The World Tour used to finish right here at Manly Beach. You know, I remember Damien Hardman having classic
that's
battles
exactly what I was talking
with Gary Kong-Elkerton out here and Barton Lynch. This is and Tommy Carroll. This was where it finished for about a 4-year period.
Because I remember as a kid watching Barton Lynch surf like inside Laniakea, warming up to come back to Australia for a world title challenge. So we digressed a little bit with that story, but it does highlight the importance and the history of this beach, Bugs.
Yeah, well, it goes back to Matt's question just about where do you practice in Hawaii?
Yeah.
You know, for beach breaks like this.
Memphis have kind of one thing about the Hawaiians is they don't have a dominant way that they like to surf. Generally, I would say a lot of the longboarders, they do surf Chun's Reef on the North Shore.
True.
But with, you know, it's not a perfect longboard wave either. It does lend itself to longboarding, but I do know the Hawaiians are very good at feeling that ocean energy, you know, putting themselves in the right spot and not being too fussy, which is very, very important. They just are ready to adapt to the conditions and backwash, shore break, low tide, high tide. And here goes Kai, one of the more polished Hawaiian longboarders of all time.
Oh, nice. 5 on the way out, almost a cheater 5. And just kicks out.
See the hands that Kai's got. We'll say Kani up and little tap 10. So he's already logged some above average scores. And he's coming on the inside section, just playing this one smart, tapping at the top. So building his house here and finishing very smoothly, and he likes that one kicking out.
You can see by the body language, he's very confident, Bugs.
I've always appreciated a nice flick out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, that stems back to the 64 world titles here, and generally in the 60s, as we see, Carney, we'll see this replay, up to his feet really quick, and staying on that upper third of the wave, carving back, really relaxed body language. Nothing too frantic, and just setting up that inside, so a nice complete nose to tail wave. And Kai is also very relaxed, and just stretching that 5 a little more, waiting for the 10. And he gets a little click of the toes there, and deciding that didn't offer that outside section that he was probably looking for.
So we'll be waiting for the scores and the update. 19 minutes and 10 seconds counting down. Kaniala Stewart just looking so stylish, and he has the lead right now, as well as priority. Just looks very confident to me now.
Yep, and that we said about the flick off, the pull out rabbit, and that's an integral part of longboarding, and has been in surfing since the early Polynesian introduction of surfers riding waves. It was all about, you know, having respect for the ocean and surfing it right to the sand or right to the inside reef. And beautiful drop knee transition from Carney. So he kept those feet moving through the turn, and that one may even be his best wave of the heat.
Wow, he's going to work right now.
So can you talk to us a little bit, Kaipo, about the ancient Polynesian art and the sport of the kings, and that respect for surfing?
Really interesting in Hawaiian culture, where first we're going to enjoy this replay, because this was some great footwork and just light feet from Kaniala Stewart. Confident hang 10 there, drop the cutback, perfect in the transitions, cross steps back to the nose again, and then gets the bonus inside, just a little re-entry right on the beach. Bugs, this is beauty.
This is really, this is just such good surfing. I'm loving every minute of this. But there's such a performance. Just smooth as silk. His timing is exquisite, weightless. And it really is, it's kind of like that timeless blend of surfing. You know, this, and youth.
Just note that when he popped that one off the top, mid-turn, he shuffled up the board to keep that forward momentum. And it's very technical there, and it's one of those little nuances that we don't get to see unless you replay it. So that was great work from the cameraman to pick up that slow-mo there.
Judges ate that one up, an 8.33 for Kaniala Stewart, and he continues to surf through this heat and shows impeccable style and connection out here.
Yeah, now he's really settled in now, so putting Kai in a combination situation, that's Carney's really lifted his game. But
Kai's probably wondering, like, gosh, I made the kid a really good board right now.
Yeah.
Should I have made him such a good board? Because it's magic under his feet, Bugs.
Well, what I've never seen in a heat is the shaper actually taking the board off him mid-heat.
Yeah. Give me that board. Well, you know what? We're going to take a break. We'll be back to see if Kai Sallas can overcome this combination over Kaniala Stewart. That'll be right after this break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back in quarterfinal number 2, Kai Sallas versus Carnella Stewart. Carnella Stewart with a huge advantage at the moment at 8.33 and 6.67. Kai Sallas needing 2 waves at the moment to overcome that deficit that he's in. I'm Kaipo, I'm with Rabbit and Matt talking you through the action here. 14 minutes and Carnella Stewart continues to surf, Matt, right underneath the priority of Kai Sallas.
And, you know, Carney's doing things that I don't think Kai... I've never really seen Carney do a drop knee carve like that before, so it's something that he's obviously been working on, but it's not something that's overly promoted in his repertoire, so he might have been saving that one for a heat just like this.
Well, he certainly lifted his game. This morning he surfed, he got the highest combined total of the tournament so far, and he just carried on. Like he established himself as the guy to beat this morning, I thought.
Absolutely. And it'll be an interesting matchup with with Ben Skinner, whoever wins this one, because I'll tell you what, the nose riding's on par with whoever wins this heat. They're both scrappers, and wow, beautiful, beautiful hang 10 there from Carney. And see that drop knee carve, that beautiful footwork, full length of the board, and that fin looked, it might have hit some backwash there, but that one was a bit funky. But look how he sets this one up. Gets the body language nice and relaxed, and he's letting the fin and the tail do all the work here. See his eyes looking down the line, and as we said with the Cole Robbins heat earlier, his knees and his board is getting barreled, and that is the epitome of critical nose riding.
You know what I'm really stoked is that you got all the Challenger Series guys here, a lot of them watching what's going on here, and they would just be so impressed. This is such an eye-opening thing to see. This combination of modern longboarding and traditional, the blend, and this young guy is just on fire. It's just it's a thing of beauty.
Style, where we look at the criteria, style is making the difficult look easy, and that is exactly what Carnella Stewart is doing right now. Just clocked in a 7.6 to increase his lead on Kai Sallas. Here we can look at the breakdown bugs of the entire judging criteria.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like from the word go, Kai was just going to really cruise in this heat. Like, I mean, he didn't push that first exchange, and he's one of the best of all time, you know, Absolutely. As you said before. But he just hasn't got into the heat.
No, he's been very relaxed, and that's been a common trend. I've noticed a lot of these competitors who've paddled out and sort of gone, wow, it's 20 degrees, 25 degrees out there. It's sunny. There's a lot of waves. This paddling, it takes a minute to get back out the back of white sand. It's pretty easy to be disillusioned. And I was speaking to some of the Challenger Series surfers earlier, and they're cruising, having their coffee. I said, boys, fire up. This could be you on next. You know, you need to be thinking explosive. You've got to be thinking progressive, power. How are you going to get that out of these waves? And it's
great point.
Disillusioning with the weather, right?
Great point, because we see guys on 9.2s and 9.6s right now with low rocker gliding into these waves. When we hit the Challenger Series, you're going to have to work for that speed, because you're going to be on a 5.9, a 5.10, and a lot more rocker underneath that board. You're going to have to make that speed somehow. And just a great point out, Matt, because the Challenger Series surfers should really be studying the wave right now.
Absolutely. You see it with the duct tape at Huntington as well. And here we go, Carney up again. Beautiful wave down. He gets a double 10 there.
This is amazing.
He's feeling the flow through those transitions, and you know that criteria you just read out before, Kaipo. Apart from you would say the commitment, because the wave was a smaller wave, and the power, but he's just really surfing to that criteria, and I think the judges will, although a smaller wave, it'll be a nice score.
Yeah, style is just beautiful with Carnella Stewart and the calm body, and you know what? I know it's not in the criteria bugs, but you know, the hair, that just adds to the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't see the flick out in the criteria either, but that adds to it too.
Let's call that control bugs.
Okay.
And
yeah, it's true. Yeah, it is, and that's true. I mean, it's a beautiful finish, and they flip the board over, and I've watched this all my life too. I mean, when I was a kid, it was a big deal.
Yeah, but then as it transitioned to the 70s, bugs, like you started getting points per maneuver. You know, like MP, right? And And before that, you had Phil, you had Jerry, you had Midget, you had these beautiful stylists, and it was almost like your wave was judged. You all started with a perfect score, and it was up to you to keep it. As opposed to scoring maneuvers, you're maintaining the perfect score in rhythm of the wave, the flow, the style, positioning, and then it changed.
Yeah.
Power came in.
Yeah, well, the points for manoeuvre are really different. I mean, Doug Warbrick of Rip Curl really introduced that. But one of the components on this one, Kaipo, was the Cheetah 5.
Yeah.
You'd get the Cheetah 5 and the Radical 5, and that was the Paul Strauer Cheetah 5 coming back.
On the shortboards too.
Yes, on
Absolutely,
the shortboards.
especially smaller waves.
It was super cool. That ring kind of bells, basically.
Right. Wow, and Kai holding that 10-5 through the whitewash. He knows he needs some big scores here. And this wave might get him out of combination situation. McCartney with the answer back behind him. Wow. And, beautiful stand tall, hang 10. And McCartney's just having a ball out there right now. And wow, is he going to sneak back out there and get that priority? Or is it Machado and Kelly?
He sure did. He pointed at Kai and said, hey, look it. I got you right now. I'm going to win this paddle battle.
He really
I'm
did.
going to rub salt in the wound, and I'm going to take priority off you. That is funny.
Yeah, this is a Wednesday afternoon, a Thursday in Queens.
Yeah.
You know, like
you can tell the friendship in this heat, and you can tell the camaraderie in this heat, and it really is a beautiful thing to see. And it's really, really nice to see Kaniala having so much fun. Here's a replay starting with Kai Sallas, Matt.
So, yeah, Kai judging that backwash, perfect timing, and love this. Holds it through the whitewash and stepping back, and he waits for his end sec, and he kind of put it up there a little more vertical than we've seen anyone do in this heat so far, but still relaxed and composed. And Carney, so relaxed and composed, eat your heart out. And, yeah, this one just not giving him that bonus section, but it was important for him to get that priority back.
He points at Kai, puts on the brakes, gets back out, and does get priority bugs.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, he's just having a good time.
And yeah, Carney scores that he's locked in. He's got...
oh, gosh. Look at
he's throwing away 7 5s and 6 3s and, yeah, 6 6 7s. That you know, he's throwing out waves that people would beg for in earlier heats.
Yeah. Well, anything north of a 16 two-wave total, we call it excellent heat, and Kaniala Stewart is, again, having the excellent heat.
Well, that's 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Today he has just been the guy who's had... That might be the second highest combined total of the day. Second to the combined total this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no surprises. Look how relaxed his body language is.
Oh, wow.
And then we were talking about earlier, Shaper and Team Rider there, and we were struggling to find someone who may have matched up in a quarterfinal, perhaps maybe Terry Fitzgerald in the early to mid-70s, and that's between us three, I think.
Yeah.
Well, when you thought about it, I actually had one myself, because Al Burns and I was riding Al Burns.
There you go.
A fleeted deep 6 channels. And we both were in the final of the Pipe Masters together.
Go.
So there was that.
Maybe Jim Banks or someone like that as well, or earlier on.
There would have been a few instances,
So,
you know.
yeah.
So that would have been Terry Fitzgerald and Derek Hine?
Yeah.
I'm thinking similar era, you know, that transition of singles to
Sure,
twin fins. And,
sure.
But that's a long
another
time.
thing you guys talked about, since we have a lull period, is the kick out. And the kick out was important when people were not wearing leashes, right? And that's when the kick out was like super important. And then what happened with the introduction of the leash or leg rope is, I feel sometimes surfers got lazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just, and didn't care about it. And it did affect actually the natural hierarchy in the lineup, because the best surfers fell less and got more waves.
But then there was also the flick out sometimes, say, at a place like, say Sunset Beach, where, you're using the wind, that strong offshore trade wind, to get your board outside the impact zone.
Yeah.
Without a leg rope.
Absolutely.
So it was
fling it out there.
It was a functional thing.
And
you had to know how to do it.
You saw those guys surfing pipe in the, Phil Edwards, and you saw Greg Knoll, Butch, all these, Jock Sutherland. Very rarely would they grab their rail, because it was like a kooky maneuver, right? Because it showed that you were not in control, but you'd see the parallel stance, the hands forward, and it was all about showing control and not having a leash in those waves. Of consequence, the flick out, it became integral. But we look at other, say, performing arts. You look at all sorts of, ballets. You look at stuff like gymnastics, stuff where it shows a you know, we want to see a finishing maneuver. You want to see something that's done with style and grace, and you see it in the Challenger Series and the CT as well, where the surfer's got to show control.
Yeah.
And you would say the flick out, this longboarding is, because it showcased that footwork.
Yeah.
But in shortboarding, it's riding out of the maneuver.
Yeah, and control. Well, Canela Stewart has been controlling this heat, and let's take a look at the Harvey Norman recap right here for illustration bugs of just beautiful longboarding.
Oh, well, it's just a demonstration showcasing everything that's wonderful about the discipline.
Fully utilizing the whole length of the board there for Carney, and just looking so relaxed, very polished, and really excited to see what he finishes with. 4 minutes left in the clock, and it feels like he's just warming up. Wow. He's, you know, stand-up paddleboarder out there could definitely take a few hints of Carney's balance.
You know, if there's one overriding thing I've seen from the word go on this, I'm also seeing a bit of love out there.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing, you know, it seems like Kai is just really proud of what his protege is doing. And he's a mentor figure. And it's a different vibe, isn't it?
This is a great heat, and just the feeling of in this heat is like you said, pretty inspirational. And it really is a contrast from quarterfinal number 1 between Ben Skinner and Jefferson Silva, where there was this like intense energy between the two competitors, really competing against each other. These two just seem like they're having a surf session together.
Now, in the last heat, we would have seen Ben Skinner chasing him down the beach. That's what we would have seen. You know, a shutdown in that last 3 minutes of the heat in complete domination with the priority.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kai, you know, still 3 minutes left. There is time to maybe sneak in 2 waves, but he's moving way to the north. And, you know, Kai is such an experienced competitor, one of the most experienced competitors in this draw. And he's hungry as well. So, he'd want to finish with like a respectable performance, and you know, by his standards. Absolutely.
And you know, gosh, you watch this guy all around the world. He's just been one of the biggest names in the sport,
and a great designer as well. So, you know, proof's in the pudding, really, with the designs, because his designs underneath both his own feet and Canela Stewart seem that they're longboards that really perform. That they got the, what is it, the mango jam or the guava jam. He's got two different versions of those boards.
And you know, Kai and Carney are both very accomplished surfers from you know, 1 to 10 feet plus, and they can surf all conditions on all boards. They're surfers, and the true essence of their watermen, they're surfers. And both of them are fantastic ambassadors for surf culture, and to have them as part of the World Longboard Tour, well, longboarding in the world, and in Hawaii especially, is in a really good, positive place. And these two are leading that charge.
Right you are.
Yeah, well said.
Well, 1 minute, 35 seconds. Let's see some more of the Canela Stewart show. No, he kicks out on the corner here. Let's see if Kai Sallas gets an open wall. And here he goes.
Beautiful 10 there for Kai. He's way down near that pipe, and he's on the other side of the stormwater pipe there.
He's got any points for that. Oh,
wow,
yeah.
There we go. So that right's been good all day. All day that right hand's been good, and Kai's identified that. 1 minute left. Not sure. We'll see where the judges go with that. I was more enthused to find where he found the right.
Right.
But, wow.
Well, he's at another beach.
Yes, he is. Yeah, it certainly is. You go ask a Queenscliff local where he is right now.
Talk to us about that.
Okay,
right
so that pipe north of that rip, that peak where those surfers are surfing on that northern end, that's Queenscliff.
Yeah.
North Stain surfers, where we're surfing in this event, do not surf there. And that's a completely separated wave. And they don't even go to freshwater, the Queenscliff guys.
Wow.
Forget curl. So it's heavy localism, and there's been a lot of fantastic surfers that have been born and bred specifically between these different drain pipes.
Yeah, we call them tribes, right?
Tribes,
these are our little tribes of surfers, and you know what? I embrace it. I think it's integral for any surf spot, especially surf spots that have a lot of history to them, to have that tribe, and that tribe continues to bring and carry on the culture. It's super important stuff.
Look, Kai's still got a respectable, you know, even though we've hardly seen him in this, he's still got a 6'5" and a 6'2". I mean, Would have won a couple of other heats.
Absolutely. That was a beautiful heat and great camaraderie. And commiserations to Kai, but I don't know if there was any losers in that heat.
Nah. Well, you know what? The viewers and the fans, they're the winners. And so thank you to both Kaniala Stewart and Kai Sallas. That was a wonderful quarterfinal number 2. But we will see Kaniala Stewart in the semifinals. We're taking a break. When we get back, and we'll have heat quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Bugs. And we'll be right back after this break.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Welcome to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The World Longboard Tour is underway. It's been a great day of men's and women's competition. Now into the quarterfinals and setting things up for finals day. Welcome to the Harvey Norman host set. Shannon Hughes here alongside True Starling and a special guest in Kira Seal. Kira, it's been great to see you in the lineup this week. How are you enjoying Sydney?
Oh, I love it. It's so much sunshine. I was watching the report and it was a little rainy. I'm like, oh no, and then we came and it's as picture perfect as you could ever dream of.
It's been pretty amazing. How have you enjoyed the waves out here, specifically at North Stain?
It's been perfect for longboarding. We've had some glassy peelers. There's perfect rights and lefts. You can see through to the bottom. A huge school of fish swam through yesterday, and they were big. I was like, oh, this is right on the shore. But we lucked out, I would have to say.
Yeah, it's been pretty exceptional, True, to just see the conditions we've had on offer, and that it's really been perfect for the opening few rounds of longboarding.
Yeah, it definitely has, and I think considering yesterday afternoon, everyone was thinking we were going to have a lay day today, and to wake up this morning and actually have some pretty fun waves that are definitely contestable, it's promising for hopefully the rest of the event window.
Out in the lineup right now, we've got Harrison Roach coming off of a runner-up finish to the World Longboard title last year in 2021. He's up against Cole Robbins. This will be a really solid matchup in one Australian local here from Noosa up the coast in Queensland. One of the favorites coming into this event, no doubt, being that he's from this area and he's coming off of a near world title last year. Up against Cole Robbins, who's been a real threat to that conversation for so many more years than Harrison Roach has. Cole's been competing in this WSL conversation here for such a long time, and it's been great to see him keeping his name in the mix now into the quarterfinals.
Yes, Cole Robbins is one of my, these are top two of my favorite surfers on tour for sure. Cole's, looking at this wave right now, he's from Santa Barbara.
So a little bit of split peak action. We're gonna have Cole Robbins. We're gonna track with him. Nice quick tank 10 to start off with. That wave shuts down on the outside section. It might give a reform. Harrison Roach goes down. We're not sure what happened for Harrison at the beginning of that wave. It seems like today some of those rights have had the better shape to them, but then as that lower tide is sucking out, those lefts are actually holding open a little bit better, True.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming through this afternoon, the lefts are just starting to really peel off, whereas the rights, as you mentioned, Shannon, just shut down quite quickly. This is Harrison goes in for the 5 there. Really nice stepping to get into this one. Held onto it for a while, but unfortunately just goes a little bit too high and falls off the back of that one.
Yeah, I think it's a bit tricky with the lower tide because it starts to slam right on the sand, and if you just push on your heels a little too much, it just wants to sink, and I think that's what happened with Harrison on that wave.
Another opportunity now for Cole Robbins. Just got off to a quick start with that first nose ride. Now up and riding again, locked into that Hank 5. He's going to make it straight through the section, demonstrating so much control and power now as he drives through that S-turn. Back to that quick 10 and just bites the nose, unfortunately goes down, Kira.
Oh, that was a bummer. Here we see Harrison answering back.
Nice 5 to 10 combination. Great pedal back with the cross steps. Similar wave to what we've seen from Cole Robbins. But he now pedals back and he puts on a really strong finish. Nearly rolled through. Just gets fully bounced off.
That was a very good interchange because we saw on Cole that first nose ride was very critical. You saw how the water broke on his feet. That's a good thing for the judges to note because he did show very critical nose riding. That's what we're looking for, that whitewash on your feet. But here's a paddle battle going on. Who's going to get priority?
Paddle battle now, True, between Harry and Cole. Just small scores on the board at the moment, but we're waiting for that last exchange to really set things up for us.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replays here. So this is Cole up and riding, just getting that really nice, really cool hang 5 there, and he brings his one back around, and this is where he just kind of goes a little bit too far on the nose and kind of catches that rail there, and he goes down, but goes to a bit more of a slow-mo. And talk to us about the critical riding there.
That is picturesque hang 5. That is what we all want to do. He came behind the section, which is the hardest way to nose ride. And we see his nice hook back into the whitewash, back into the power source. Unfortunately, he does come unstuck on this. I would have straightened out, but that's a part of the game.
Harrison Roach got an answer back as well. He dropped in a 6.33 for this one, True.
Yeah, really nice ride here for Harrison. He started off nicely, a great hook there, and just goes for a quick 5, and he'll put it up, but this is unfortunate for him. He kind of times out a little bit too late and has to negotiate that backwash coming through in with the whitewash as it's coming down, and that's sort of one of the reasons why he came off.
Yeah, a pretty heavy section for him to charge through, Kira, especially with that widened stance on the finish.
It makes sense for Harrison, though. He rides all sorts of boards, so that was like his shortboard approach into that. He's thinking, I can hit this section, but unfortunately the board was a little too long.
Plenty of action to start things off. 21 minutes still on the clock. Harrison sitting in the lead with a 6.33 for his last wave. Now drawing a beautiful line to start off with. Stays away from that full nose ride on those first 2 sections just to keep that board and momentum moving forward to try and stay in that trim spot, but he'll fall out. Cole Robbins scores lock in for that last wave, just a 4.33. Judges not going too high. Possibly had he finished off on that last section, Kira, he would have been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think Harrison's wave was more critical, and that's why he got the higher score.
Plenty of time on the clock for these two. Cole Robbins now sitting with priority. And Kira, remembering back to the Jeep Malibu Classic, the World Longboard Championships last year, you had a pretty insane run. You needed to make it into the quarterfinals in order to re-qualify for this year's tour, which you did. And we'll get back to that in a moment because we got Harrison Roach. You can see both guys eyeing this one off. He hadn't even gotten far enough in the lineup to gain priority again, or to gain second priority, but locks into a nice pocket Hank 5. Drives back into the section, now setting himself up through the inside, and I love just that use of the feet in the middle third of the board without forcing anything too much to go all the way to that nose ride true, but just negotiating the section.
Yeah, definitely. He was just able to read the wave and also use his board at the right moments where he needed to, and he kind of timed that wave a lot better than potentially the last one when he fell off at that finishing section, but looks like Cole having a paddle.
Cole having a look down the line. He'll kick out as that wave closes out. We'll have scores now to come through, or a score to come through for Harrison Roach to see if he can increase at least on that backup score, maybe that 6.33 as well. Kira, talk us through this replay.
I really like this wave. I think it was smart to go on, look at a great hang 5 with the whitewash on his feet, a nice cutty back into the power source. He manages this bump and backwash very well. Lots of control and just finishes it off. I think that'll be a good backup score for him.
Just a small score, 4.27, but it does increase on that 3.33 that he had sitting there. Cole's going to have a look here as well. He's now chasing a 6.28 with priority. He's having a little think about things. That's one of my favorite things about longboarding, is that you can really take your time in the takeoff. Stopping paddling, he's already in that trim line, and he'll kick out without any scoring potential. And now that we've got a break in the action, finally, Kira, you had an incredible run at Malibu, and the most impressive part about it all is that you broke your foot 2 days before competition ensued, and you needed a quarterfinal finish, and you got there on a broken foot.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. I was looking forward to Malibu. We put in all the work, and then the day before, I just had gotten a puppy, and I took him to the beach, and I was running with him, and I was having him chase me, and all of a sudden, it was my bad. I tripped over him, and I broke my foot.
So crazy, but an incredible run anyways. I mean, what was the word from the doctors? Like, should you have been surfing on that foot?
No, definitely not. He kind of winked at me because I'm like, I think I'm going to do it whether you tell me no, but am I going to make it worse? Because if I'm going to make it worse, I obviously am not going to do it. He goes, no, you actually broke it so clean that you won't make it worse, so go for it.
That's so crazy. And then you needed the quarterfinals. Like, it almost is like what we just witnessed of Isabella Nichols winning the Margaret River Pro.
Yes.
She needed to win that contest to make it past the mid-season cut. And like that sort of pressure maybe took her all the way to that victory. It's like the same thing for you, needing that quarterfinal result. You did it on a broken foot, where maybe if you didn't need that result and you had already done enough to qualify earlier, it would have been harder for you.
I think my foot knew it had to get there, but I don't think it could have gone any farther.
So crazy. In that last heat, we saw Kanyella Stewart take out his coach, his shaper, his friend in Kai Sallas. That was a well-fought battle. Connie with the win.
Master and the apprentice. The apprentice. No mercy.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, we both went out there, just told each other good luck, you know, best man win, and just have fun, you know. And, you know, even though we go out there to have fun, you know, I know both of us are trying to win for sure. But I'm glad that I came out on top on that one. And, you know, Kai's just been, I've looked up to Kai ever since I was little, you know, and I'm just glad to, you know, be with him and have him kind of show me and teach me all the knowledge that he knows. And I'm also fortunate to, you know, ride his boards too, so it's even better.
It's just crazy to think that you have these people in your life and then you have a competitive matchup like that at the highest level. It's pretty special.
Yeah, definitely special. Yeah, I love Kai so much, so yeah.
Moving right along, 4 more waves.
4 more waves? That's what it could take right there. 4 more waves.
You might have a few days off if you've got any plans to check out this beautiful part of the world.
Oh, definitely. I know Kai and Coral, they wanted to go check out one of the saltwater pools and stuff. We might take the ferry, check out the Sydney Harbor and the bridge and stuff, so definitely stoked.
It's just past dinner time back in Hawaii. Did you want to sing out to home again?
Yes, definitely. Shout out to my sister. I know she loves when I shout her out. Again, my niece, happy birthday. My girlfriend, my mom. Love everybody back home watching me today. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. Love and miss you guys. Aloha.
Well done.
A great result for Kanyella Stewart into the semifinals, securing himself in that conversation for a world title later this year, Kira. With 3 stops on the line, it's really significant to get those results early on in competition.
It is, and that was such a great heat. I mean, they're riding the same boards. So it was definitely a battle out there.
So crazy. You're also from Oahu. You're from the North Shore, though. Is there a bit of a rivalry within longboarding between the North Shore locals and the Waikiki locals?
You know what? There's not many of us on the North Shore. I reckon it's me and Honolulu.
Basically the 2 of you.
And then when we go to South Shore, we're like, oh, I don't know if we can get any waves because there's a lot more of them than us.
It's pretty unbelievable paddling out at Queens and just seeing the number of surfers, but also the amount of talent on any given day.
It's amazing. It's really jaw-dropping. They're really pushing the limits and the boundaries, and I love that.
So good. 15 minutes on the clock. Harrison Roach currently sitting in the lead with a 6.33 and a 4.27. Now true, Cole Robbins, he's chasing that 6.28, sitting under priority, but he's got plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen so many people actually get waves under priority that do go into that 6+ range as well. So if he can kind of sneak one under the priority of Harrison, who, you know, he is such a lethal competitor. Not too sure if he's going to give him that room to move. But if he does, then Cole really needs to capitalize on that and make sure he gets that score to make it harder for Harrison to move up into the lead. But, you know, Harrison is sitting in a really good position now. He can kind of control the heat for the next 4 or so minutes until the set comes through. And from there, if he can better that 4.27, then, you know, he's really away with the rest of the heat.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock. A little bit of a line starting to roll through here. Harry is sitting with priority. Doesn't look like that wave's actually going to break. Sometimes it's deceiving as it starts to sort of peak, but still going to stay really small. Not too much action happening in the lineup. We do have Kaipo Guerrero. He's climbing ladders somewhere around the contest site. Where are you at, Kaipo?
Hey again, I'm up here on my sturdy Bailey ladder, and this is giving me a great vision of the contest site. I can see the lineup, see the bank, and I'm just really enjoying the view up here. Thank you, Bailey, for the view and the sturdy ladder.
Love it. Great vantage point. Getting that little sight to see where the contest bank is at, how many other banks are actually forming, and there's plenty of free surfers out in the lineup. Great nose ride, 5 to 10 combination for Harrison Roach to start off with. Pedals back, engages that rail. Now shifts again into the nose ride, and he'll go for that little roller coaster to finish. Staying cruisy and looking to improve on a 4.27 true.
Yeah, definitely looks like he might do that. You know, that was a really nice ride there for Harrison. Like to see, I think we caught the back end of that one, so he might have done something at the start as well. You know, he's looking really comfortable out there and just really capable of getting some good scores.
Talk us through this replay, Kira.
I love how quick he got to the nose because that section was breaking really fast, and look how his nose lifts on that and he stays on, and then he does a nice cutty back into the power source, another quick 5, and finishes off with a little exclamation mark.
So good. As we take a look at that slow motion replay, you can really see the lift that Kira is mentioning there. So he rides through that section and literally starts to levitate. The nose of that board starts to just kind of rise up to the top of that wave, showing that it's really critical, and he's right there in the pocket, Kira.
Yes, and I like on the replay because that wave, when you look at it in the normal speed, you don't get to appreciate it as much as I just did watching that replay.
Cole Robbins with an opportunity to answer back to Harrison Roach. He gets caught behind the section. Harry's going to have a look now. He's just dropped in a 7.17 for his last wave. He'll kick out of this one quickly to keep priority above Cole Robbins. And he's now put a big requirement on the board in the 9.17 true.
Yeah, definitely. Harry just really capitalized on the fact that he had priority and a set came through. And he was just like, cool, I know exactly what I need to do here to better my 4.27. And you know what? He bettered his previous high score of the his heat so far, which is 6.33. So he's looking really comfortable out there and just very, you know, within himself throughout the whole heat. But Cole, he really needs to get some work done. You know, if you break that 9.17 down into 2 waves, you know, if he gets a 6.5, then he's only really needing around about a 7, maybe a little bit more. And that makes that requirement a little bit better than hearing a 9, you know, because if you can hear you've already got a 6.5, you go, okay, I don't need to do much more for that 7.
Absolutely. Down to 11 minutes on the clock. We've got a lull in the lineup, so we're going to take a coffee break. A Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back with more action right after this. We love getting to spend time in Sydney. It's such a beautiful region of the world with some great waves on offer. Such a variety, beach breaks, reef breaks, point breaks within an hour or two's drive in this whole area in kind of central New South Wales. Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Harrison Roach currently sitting in the lead. Cole Robbins sitting, chasing a big requirement of a 9.17 with 9 minutes on the clock. It's been great, Kira, to have you in the booth with us and to be calling some of the action, breaking down some of those replays and really getting to appreciate some good nose riding. And thinking about your results last year, you not only made it through to the quarters at Malibu on a broken foot, but you took out the win at the Supergirl Pro, which was pretty special for you.
Yeah, it was, and it was the first time ever we got to have longboarding in it. So it's the largest women's shortboard contest in the world, but now it has longboard as well.
It's so amazing because it's been running as the biggest women's shortboarding event for a very long time. It's been that QS 6000 on the women's side of the calendar, and now 5000, which has been a huge stepping stone for a lot of women actually gaining qualification onto the championship tour or just figuring out how to surf against a lot of their heroes, because they get a lot of those CT surfers that enter the draw. And I feel like now to have, as we take a look there, some of those former CT surfers there, Leo Fioravanti, we got a lot of the shortboard crew, Vashko and Freddie there supporting today as well. It's been really cool to see longboarding included at the Supergirl, and you had a pretty stacked field of competitors that you had to go against to take the win there.
Yeah, they didn't hold back from inviting the best. We had, I remember I actually went against Jen Smith, and the heat prior, she had put on 2 9s. She was absolutely killing it. It's her home break. I was so nervous because she is a world champ, and I'm going, oh, I don't know if I can do this. And I'm like, no, I definitely can. We're gonna just battle it out, and we did. And I ended up taking the win, but it was an honor for me because I've always looked up to her. She was the world champ when I was just starting longboarding, and then to have a heat with fellow, with the people you look up to is special. And I think that's probably how the shortboarders feel when they go against Carissa or Bethany or Tatiana. I have seen them surfing in the Supergirl Pro as well.
Yeah, it's amazing that you would have had that opportunity to surf against Jen. Is that something that sparked your interest in wanting to move to California where you're now living?
Yes, I mean, the waves there are ideal for longboarding. I was born and raised on the North Shore of Oahu, and I mean, it's made me an all-around surfer because I grew up shortboarding and just jumping on any type of board, but California definitely has some of the best breaks in the world. That's like as in Malibu, where we will be headed to at our last stop of the year and where we'll crown our world champion, which is exciting. And it just, surfing in California on a log compared to surfing on the North Shore of Oahu, I mean, it definitely makes you appreciate mellow waves.
It is. It's just, California is just so ideal for riding a longboard, whether it's those Southern California areas that have really good beach breaks or like a San Onofre, perfect cobblestone reef breaks, up to the points of Malibu and where you're now living in Santa Barbara. You got waves like Rincon at home, and you probably, do you surf with Cole Robbins pretty often there?
Yeah, Cole is definitely the local. I try to sneak a few at Rincon and hope he doesn't make the section, which he always does. So that's why we can't count him out on this heat. He does not have a score that he would usually keep. These are all throwaways, and I've watched Cole put down 10s. So I'm just waiting for him to really capitalize on this, because I do believe that these 2 scores he has on the board are his throwaways. So let's hope he gets one more and gives Harrison a little run for his money.
Yeah, it's pretty wild how quiet it's gone true. Just, we got a little bit of a line sort of rolling through, but nothing that significant. It seems like how we expected the swell to be dying. It's officially happening. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, True, with Harrison Roach just gliding his way through.
Yeah, a great first wave to start for Harrison. I mean, he's just looking really comfortable out there and just really in touch with what's going on, and he's just able to really get to the top of the board and get to that nose when it's needed to, and he's just been on point throughout the whole heat so far. But as you mentioned before, Kira, Cole Robbins, we can't quite count him out yet. There's plenty of time left, 5 minutes, and he does have second priority, so he can probably catch one under priority, which he's doing right now.
Cole Robbins up and riding, goes for the hang heels. I was wondering if he was going to bring it out. Kira, when you said Cole has had 10s before in competition, that's the sort of surfing that we've seen it come from, throwing in that little bit of variety that we don't see from many in the rest of the field.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had to go on a smaller wave since he didn't hold priority, but we see Harrison taking his priority, so we'll see how he does on this wave.
So locks into that nice 5, tight 5, hang 10 finding that flow, that grace as he engages the rail and throws a bit of spray. Now just riding that line so well. Puts that board on rail, finds a lot of speed, and kicks out on the backwash. That was a great looking wave, True.
Yeah, it definitely was, and that's that backwash that we've seen pretty much all day, you know, and he's actually rode that wave straight past the pipe there. So that is a pipe that separates North Stain, which is on the right or the south side, and then Queen's Cliff, which is on the left or the north side. Yeah, so it's one beach, but there's two different names and two different board riders clubs. But we'll have a look at the replay here. Cole, he's just fading back, trying to get straight into the pocket there. And he goes straight for a nice 5. He'll hold on to it, and that's where he goes hang heels and swishes back around, but unfortunately unable to complete that one. We'll have a look at the slow-mo. What do you like about this one, Kira?
He definitely did a true hang heels. You see that he was on a perfect 10 and spun around, and he held that. It's easy to walk up and just spin around, but he actually capitalized on holding it.
Down to 3.5 minutes on the clock. Cole Robbins sitting with priority, chasing a 9.17 to take the advancing position over Harrison Roach. And True, you were touching on the difference between North Stain and Queenscliff. There's a bit of a rivalry there, right?
Just a little bit, yeah. Yeah, no, there definitely is a rivalry between Queenscliff and North Stain. Both board riders clubs want to beat each other at all costs. They'll do anything to beat each other. And, you know, it is actually quite difficult talking to people who are from North Stain and Queenscliff, because you go, okay, there's a QBC love heart on the cliff there. You know, it's hard because you go, oh, are you Queenscliff or North Stain? So I just go, oh, you're from Manly, right? Like, which Queenscliff or North Stain? I have to ask now because I don't want to offend people. But yeah, it's a pretty great rivalry, and it's definitely brought up a lot of really incredible surfers as well.
Pretty amazing. Kira, have you enjoyed your time just getting some free surfs out here as well and getting to know the local lineup?
Yeah, everyone is so kind, and I love how active the culture is out here. Everyone is walking, everyone is smiling. I'm going, I want to live here.
A paddle now from Harrison Roach under priority. He's just dropped in an 8.43 for his last wave. It was an absolute beauty. Now he's finding another smooth line through to the inside, just carving back, looking really in control and cruisy on that Thomas surfboards. Great cross step up to the nose. Earlier on today in his round 4 heat, Thomas Bexton himself called in on the Boost Mobile call of the day and broke down equipment that Harrison will be riding. Mason Schrimmer out in the lineup as well this week has been riding Thomas's boards. I've been riding Thomas's boards for about the last 1.5 years, and they've been really fun. They've helped my surfing a lot, and it's great to see Harrison just making things look really easy and effortless out in the lineup today, Kira, as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, he goes straight to a nose ride, but he takes his time on that one because it was a slower wave, and he cuts right back into the power source. He made the most of this wave. There's not much on offer, but he is as effortless as ever, and he is by far my favorite surfer. So we see him finishing off on that wave.
And True, part of that kind of conversation around criteria, as we see a good engagement of the rail for Cole Robbins. Now, we're not sure what happened at the start of that wave. We do know, though, that with Harrison Roach dropping an 8.43 for his last wave, that really good right, that Cole is now in a combination situation as we take a look at this last effort.
Yeah, locks in the 5, gets a quick 10 there and back to the 10. So he's just moving that back foot back and forth, and he'll just go straight for a really nice carve. So he gets a great connection to finish. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the score to get him up into the lead. He is comboed, but you know, there's 30 seconds. Anything can happen in that time. We've seen people break a combination situation with like 1.5 minutes to go. I think Tom Carroll's done it, a pipeline at one point. So
crazy.
Yeah, anything can happen, and here's Harrison up and riding.
Harry with an opportunity, critical nose ride from behind the pocket, and he goes flying at the back, Kira.
Harrison feels good. He really took control of priority in this heat. He goes to show how important having priority is, because Cole was forced to go on those smaller waves under priority, and Harrison capitalized on the sets.
Smart surfing from Harrison Roach, world #2 coming into the season, super competitive and hungry for world title. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Declan Wyton and Taka Inui Kira Seal, great to have you in the booth with us. Congratulations on a start to the season here, and we look forward to seeing you at the US Open.
Thank you for having me. And thank you, Manly, for being so warm and no wetsuits.
So nice, a little bit of a change from Northern or Central California now, I suppose.
Yes, we've been in 4.3s throughout the summer and all year. I'm going, this is a little much. I got a suntan on my legs. I'm loving it.
Amazing. Well, we can't wait to see you there at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, events that you've won before and you finaled at there in Huntington Beach. We could be seeing it again. Stay tuned for more action. The final, the last quarterfinal of the men's draw hitting the lineup right after this. Challenger Series will be underway any day, both men's and women's side of the draw on call for tomorrow, as well as, of course, the semifinals for the World Longboard Tour. It's all going down here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. It's been a great day of surfing so far. We're finishing out the men's quarterfinals now with Declan Wyton and Taka Inui in the lineup. Declan getting that call up from the Australia-Oceania region as the top-ranked surfer. Taka Inui out of the Asian region coming through. Neither of them had really outstanding results last year, but it's great to see them making it through into the quarterfinals here as we see a big down card from Declan Wyton to finish off that wave. We'll have scores to come through. Taka now with an opportunity representing Japan, an amazing longboarder, an amazing shortboarder, and just cruising through to the inside. Nice adjustment for these first stretched fives. Pedals back, goes for that finish on the end and makes it look effortless.
Yeah, he definitely does, and he's, you know, fixing up those little errors that he made in that first heat a little bit earlier on, and he's just, you know, finishing those first waves off to apply that pressure to start, which is really great for Taka. And, you know, he has his mum traveling here with him. He can have a look back on his heats, break it all down, potentially even listen to anything going on around him as well. So it's really cool that he's here to break it all down. We'll watch a replay for Taka. A smaller wave here, but it kind of starts to build a little bit as he locks into that hang five, steps it back, but he puts it back again here for another one. And Taka just taking this one all the way through as he steps back and goes for a float to finish. So a really nice start for the Japanese surfer.
Second wave of Declan Wyton. We've got a small score on the board for him now, and this is what happened during the replays.
Yeah, really nice stuff for Declan. He just goes for a nice carve there and goes again for a quick tap five and puts it up there for a float, and he gets a finish there. So pretty similar wave for both Declan and Taka to start.
Taka drops in a 3.67 to kick things off. Declan now with a score to come through, and plenty of action as we are literally on dead low tide right now. It's been pulsing through all day. Bolt upright hang 10 from Taka, pedals back, goes in for the nice finish again, and he's feeling really comfortable in these conditions that he's been familiar with surfing at home. He's taken out some great victories there in the Asia circuit and really has just become a mainstay on the World Longboard Tour. Fighting his way back. He's always coming out of the lineup, like you mentioned, having his mom behind him, but he's always asking questions and looking to improve as we take a look at this.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Tucker as he just goes straight up for the 10, puts his hands by his side, has that control over the board, and gets a really nice finish there as well. So Tucker will watch the replay, just walking up the board there, leaning back and just goes for a quick tap there for a 10, puts it back for a 5, and then this is where he just leans into that 10 for a really nice moment of time, goes back to the 5, and he walks back down the board there. Really nice cross-stepping footwork for Taka Inui as he puts it up there for a really nice float again to finish. So 2 good rides to start for Taka Inui.
Scores coming through for those last 2 waves. Still waiting for Declan Wyton's second wave to drop through. It's looking to be the better of the exchange so far. Taka with a 4.83 for his last is in the lead, but Declan Wyton with the best wave of the heat so far. It's a 5.5 for his second ride. Sets him up chasing just a 3.00 to take the lead away from Taka.
Yeah, really good stuff for Declan as well. You know, he seems to be really comfortable out here. He's just able to lock into any rides. He knows the waves that are coming through. He knows what he needs to do to get out there. I saw him actually go for a free surf before his heat, which is really cool. He's just getting the feet in the wax here, and here he is up and riding.
With the opportunity for the local, finds the pocket, accelerates out of that opening nose ride, pedals back into the drop knee cut back, straight into the cross step. Really great use of the footwork. One thing the judges are paying close attention to is actually no downtime. So they really want to see the riders demonstrating the entire use of the board from the tail up to the nose by keeping things continuously moving and flowing without noticeable or unnecessary downtime. So that's why a lot of these surfers are just staying so active through that middle third of the board.
Yeah, definitely really nice stuff for Declan. He goes for a really nice 10, and he'll bring it around for a nice carve as he just walks straight up and down the board. He just looks so effortless. He makes it look so easy out there to do that. And he's got such a great style. We'll have a look at the slow-mo replay here. He just locks in for that 10, and he's just so comfortable out there. He's able to really just lock in a really nice ride here. And he's just bringing it back to that power source. Nice cutty there for Declan. Great use of the bodywork there. And again, he's just really strong and very capable within himself to just put the board where he wants it to go and not be controlled by the board. He's controlling it more like it. And really nice finish there as well. As you mentioned, Shannon, really great use of the footwork as he just puts it up there for a really nice float to finish.
Great surfing coming through from Declan. It's a 7.83, sets him up in the lead ahead of Taka. Taka now chasing an 8.50 to get the advancing position into the semifinals. Taka has made it into the semifinals at this level of event in the past. Back in 2019, the World Longboard Tour had 4 events. Started out at Noosa, then we went to Spain for the Galicia Longboard Classic. Backed it up with an event in New York, just outside New York City at Long Beach, and then finished off the World Championships in Taiwan. And that year on tour, Taka, competing in all 4 events, found the best result of his career with a semi-final finish in Spain at the Galicia Longboard Classic. He had a few really good runs throughout. He ended up going down to Sallas in the semi-finals, but went on an absolute tear. So it's great to see him finding that momentum now a couple more years down the line.
Yeah, definitely, and it's amazing how this sport has so much longevity in it as well. I mean, Taka, you know, yes, he's needing that 8.5, but as I mentioned in the heat before, you know, you can break that down into 2 scores. You start with a 5.5 to a 6, you may be only needing another 6 to a 7, and then you're on your way there to get a much easier requirement. You know, instead of focusing on that single score, you can break that down into 2, and with 20 minutes remaining, he has so much time to do that. And that's a luxury of these half-hour heats.
Nice fade takeoff, drives around onto the right, straight onto the nose, locked in for a long hang 5. He's now going to pedal back to re-engage with that pocket, which is really important within the criteria. Finds that bolt upright hang 10, pedals back, and he'll walk through clean with the nice kick out, catches the board, and he'll get himself into the lineup. He's been building on that score line, a 3.67 to start, a 4.83 for the second ride, chipping away at that 8.5 requirement with just 20 minutes on the clock. It's been really busy out there.
Yeah, there's been so many waves already. I mean, you know, Declan has locked in that 7.83. He so far has had the best wave of the heat, and we've seen him just absolutely on fire throughout the whole event so far. But Tucker in his last heat as well, he had some really good scores to lock in as well. So he knows what he needs to do to get that 8.5. We'll have a closer look here of that last wave for Tucker as he just locks in for the hang 5. That's where he goes in for a really long time there. And he brings it back to the pocket here. Doesn't quite go all the way back on the board, but he still is locking in for another one. And there's a 10 there. He is very good at getting into the 10 and popping his hands straight by his side, showing he has complete control over the board, as we've said so many times before. But it's, you know, control is such a big part of the sport.
Yeah, control is such an important part of the sport, specifically within longboarding. Taking a look at the judging criteria, surfers must perform controlled maneuvers in the critical sections of the wave, utilizing the entire board and using traditional longboard surfing. Surfers who perform this with the highest degree of difficulty with the most style, flow, and grace will receive the highest score for their rides. It's definitely unique to longboarding, having those three words of style, flow, and grace. In shortboarding, we know it as speed, power, and flow. Now, longboarders are also looking for speed. They're also looking for power. You can see that speed coming through in nose rides. You can see that power coming through when they engage the rail. But encapsulating all of that is that style and grace.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's part of the beauty of the sport as well. You know, it's so interesting seeing all of the different styles, but the grace is just so similar throughout most of the competitors, you know, and it's, we were talking before, Shannon, about Steph Gilmore and how she has so much style and grace, and it's amazing to see that everyone has a little snippet of that within their surfing, and I love watching it and appreciating that as well, and it's really cool to see some good scores be locked in from that.
It's pretty amazing when that style comes into the conversation, because every person possesses style in one sense or another. It's kind of that personal flair that they bring into things. But within surfing, specifically within longboarding, style is really what makes difficult maneuvers look really easy. So when we see someone like Declan getting 7.83s, it's because he's doing extremely difficult maneuvers, but he's making it all look like a fairly easy ordeal.
Yeah, I think he also makes them look pretty good as well. You know, I guess watching someone with a good style just makes it really easy to look at. You know, you hear stories of Kelly Slater going to surf our pipeline, and Steph's out there and he just sits there and just watches it for the whole time and doesn't even surf, you know. And there's definitely times where, you know, you see people, whether it's at your home break or if you're away and you see someone and they have a beautiful style and grace and flow within the wave that you could just spend the whole day watching them. And that's definitely one of the easy things about watching this sport is, you know, it's different. And yes, like everyone will go to the hang 5 and the hang 10 and you'll see that a lot, but everyone has their little different approaches to that, and the style and flow just makes it so effortless to watch, but also kind of links in together through each wave.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure for me to be able to watch longboarding again for the last couple of days. It's been a while since Malibu ran in October, and just was so excited when the WSL announced a 3-event tour. Of course, finishing out here in Manly, this is just the first event. It's going to be 2 events that count towards the world title this year. So out of the 3, there will be 1 throwaway result. Most likely anyone that didn't get into the quarterfinals on the men's or women's side, because we've got equal numbers here on the Longboard Tour. We've got 20 men, 20 women in the draw. They're going to be looking for a big result, like at least the quarterfinals onward. When we head to the US Open in Huntington Beach, we'll be partnering up with the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. That this year, for the first time ever, will be part of the WSL World Longboard Tour and that conversation towards world titles. And then we'll be finishing off at one of the most classic waves of all time for longboarding at Malibu for the World Longboard Championships.
Yeah, that's really exciting, and to have that also as a 10,000, you know, anyone that walks away with that, it's pretty interesting because that's a lot of points, and if you can take that out, you'd be looking pretty good for a world title.
Split peak out the back. We'll track with Taka Inui, gets that 5 to start off with, goes in for a big finish. He'll kick out clean. He's looking to build on his score lines. His last came through at a 5.67, which chipped away at the requirement. He's now chasing a 7.67. We'll see how this score filters through in relation to his first two. Declan Wyton with a small score to roll in. And his board just drifting all the way into the shoreline. So from what I can see on the scoreboard, it looks like Declan took a fall. He's now going to body surf his way in. Declan works as a local lifeguard. He mentioned in his post-heat interview that he's not the strongest swimmer, but clearly to make it into the lifeguards, he's doing pretty good.
He seems to be doing pretty good out there now as well. You know, he's making his way all the way in. You know, if you're a surfer, you're going to have that really strong paddle power, which will, in some instances, transition over into swimming as well. So you'll be able to have that strength to move up. And here we go. Tucker, last time, goes for a quick 10 tap there, and he'll put it up there for a nice float. So really nice stuff from Tucker Inui. He was chasing a big score, and this is what Declan got up to as well while we were with Tucker. Unfortunately, just getting clipped by the lip there, so he'll make his way back out just under 14 minutes though. So, you know, there's still plenty of time, and it's lucky that it wasn't within those last few minutes when they're just so critical.
Yeah, it is really, there's still plenty of time on the clock. We've got those sets rolling through about every 5 minutes or so, providing some great scoring potential. So bigger lulls in between, but still an opportunity for Taka to try and chip away to get into that 7-point range of his requirement. His last score did come in as one of his top two, but it wasn't that higher score to actually decrease the requirement. A 5.50 for Taka, and he'll be looking for something just a little bit more critical, a little bit more length of ride out of those nose rides to get himself into a better equation. He's gonna have a look at this one now. He's been staying super active. Declan currently sitting in the lead. Taka with another opportunity. This is a great nose ride because he's coming in behind the pocket. He's now going down for that big stretch 5. That's really impressive negotiation of that section. Unfortunately, it just closed out on him. As we see his mom there, she's writing notes on this heat. She's not only filming things, but she's working out what they can discuss afterward.
Yeah, wow, that's really impressive stuff there. And, you know, to be able to multitask like that, listen to what's going on, video everything that's happening, as well as writing down notes from, you know, things that he can do better and things that he did well in that heat. It's an incredible thing. I was speaking to someone the other day, and they were actually saying that women have a certain percentage more eyesight range.
So interesting.
Men. Yeah, so we can see more peripherally compared to what men do, which is incredible. So, you know, it's no surprise that Taka's mom is able to multitask like that.
What an amazing woman behind Taka Inui, the 21-year-old, cross-stepping up to the nose, locked into the pocket. Nice long stretched out hang 5. He's now gonna look for that strong finish. Goes for the switch stance on the end, gives the stare back to the judges as well. It is amazing to just see how much control he can demonstrate in moments like that, where literally the board's like flying into the foam, everything's going fast and moving all around. For him to be able to go to that switch stance is definitely impressive on the finish. I'm curious to see if the judges would take that into consideration at all. I don't think so. It was just kind of a functional finish as we take a look at this nose ride.
Yeah, really nice stuff for Taka there, and he just locks into that hang 5 as well. So just puts it up there for a finish, gets that switch stance, which is really cool stuff for Taka. So you can see Declan, he's just seeing that ride, and he's going, okay, cool. That's what I have to do to better my 5.5. I'll do it.
Down to 11 minutes on the clock. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and bring you back more action. Results come in from that last wave of Taka Inui. Leo Fioravanti won the last time the Sydney Surf Pro ran in 2020, and he's excited to be back down here. We saw him earlier on screen, true, enjoying the longboarding today. It's been really cool to see surfers like him, like Owen Wright, so many other men and women from the shortboard side down here to support longboarding today.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think it's really cool that everyone's able to support any side of the sport. You know, surfing has so many different avenues, which is amazing, and I think it's really cool to see Owen Wright. I know Stewie Kennedy was down here as well, you know, supporting what's going on, and even getting a paddle in where they can as well. It's really cool.
Down to 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We've been running the first 3 days of competition for the World Longboard Tour. The Challenger Series event has been on hold for the last 2 days, and we'll see who walks away with wins from the second event of the year. Of course, we saw Callum Robson and Katie Simmers take out the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro just a couple of days ago. They'll be looking to get a start, but it's been all about longboarding. Taka Inui with another opportunity. Nice long stretch at hang 5, fully committed to it. Looking for that critical section is probably the only thing that's really been lacking within his surfing so far. He's had some really solid nose rides. The width in that board is, the width in that nose specifically, you can see the shape of the board as he just kind of flips it over the wave there. It's a really pulled in tail, his Piccolo Clemente shapes, but it's got a really wide nose, so it does allow that nose riding to be a little bit easier through some of those softer sections as that wide point is forward. Declan Wyton now with an opportunity. He'll cross step back, set that board on rail, find that positioning, really good engagement through that middle third of the board, and just been really impressed with his footwork throughout his support system. Down on the sand today, has been really excited to see Tully White get through for another heat, and now to see Declan controlling the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. He's just feeling, you know, I would think that he's feeling pretty comfortable out there, and that's an important thing throughout heats. He's looking so aggressive and just really hungry for a win, and, you know, moving through to hopefully the semi-finals. We still have 7 minutes in this one. You know, he could be looking pretty good to take out a win through this event, but Taka, you know, he's not one to quite rule out just yet. A really nice locked in hang 5 there for Taka Inui, and he's just sticking with this one. He just is so confident in his equipment there and in himself. He just puts it up there for a quick float to finish. Some really great stuff there from Taka Inui also.
Yeah, really controlled surfing from Taka. I love in that replay that we got to see a bit of a different angle. You could see how slopey the face of that wave was. Rather than it standing up with a real wall and a critical section, that's really the only thing that's been hindering Taka's scoreline at the moment, is that he's been able to get some nice locked-in nose rides, demonstrating a lot of control, but he really needs to be able to find himself in the pocket rather than on that slopey face. That's where those scores have been reflected, a 5.23 for his previous one, a 4.73 for this last one. Just in that he's pushing a lot of water off the front of that nose, and the nose of the board is actually resting on the surface of that slopey wave, rather than having that depth and that air actually in between the nose and the surface of that wave. So we'll see if he's able to find himself onto a wave with a little bit of a better section as we come down to the final 6 minutes. He is sitting with priority, but now he has a huge requirement on the board because Declan Wyton has dropped in another 7 to increase the situation on Taka.
Yeah, wow, Declan, he's just feeding off the support that he's got at the moment, and he's really just locking into the waves out there, feeling very easygoing with his approach. However, he's still quite aggressive in the sense that, he is hungry for that win. Any section that shows up in front of him, he will go for and try and do the best maneuver or maneuver selection that he can. And I don't think he's made too many mistakes throughout the last few heats. We have seen him have a few falls. But, it's always a standard for the start of the heats, especially for the first wave or two.
Yeah, definitely, to kind of shake things off and then find that rhythm. For both of these surfers, they found themselves in the semi-finals at events of this level with those 5,000 points on the line. We saw Declan with a semi-final finish at Noosa at the Longboard Open back in 2020, which was a World Longboard Tour event then. And we saw Taka with that opportunity also with 5,000 points on the line at the Galicia Longboard Classic in Spain back in 2019. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be able to better that career best result at the moment, and to see, say, if Declan makes it through this heat, if Taka's unable to find that excellent score, will he be able to break through that and then make it into the finals here at home?
Yeah, definitely. And if he does make it to the semi-finals, he'll have Harrison Roach to speak for as well, you know. So Harrison, he's such an incredible competitor. He finished runner-up in the world last year. He's coming into this event as the first seed as well, as the highest seed of the whole event. So, you know, he still has a fair ways to go. Yes, he's smiling right now, but there's still 4 minutes left in the heat. Anything can happen. I wouldn't be just brushing Tucker off yet.
Absolutely. And for Declan, thinking about that possible matchup with Harry, Declan's 24 years old. He's been looking up to Harry for a while. Harrison's been one of those really prominent figures in world longboarding, mostly coming out of that Duct Tape Invitational contest scene that Joel Tudor created with Vans. Harrison Roach was a really prominent figure there alongside of his good friend and Justin Quintal. Justin then came into the World Longboard Tour back in 2019 when we saw some great changes shifting in that traditional direction, and Justin came through, Quinny, and he ended up winning the world title, which was great. And now Harrison's just been wanting to win that world title just the same. For the WSL, it's been exciting to see them come into that conversation. But then we got newer surfers or younger surfers in the draw like Taka and Declan in their early 20s who have a long career ahead of them, a lot of hopeful opportunity. And to be walking into these quarterfinals is really significant in their results for the rest of the season.
Yeah, definitely. And it, you know, it'll give them a great boost moving through for the rest of the season as well. You know, those results, yep, they're awesome and it can help you get towards a world title, but feeling that confidence and that momentum through to the next events, that's the key thing. Rolling with that momentum, still keeping with that, you know, because once you kind of hop on that momentum train, in the sense, it's really hard to get off it. And especially at such a young age when you have so much energy and so much ability to kind of surf as much as you can and stay with the momentum wherever you can, there'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Declan sitting patient. He is sitting under priority, but it's a huge requirement for Taka Inui. A single score of a 9.69 would take him into the advancing position. And it's been tough in the back half of the day to see surfers find themselves in that excellent equation. Earlier this morning, we saw quite a few excellent scores, some going into the 9. Declan himself had a 9-point ride earlier this morning on that higher tide.
Yeah, definitely. Declan is just really in tune with what's going on out there with the waves. And you can see Tucker, he's not giving him much room to move. You know, Tucker is like, you know what? He's a local out here. I want to stick to him as much as I can. He is letting Declan go this one, so we'll have to wait and see what comes of it.
Declan with an opportunity, takes off on the nose behind the section, rides through it, pedals back while in the foam, which is really difficult to do because that wave is literally breaking on your feet while walking on the deck of the surfboard. Engages the rail extremely well to redirect and then puts it up for the finish. He's just feeling so at home here, really making the most of this, and now starting to get that warm-up lap in, thinking about the semifinal matchup that he could have with Harrison Roach.
Yeah, that could be a huge semifinal. Regardless, we'll have one Aussie be through to the final if Declan does make this heat, which will be really cool. So there's a minute left and Taka is chasing a huge score.
Yeah, amazing to think about that potential. Declan on the paddle back out. That first men's semifinal has been set with Ben Skinner and Coniella Stewart. No surprises to see those two in that conversation. Great Britain against Hawaii. And now to see the camaraderie of these two. Both such friendly faces to see around the contest zone, always up for a great conversation. And Taka, an amazing competitor with a really solid result behind him, walking his way through to the quarterfinals, but just not getting that opportunity to chase down an excellent score on the finish here.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bummer for Taka there. You know, he's been such a force throughout the whole event so far. He had a great heat earlier on as well throughout the draw, so that was a bit of a bummer for Taka, but you know what? He seemed to be having a heap of fun out there, and it's really cool to see.
Having a paddle out to sea, taking one last look, but the buzzer has sounded, and it's Declan Wyton with the cheers from the crowd. He said he didn't know he had so many friends. They've all shown up for him today, which is really exciting down here at Manly, and he can feel confident heading into the semifinals. We're not sure when that will be running. Of course, coming up tomorrow, we've got Men's and Women's Challenger Series on call, as well as the semifinals for both the Men's and Women's World Longboard Tour. We'll just suss out the conditions and see what tours and competitions decide to do. But it's been a great week of surfing so far with the World Longboard Tour. Into the semifinals, it's Declan Wyton. A great heat against Taka Inui. Be sure to stay tuned after the break. We'll be bringing you back the WSL post show to walk through all of the great action from today.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the WSL post show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Big day. We're wrapping up here at Manly Beach, and it was a beautiful day. I'm Kaipo. This is Shannon Hughes, and the 1978 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew, all talking you through today's happenings and bugs. We had a great final heat to decide and set up our men's semifinals and quarterfinal number 4 for the men.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I mean, Declan just seems like he is in cruise control. He just seemed in complete control of the heat, and he also seems like he's still got a bit left up his sleeve.
All right, well, we're going to go right down to Stace Galbraith because he's with the winner of the last quarterfinal, and he's our final semifinalist setting up for that finals day. Declan's with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Kipes. Declan controlled that one from start to finish. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, stoked. Yeah, stoked to get into the semis. You know, Taka was never out of it. He's such an amazing surfer. He definitely could have got the score at any time, especially when he only needed like a 7.6 or something. So stoked to close it out.
When he shook your hand there with 45 seconds to go, I was a bit worried for you.
Yeah, I know. He might be playing a bit of mind games at the end there. There was still that bomb coming a bit further north. I was a little bit worried, but nah, it's all right. The clock ran out and ended up on top. Stoked.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, the support down here for yourself, it must feel pretty special.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, everyone behind now is cheering, and you finish a wave and kick out. It's a pretty good feeling. I'm stoked.
I'm stoked to see you doing so well, and best luck to you and Tully coming up in the semi-finals.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, stoked. Thanks.
All right, there you go. But that was a great heat, Shannon, with Declan and Taka Inoue. Inoue really representing Japan, and to me, just going to be the next generation of great Japanese longboarders.
Oh, he's amazing. He's 21 years old. He's been competing on the world longboard stage for a few years now, so he's got a little bit more of that momentum. And to see him walk away with a quarterfinal finish, it's his second best result at this level. Really impressive and very much flying the flag for Japan.
Nice. Well, let's take a look at that heat and see what happened in quarterfinal number 4. Shannon, I'm going to let you call this again because you did such a great job the first time.
Thanks, Kaipo. It is my absolute favorite to get to talk about longboarding, especially when it's as good as this. Declan, just like you said, Bugs, putting it in cruise control, really finding the right waves, knowing even where to put that board in the face of the wave. We've seen some of those surfers kind of falling out in that top third of the wave because they just haven't figured out how to link it into the pocket. And these surfers just doing exactly that, linking in the pocket for Taka. He found a couple of really good waves. He just didn't quite find those really critical sections to capitalize on. He had some really good hang tens in moments, but it was this guy, Declan, the local, who really just found that rhythm, and he had such good wave selection. It was unbelievable to see the positions he was putting that board in for those nose rides, and then the engagement of the rail, and finding some really solid turns and finishing moments as well. It was pretty special to watch him get that victory over a friend in Taka and to be sitting into the semifinals now.
Yeah, great sportsmanship there. And here we go with the heat totals. And really impressive numbers by Declan Wyton, the local boy. 15.362 wave total. That's a dominant position.
Yeah, super impressive. He found that 9 earlier this morning, so you got to feel, Bugs, that he would have been wanting something similar, but to get a couple 7s is great nonetheless.
Yeah, a couple of high 7s. I mean, it's got to be one of the highest combined totals of the quarterfinals. So I think that maybe even the second highest. And he didn't quite reach the heights of this morning's session, but gosh, he certainly did enough.
Well, let's hear from Taka Inoue. He's with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, guys. Taka, a beautiful day here in Manly.
Yes, beautiful place and a good wave. Enjoy. So, yeah.
We really enjoyed having you here. Would you like to say a quick word back home in Japanese?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。すごいいい波で、いいコンディションでできました。最後はいいの乗れなかったんですけども、よかったいいライディングはそれなりにできたと思います。また次も頑張りますので引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。Thank you for always support. Yeah. So,
well done, Taka. Great to have you here and have fun for the rest of the week.
All right, Taka, ganbatte, Taka-san. Well, that was a great quarterfinals. We had a great day of surfing. Let's check out quarterfinal number 2 because that matchup was an incredible matchup in quarterfinal number 2. It was a story of the master and the apprentice with Kaniala Stewart versus Kai Sallas, Shannon.
Pretty insane to see the true master and apprentice matchup between these two and to see Connie walk away with a victory. Bugs finding a couple of excellent scores. It must have been a pleasure to just witness all the action.
There was so much action, and it really was amazing to see. There's such a blend of, you know, Hawaiian surfing, modern surfing, traditional, and just pure flow.
I just love seeing Connie be able to lock into those bolt upright hang 10s, but then to be able to engage the rail, and knowing that the two of them were surfing on identical surfboards as well. Those models coming out of the Kai Sallas Longboard Co. There's a great group of surfers that are all training together and under Kai, and yeah, just to see that camaraderie for those two coming through as well, really great.
Oh man, Queens represented here in Manly. We'll take a look at the numbers here. And Kaniala Stewart, you gotta give it up for the man. He's the in-form surfer right now in the men's longboarding. 16.562 wave total. Bugs, we call that an excellent heat.
We sure do. It was the second highest of the whole day. In fact, he had the highest one this morning. So, I mean, I call it this morning, he's the man to beat.
Yeah. Well, the semifinals are set, gang, and here is our Bailey's Ladder bracket. And we're down to just 4 men. Ben Skinner, Kaniala Stewart, semifinal number 1. Harrison Roach and Declan Wyton semi-final number 2. Shannon, which one are you excited about?
Wow, I'm so excited for both of them for different reasons. Ben Skinner, he walked away with that second place finish at Malibu last year, went down to Joel Tudor in the finals, which was his career best result. He's now on that run again. Harrison Roach walked away, though, runner-up to the actual world title last year. These are going to be really tight battles. I'm going to be so curious to see who makes it into the finals.
Yeah, good stuff coming up. And that was just half of what we had going on today, because the women's hit the water, and we are already through the quarterfinals for the women as well, Bugs.
Yeah, this was fantastic surfing. It's such a great display of women's longboarding. The waves turned it on, and they kind of got the best of it, I think.
Check it out, Shannon. Quarterfinal number 1. Chloe Kalman was just dominant in her matchup with Natsumi Taoka.
Yeah, those two are such good friends. I saw them having a moment together on the sand after, and it was just tough that Chloe had to beat her. I heard her say that to Natsumi, but Chloe's been on an absolute roll. She's looking like she's just back at home in Rio, catching these nice soft rollers on the beach breaks. And her real Brazilian style coming through, that flair within her surfing, just looking like she's absolutely dancing on the face of the wave.
Yeah, you talk about style, flow, and grace. I think that is illustrated with this Brazilian surfer.
Yeah, it's been amazing to just watch her run through this competition, and she's someone who really thrives in the early rounds of events, especially coming into a world tour with multiple stops. She's someone I could easily see walking away with the win.
Now we got to look towards quarterfinal number 4, Shannon. That was a hard-fought match out in the water between Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley. That was a seesaw battle.
That was a crazy one. That's the biggest rival within women's longboarding is between Rachel and Soleil. And in head-to-head matchups, Soleil now has Rachel beat, but it was really this crazy dynamic between the two where there wasn't a lot dividing them, and it was just like a fraction of a point that took Soleil into that victory. It was really good surfing from both competitors, kind of finding those mid-size scores. They weren't really able to lock into anything excellent because they didn't have those sets on offer, Bugs, but it was a really good battle.
And that's what kept it so close, in that no one really broke away into that 8-point range. And it meant that they kept leapfrogging each other the whole heat, and it really did come down to that last exchange.
Great to see Rachel Tilley walking away with a quarterfinal finish after coming in as a wild card this year, but for Soleil Erico, the semifinals is going to set her up really well heading into the rest of the World Longboard Tour.
Taking a look at the numbers here, it was a tight heat between the two, just 4/100ths of a point separating the two in this heat, but it's going to be Soleil Erico that we will see in the semifinals as we look to our Bailey's Ladder bracket for the semifinals in the women's. And we're down to just 4 surfers here. Shannon, again, look at the matchups. Chloe Kalman, Tully White, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erico.
Oh, unbelievable. I think for Tully White, she's got all that momentum. She's a local girl, especially given that we could see conditions changing by the time we see the semifinals run. She's going to be the one, I think, with the pick of the lineup. And then Honolulu Bloomfield in that second one. She's a 3-time world champion. She's going to be very difficult for Soleil to take down.
Yeah. And I'm excited for both the men's and the women's. We're down to just 4 in each division. Well, that's only some of it. We got more on the way. We got the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day, and we have our top 5. That's on the other side of this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to the WSL Post Show. Thank you for sticking with us, and we're back to celebrate a great day of longboarding. And Shannon, Bugs, now's the time for our Boost Mobile Wave of the Day, and it was way up in the excellent range for that Boost Mobile Wave of the Day. Connie Stewart.
Oh, incredible. He got a 9.2. I mean, he had plenty of waves that could have been considered the waves of the day, but to walk away with the highest score just solidifies his race to try and win this competition this week here in Manly. And it was an absolutely beautiful start with that great locked in hang 10, and then he throws in the drop knee, engages the rail, sets his line again for a great critical section, negotiates that wobbly wave as well, and puts it on the finishing maneuver. So beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful style, Bugs. You were impressed with the footwork of this young Hawaiian out there in his heat?
Well, he put on a longboard clinic all day. I mean, you know, you could make a surf movie out of just both his heats.
Yeah, Shannon, so when we look at that, I mean, in my book, Kaniala mathematically is the favorite for finals day, but one thing we know about surfing, you can never plan and you can never premeditate what the finish is going to be.
You just have no idea. I mean, that's what makes surfing so special, is the fact that we have a changing field all the time. We don't know what the conditions will look like. You don't know what sets will even roll through within your heat in those conditions. So it really could be anyone's game, and it's going to be that surfer that's in tune with the ocean on the right day and capitalizes on the rides they're given.
That's right. Well, let's dig into today's top 5, and we got a great top 5 for you. Number 5, starting with Taka Inoue, and he just put on a show representing Japan, cross-stepping to a big float here, Shannon.
Oh, such an impressive wave from Taka. I love that he's made it into the top 5. Great pedal back, and then it was this big finish that was super impressive. Found another nose ride, and then just goes for that big float to finish. Maintains so much control.
There you go, bows from Taka, and that sets us up for number 4, Bugs. Tully White out there and putting on a great nose ride.
Yeah, this was just an amazing nose ride. Just incredible performance and just super stoked. I mean, you can just tell the body English and the style and the applause.
Yeah. Good feeling for the local girl coming into the crowd, and the applause, the whistles, and the good vibes here at Manly. Talking about locals, Declan Wyton put on a show, Shannon, a 9.13 for this performance.
His round 4 heat today was just unbelievable. He was so in sync, and he was just throwing so much power. The speed that he was surfing with on this 9.13 was really, really fast, and then engaging the rail, throwing that speed in to connect that variety and the conversation of critical longboarding. That's what this is all about.
Yeah. Good stuff for Declan, and look forward to him in finals day number 2. Chloe Calmon put on a clinic, Bugs.
Yeah, Chloe, this is one of the sweetest performances of the day. Just so silky smooth. I love how calm she gets when she's on the nose, and this that little jive there, you know, it was just beautiful, start to finish.
It was like a little Steph Gilmore moment, just feeling the wave, feeling that little lip line in her hands, feeling so in control, and just enjoying the moment.
Little voguing.
Number 1, Shannon. Kaniala Stewart brings the Hawaiian style to Australia with a pair of excellent rides.
No wonder this guy is one of the names to beat. He's just been throwing it all down. He's looking so impressive on his equipment. It's similar to the run that we saw from him back in 2019, walking away with really good results out at New York in similar conditions to this. Beach breaks really favor him, although he comes from those reef breaks at Queens and Waikiki. For him to be able to find a couple excellent scores and really fun, rippable longboard conditions was great, up against his mentor and Kai Sallas, sharing a little party wave to come in on.
There's some good vibes and aloha just being spread right through the waters right there. Kaniala Stewart, I'm looking forward to more surfing from him finals day and more performances like that. But other things we can look forward to, Shannon, is we got to start the Challenger Series.
I can't believe we haven't gotten there yet. It's been a crazy week of surfing already without.
It's been so great. Bugs, Challenger Series, what are you looking forward to?
Oh my God, what do you mean? Like, we got 96 men, we got 64 women. It's going to be unbelievable. You know, round 2 here at Manly.
Yeah, we're going to get going. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Rabbit. And thank you all for watching. Tune in tomorrow. We're likely going to go. I'm going to bid you aloha and enjoy today's highlights. It is a beautiful morning on the northern beaches, Manly Beach.
You know, today we're going to see the best male longboarders in the world, and they are something to behold.
There is a great nose ride. Nice tag out of the top. That is the Brazilian Phil Rajzman. Ben Skinner from Great Britain.
I've been riding these waves 7 days of the week. I'm pushing 90, no one behind me in the HOV. I don't got time for it.
Working his way down the line there, into the sunshine.
Never truly believed anything I couldn't see. I never know what I need until it's right in front of me. I'm always gonna love the climb, but I was terrified of new heights. I just keep moving my feet, I'll get there right in time, the perfect time. I don't wanna wait till Sunday. God, I gotta feel you.
Amazing buzzer beater finish there for Sallas.
Then we gotta push somehow.
So much control from Connie.
Just so stylish.
I know the future's ours. If we're shooting for the moon, I know we'll make it, but I hope we end up somewhere in the stars.
Gets right up on the nose here. Good nose ride. Getting some nice footwork done on this ride. Goes straight past his fellow competitor.
Walks his way to the nose, hangs 10, manages the backwash.
Never truly believed anything I couldn't see. I never know what I need until it's right in front of me.
Stands nice and strong on the board, calves down.
Terrified of new heights. I just keep moving my feet. I'll get there right in time, the perfect time. I don't wanna wait till Sunday.
Taka, quick steps up to the nose, locked in for that hang 5. Goes on a solid finish and he rides out clean.
I don't wanna wait till Sunday. I know the future's ours.
We are into the women's quarterfinals. We've had so much more swell today than we expected.
Graceful style as she works her way to the nose. Hang 10, and just like that, look how stylish Chloe Carmen in the red is.
If we're gonna make tomorrow, then we gotta push somehow. I don't wanna wait till Sunday. God, I gotta feel you now.
Surfer Tully White, calves back.
Then we got
With Tully White on her right.
I don't wanna wait till Sunday. I know the future's ours. If we're shooting for the
Current world champion, Honolulu Blomfield up and riding. Great nose ride there. Just so graceful in her approach.
hope we end up somewhere in the stars. I don't wanna wait till Sunday.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.